the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle. With grim resolve to deal, for Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor. They raise their cry against the Tsar's fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all, the Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Seagulls horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and City, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
fighters won every iteration of their bravery, shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir. Good for you.
The night
Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the Tsar's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to the Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a tournament stream, a stream hostile to narrative play.
Reporting for duty,
as
sir.
We know it, and I don't mean to alarm you. There may be some alarming happening right now, but I don't mean to alarm you. But not only was I at a tournament this weekend, it was also my first tournament with the new Guard Codex. Not only that, it was a super major tournament. Well over 200 people there. I don't know the exact numbers, I can find out, but like 200, 250 people. Big super major event. Not only that, it was incredibly sharky. At this point in the meta, even when you go to a large event, there's no mid-table funsies. Even the lower tables, people are wearing sport style shirts with brands and sponsors on them.
Infantry, sir.
People are bringing
Good
hard
for
shit.
you. Mobile
Not only
infantry
that-
made me the man I am today.
Took pure infantry guard. Not only that, I took pure infantry recon element guard. And let me tell you, boys,
Tight, yeah!
it was nice. Oh my god, it was absolutely knackered. But so many lessons learned. So many things tested. So much that was once theorycraft, now reality. And so many theories which didn't quite, it's just the camera here, which didn't quite pan out. But we know this now. We know this now. This was a very, very good tournament. It's a very good tournament. Lots to be learned. Lots of stories. Lots of heady heights. Lots of terrible lows. I think if I may say so myself, an almost perfect test of Recon detachment. I know, a bold claim, a bold statement to be sure, but that's like my opinion, man, and I am going to share all of that with you guys tonight. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take you through the list. I'm going to take you through the lay of the land. I'm going to take you through games 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's going to be pictures with the whole 9 yards. And by the end of it, I think you guys are gonna like it. I think you're gonna like it. Now, one thing I do want to say though, which is very important. Obviously, this is going to be a big after-action report. Could go on for a long time. Could go on. Could take us a few minutes, shall we say? Could be 4, 5, 6 hours long. We don't know. But I appreciate that not everyone is gonna be able to stick around for the full thing. There will be, if you're watching this live now or you're watching this post live, there will be this weekend. So you don't have to wait 2 weeks. Literally. By the time this has gone live, there'll only be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You'll have to wait. This Saturday, there will be the short form after action report, and there will be the army list overview as well. So you'll have everything in a few days. So if you can't, because I know a lot of people are going to be they'll want to know the lowdown of this ASAP. So stream now for the early birds, as it were. Summary video, traditional after action report format this weekend. There we go. And so there you go. So that is the plan for this after action report. And obviously the advantage of being in the live stream is that, you know, obviously you can ask questions and I can get back to you on those questions instantly.
Infantry, sir.
All right.
Good for you.
All right.
Mobile infantry
That's
made me the man I am
I've
today.
got a sense of feeling it tonight, boys, and feeling the energy tonight. So that is the briefing. Let's not mess about. Let's get straight into the stream proper. Starting off with the most important of things. Traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and of course, the worst people of all, assault army players. And let me tell you, played a few of those this weekend. Why aren't I allowed to have a detachment rule, guys? Why aren't I allowed to have a detachment rule? Stand up and be counted. Twitch gang, rise up. YouTube gang, rise up. Let's see who we've got in the stream tonight. It's time to get those 07s flowing down the chat. If you're new here, 07 is a salute emoji. Don't worry, it's not really weird. It's weird coloring thing, but it's a salute emoji. But let's see who's in the stream tonight. Let's get roll call going, baby. Yes, mate. So starting off, we have got wow, it's popping off tonight, boys. We've got Aaron Belt, Commander HHL, Brandon Ledford. We've got Surcat. 973, we've got Toast, Saving Wilson, Mountain Knife, Kappa Eagle, The Lower Decks, Scribbles, MS1701, Squid Fist, Swords with 87, we've got Marold, I think I said Marold already, but Marold comes second one, Commander HHL, Captain Valius, Grimdark Future, Fun Jacob, Mystisk, Doc Watt, Swordsman Smith 87, we've got Rex here too, a Random Oshawott, Samuel the Motorcycle Man, Alex, Dick Sharp, a Gaming Stuka, Josh Durr, Wanger Whimsies, Suspicious Seal, Chris Steve Cam, Gazman05, Exalted Heron, Joe Camel, I think it's Swordsmith. I don't know, no, I've not said Swordsmith. Swordsmith 87, we've got Marie's Minis, RCI Rainer, Matthew Downsip to Toshbeam Station, Mad Larkin and the Big Titty Towel Girlfriend. We've got Steel Foil Hat, Trooper number 2102, a Gaming Stuka, MP Bros 20, RK, Doc Watt, Purge Zenos, Trickstick, Mini Dingbat, C4 Grenade, Nathan Wallace, The Whispering Monk, Ochi G-Door, Retro Butane, Squig Rider, Mitchell Cramp, Chronomix, Solarius, Ron, Francesco. We got Brown Bread, JP, Damn Legion, Wisnard. This is Mordian, Dylan Meeks, Great, Daniel. We've also got Derek Johnson. We've got Decky, Brother of Titans, James Fuller, Mostly Harmless, Christian Glover, a Lee Home Edition, L. Watkins, Damn Legion, Simon the Motorcycle Man, Jar Watt, Nathan Wallace, Darcher, Razorcat 2, Mike, Strawberry Dreams, Ayladin, Stevie Nicks, and Matthew Edwards. Welcome to all of you guys over on YouTube, gang. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. We've also got Twitch gang, Twitch Pinot Legion. Start rioting down in the chat. It's time for a Twitch riot. Burn all the toilet paper. We've got Lord Gore Trash, Russell W, and we've got Cellblock D, and we've got, I love that Cellblock D. We have the Twitch Pinot Legion. There's someone called Cellblock D just joined. I love that. We've got Azura Hawk, and we've got Damn Legion 666. Welcome. Few people sneaking in at the end there. We've got Jar Finway and Stephen Bonner and John Currow. There we are. Well, welcome. Thank you so much, Twitch gang. Thank you so much, YouTube gang. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining. And I hope you guys are looking forward to this after action report. We've also had people coming in with the likes and subscribes and follows and all of that good shit. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that has already gone ahead and done that. It's a huge support for the channel with the old likes and the old subscribes over on YouTube. It boosts the YouTube algorithm. And of course, we're still trying to build a good following over on Twitch. So big thank you to everyone that follows over on Twitch gang as well. And remember, every single person that joins the stream but isn't a follower, and every single person that joins the stream doesn't subscribe over on YouTube, that's another day when Eldar are allowed to be overpowered. And I assure you, gentlemen, they are overpowered. I chatted to quite a few cutthroat players who are using Eldar this weekend, some of them that I know very well, and they all admitted that it was like, yeah, Eldar are fucking broken. Yeah, like, people, including them, have just been saying they're not broken because they don't want to be nerfed, but they're absolutely broken. And of course, naturally, every person that is in the stream but hasn't liked and hasn't subscribed, for every difference between the number of viewers and the number of likes in the stream, that's another day that Tau are allowed to exist as a faction. I don't make the rules, boys. I don't play the rules. I don't play the rules. I play the rules. Hang on, Mordian Glory just outed himself. I play the rules. I don't make the rules.
Victory is assured.
Oh my days. All right, we've also got loads of people coming in with super chats, and we've got support over on Twitch as well. So let's take a moment before we get into after action report and everything. Let's take a moment to catch up on our support, and then we'll get into the after action report. So starting off with Twitch gang, because to be honest, we've just got the one bit for Twitch gang, so we can box it off nicely. I want to say a big thank you to Mad Larkin, Big Titty Taco Fun everywhere. Yes, Mad Larkin, you crazy bastard. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, mate. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for the 7 months of being part of the Twitch Pinot Legion. If you're watching over on Twitch, you didn't realize, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe you can become a paid sub for free over on Twitch. It's amazing. You get all the benefits. You get to join the Discord and all that kind of good stuff. So there you go. Also, we've got YouTube gang coming in here as well. So let's take a moment here. Huge thank you to YouTube gang. I want to start off by saying a big thank you to the Whispering Monk, our spiritual liege, the man, the myth, the legend, the man who keeps our ears clean and our souls pure. Thank you for the gifted membership. My God. I didn't realize, I thought you'd fallen out with me. I didn't think we were doing gifted memberships anymore. I thought you kept telling me I wasn't allowed them anymore. Another cultist for the ear cleaning brigade. There we go. Whispering Monk, thank you, mate, as always. I also want to say a huge thank you to Capic Eagle, yes, our resident Scion sound drop trooper. Thank you so much, Capic Eagle, for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got the Lower Decks. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat. Calamari update in stream discussion. All right. I saw this come in before. Operation Calamari surprise update. Sir, in the final tradition of the Von Shithouse dynasty, we are going to investigate. If there's something going on that we can exploit for money, we will find it. We have
Reporting
traded for a
for
number
duty,
of
sir.
flamethrowers from the local constabulary. Still
Infantry,
present in
sir.
town.
Good for you. Mobile
In
infantry made me
exchange
the
for
man I
shiny
am
buttons
today.
and a few bits of string. I'm sure that those flamers are totally legit and haven't been... You've not been given replica flamethrowers or bottom of the barrel flamethrowers. We descend into the dark underbelly of Croydon with a song on our lips and fire death in our hands. You can choose a song we'll be singing as we are going down. Ask the impression of our final preparations. P.S. If you can't pick a song, the ancient ballad of Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba is a dynasty classic. Oh no, I know exactly what you guys are going to be singing. You're going to be singing You're the One from the Barbie horse racing movie. There we go. I love that scene Commando as well, man. Brilliant. All right. Amazing. Alerts are louder than I am. I fixed it. There you go. Thank you. Just in time. Just in time as well, right? Almost deafened everyone on earphones. Next, we'll say a big thank you to Maldenine. Yes, Maldenine. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you, Mald, as always, for doing your part to keep us freshly stocked with new conscripts. Thank you, sir, for doing your part. Where's my glass to you, Mald? Amazing effort, mate. We've also got Matt Larkin. He's subbed over on Twitch. Now he's a gifted membership over on YouTube. It's never been done. It's never been done. Mad Larkin, thank you so much for the support, man. Thank you for the double support. 007, mate. Amazing. We've also got Daniel Simpson. Thank you for the 21-month member flex. Xbox, baby. Thank you, bro. Plug your sponsors, sir. Oh, not only is Daniel Simpson an absolute gentleman for supporting the channel for nearly 2 years, like an absolute giga chad, he's also reminding me to be a better YouTuber and plugging the sponsors. So don't forget, guys, we do have a number of sponsors for the channel, and we've got affiliate links down the description below, and all the affiliate links are pretty much. We've got a funny one for Sharp's Command because I just love the Sharp series, and also we are sponsored by the publishers of Sharp, which is amazing. But also, we've got affiliate links for Warlord Games, and we've got affiliate links for Element Games as well, and Noble Knight Games, and Firestorm Games. And big shout out to Warlord Games at the moment. They actually have a few sales on. So actually, you can often get at this time right now, you can get yourself bot action for probably cheaper than you can get it from third-party retailer. Because a lot of third-party retailers offer sort of 5 to 10% off bot action. Warlord Games are offering 15% off on selected ranges. It's on a banner on the homepage. If you follow the affiliate link down below, you'll be supporting the channel and you'll be able to get a discount as well. That's amazing. But yeah, we've also, of course, big thank you to Element Games, who, if you're not interested by action, they sell everything from Old World to 40k, or AOS, all the good stuff. So big thank you to Element Games as well, and Firestorm, and if you're over in the US, Noble Knight Games, they're in the US as well. There we go. All right, big thank you, Dan Simpson, for support and reminding me to rattle my tin cup, mate. We've also got Suspicion Steel. Thank you for the 26-month member flex. Double X-Force, baby! Mordian approved. Quick list, 75 Scions, 3 Valkyries, and 3 Avengers. If that all fits in 2,000 points, I love it. Is it a good list? Fuck no. Is it an air cavalry list? Fuck yeah. Does it pass the vibe check? 110%. It might not fly, but it will fall with style. Just love it, mate. Thank you for your long-term support, mate. Do appreciate it. Okay, where are we up to here next? We have got Brandon Ledford. Brandon Ledford, thank you so much for your support, mate. Thank you for becoming a channel member. I believe you've gone from like conscript, like, you know, getting gifted memberships over to full-blown membership now. It's the same thing, but obviously, you know, it's not a gifted membership, so you've gone from conscript to guardsman. Amazing. Thank you so much for continuing your support, mate. 07, thank you for still being part of the Infantry Corps. Amazing. By the way, we've got loads of people joining the stream right now. Just to give you guys a heads up, you are in the right place. We are doing the after action report. We're going to be going through the list. We're going to be going through the lay of the land. We're going to be going through all the games. Quick heads up, it was a super major. It was 2,000 points. It was 5 rounds. I did have 239 infantry models. So there's no false advertising here. You're going to get all of it. But we've got some super chats that we're catching up on first, and then we're going to get to that. Also, this stream will probably be going on for between 4 to 6 hours. If you can't catch it all, of course, the stream will be available post live, and also the compressed version, the summary version that the traditional normal video version will be out this Saturday. So you don't have to wait 2 weeks like you normally have to, because I know a lot of people want to watch this. So this Saturday. So if you can't catch the whole thing, don't worry, I've got you covered. I don't want you to leave, but I also know everyone's got busy lives and everything, and I try and be sensitive to that. All right. So next, I want to say, I just thought we had like the few people that might have missed the initial briefing. I just thought I'd repeat myself there for a second. I want to say a big thank you to Solarius. Solarius, thank you so much for the super chat, mate. Thank you for the support, bro. New hobby update in stream discussion for you. All right, love a good hobby update, mate. Love a good hobby update. Let's see what we've got here. Ooh. Good news, finished the artillery team. Bad news though, have a cyclone looking to hit me later on in the week. Well, firstly, stay safe. Hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully you can batten down the hatches and all that kind of good stuff. Secondly, let's have a look at your picture. Yes. It's Acadian artillery team. I'd say I've been seeing 1 or 2 people converting these things over to having Acadian crew, and they look really good. They look really good. It's kind of like when people converted the FOBs over to having Krieg crew, and that looked really good. The cross compatibility is amazing. Yeah, man. Yeah, really good. Yeah, it's come out very, very nicely. Really, really, I really appreciate the attention to detail, not only in the model itself, but on what you've done for the crew as well. Yeah. Nice. Sick, man. That's come out so nicely. That's come out so nicely, dude. Sal, you should be proud of that model, sir. And I really, really like what you've come up with there, man. Amazing. All right. We've also got here Solaris again. Solaris not only painting an amazing model, not only doing a super chat, but he's also coming with the gifted membership. Sal, 007, mate. Thank you for the support, man. You're a good lad. We've also got Sir Queefalot. I'm just going to say, I think that is... No, sorry. Sir Queefalot the Second. I mean, to give him his full title, of course. That is a brilliant username. Amazing. New to the guard, what's the best way to use as many cavalry as possible in a supposed way with some artillery? I mean, so Queefalot, at the end of the day, if you're going down a pure cavalry list, fundamentally, this is not a bad thing, by the way. I love a good meme list. But fundamentally, you are collecting what is essentially a SKU list, a niche list, a meme list. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Meme lists can still be powerful, and they can be a ton of fun. In fact, I often have more fun with themed/memed lists than I do with just a box standard cookie cutter kind of thing. So firstly, you just have to accept that there are going to be times when you just have a bad matchup. Because this is the problem with the SKU list. SKU lists tend to be really difficult for people to deal with until they're not. And then when they're, and then it's like kryptonite. It's like I don't know if this is a good example. It's like glass. Glass is quite hard until something shatters it, and then it just goes. Psh, do you know what I mean? So that's something you're going to have to be aware of, that there's going to be sometimes you'll get into a game and you just can't win. Literally, it doesn't matter what you do. You almost can't win. That's 40k. And that's the nature of some lists. But trying to run it as competitively or just as just the best possible way. I am going to speak about this from a theory point of view because I've not run like 60 cavalry. But you're going to want 60 cavalry. You're going to want 30 rough riders, 30 death riders. Before you even consider anything else, we're going mass cavalry. That's what you want to do, right? Secondly, I think your best bet at that after that is to go for Recon detachment. Now, the reason I think you want to go for Recon detachment is because all your cavalry, because there's no other detachment where you really get a benefit for taking cavalry. You don't get any benefit for being in mech. You don't get any other benefit for being in combined arms. Not really. You don't get any benefit for bridgehead. No, not really. Not really. Like minimal benefit, because most of your points are going to be on cavalry. So you want to go Recon, because in Recon, your cavalry always counts having the benefit of cover. So if you come across a shooting army, all your cavalry are going to be on a 3-up save, which is amazing. Because you're just going to be on a 4-up with always having cover turned on. You're going to be on a 3-up. So that should hopefully allow you to take a few less casualties here and there, so that you can then make it across the board to smash people. And honestly, you couldn't go wrong with just going 30 Death Riders, 30 Rough Riders, have Leontus in a unit of Rough Riders, have Dreer in a unit of Death Riders, so all of them can have orders because they can do 3 orders each, and then just spunk in the rest on siege, on artillery guns, and on artillery teams and fobs. Get as many, whatever points you got left over that point, try and get enough. Try and get orders for your artillery, and you're good to go. So how I would do it is I'd go 30 cavalry, 30 Death Riders, Dreer, 30 Rough Riders, Leontus, whatever points you got left over. What you do is you'd go like 2 artillery pieces and a Castellan, 2 artillery pieces and a Castellan. See what I mean? Like, so you're always making sure you're not putting artillery in that doesn't have any orders. Do that, and you'll be good. So, Queefalot the second. I hope that helps, mate. We've also got Brandon Ledford. Yes, Brandon Ledford, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, my man. Thank you so much for support, bro. 506 Arcturian Assault Division reporting duty, sir. Good to have you here, man. Always good to have the Arcturians in the trenches. Joining Mordian Glory made me the player I am today. Yes, mate. I love it. I love it, dude. I love it, man. Dude, thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the kind words. And, dude, loving it as well, mate. Amazing. We've got Christian Steam Camp. Christian, thank you for super chat, bro. Finally received my Krieg Army box weekend. Glory to the first man to die. Glory to the first man to die. If you will not serve me, you will serve on the firing line. Amazing. Christian Steam Camp, have fun and take lots of hobby pictures. We've got Trooper number 2102. Trooper, my boy. Thank you for the super chat. Good sir, kind sir. Finished basing on my Bulgrin. Picture in stream discussion. Let's have a look at the Lance deck, boys. Yeah, baby. Dude, they've come out so nicely. They have come out so nicely. Look at those. Yes, Tal! I love how they're like painted as like Talabek Land, Empire, Warhammer Fantasy colors, but then they're actually just Bulgrin. Amazing, dude. That's so good. They've come out so nicely. Yeah, man. Yeah. Good job. A good job. Well done. And I think based on my experience this weekend, I think really a viable unit. Just to give you guys a little sneak peek, I really think that Bulgrin, despite how expensive they are still phenomenally important. Yeah. Because we don't really have anything else in the guard that can take a beating like them. We don't really have anything else in the guard that can take a beating like them. And if they're not going to give them orders anymore, then hopefully they'll start coming down in points. Because they shouldn't be the point. They should be the points cost they are with orders, or they should be a lower points cost without orders. That's how I feel. All right, but that's a little sneak preview for later on in the list, later on the stream. All right, I want to say a big thank you to Al Soben. Al Soben, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. My bank's just one shot Angron and a Knight Paladin in Paladin in back-to-back weeks. Long live the Vanquisher, yes! It's banking time. It's banking time, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Amazing. Amazing, man. Absolutely amazing. Dude, thank you so much, Al Sovereign, for the thank you so much for the support, and long live the Vanquisher. Now, I need to apologize to someone. MedNeo007. Don't worry, the tipping link has work. The tipping link works. I just haven't got any alerts for it at the moment because I've had a new setup and everything. All right, but don't worry, it's here. I'm gonna see if I can get it to. I'm gonna see if I can get an alert for you now. All right, 1 second.
Nuclear launch detected.
It's popping up, baby!
If you will not serve in combat, then you will serve on
Med
the
Neo
firing
coming
line.
in with the Death Strike chat, baby! Oh my god. It's the goddamn Death Strike. It's the goddamn Death Strike. Holy shit, man. Med Neo, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. The $100 super chat. My god. My god. That's a... I think we can confidently say that it's popping off. You mad bastard! You absolute mad bastard! Holy shit, man! Holy shit, dude! Thank you so much for the incredibly generous super chat, and I apologize with the fuckiness of the tipping thing. It's because I won't get into it. It's a slight hole in the system, shall we say. I've kind of got to trigger things that come via the tipping link manually. They don't get missed though. They don't get missed. I'll sort that out on my end. Don't worry. MedNeo. It's a relatively quick fix. But MedNeo, let's not focus on the negatives. Let's focus on the positives. Bro, coming in with the $100 super chat, boys. Holy fuck. That's a biggie. That's a biggie. He's taken off. He's nuked the whole site for me. Dude, thank you for the Death Strike. Thank you for the double Giga Chat afterwards. Holy shit, man. Everyone in stream right now, join me in doing an 07. Type O and then 7 down the chat. It's a salute emoji. Or if you can get the nuke emoji like people are doing as well. Let's smash it. Let's show our appreciation, our gratitude to MedNeo, because I think we can all agree $100 super chat is a lot of money. It's a big deal. It's a very, very great display of generosity. It's fucking awesome. It's awesome. MedNeo, holy shit, man. Let's see. He's gone, oi! Hope you're having a great day, Mordian. Keep it up. Really enjoy the channel and variety of board games played. Cheers to the chat and Mrs. Mordian. Oh! MedNeo, you're an officer and a gentleman and a scholar, a good sir, and dare I say it, a kind sir. Dude, I'm having a good day. Riding off the back of an incredible tournament. And I've had a productive day as well. And now, after having a great weekend and a productive day, and also after all that, I've got to come on stream, and I get to stream to you amazing people. And that ain't no shit neither. I love streaming. I've always been very upfront about that. I love streaming. I look forward to it every single day. So if I thought I wouldn't like end up getting burned out, I'd stream 12 hours a day every day. Also, if I thought Evan wouldn't kill me for making him have to watch 12 hours of stream highlights every day to make the videos. Do you know what I mean? MedNeo, thank you so much, man, for the incredible support. Thank you for being a good sir. Thank you for being a kind person. Thank you for the incredible kind words for the channel. And also, I'm glad you've been enjoying the variety of content. It's been a long process. It's been something that we've been doing bit by bit. I would say for 18 months now. 18 months ago, we were a 40k only, Imperial Guard only channel. And now that is only 90% of our content. No, joking aside, we do actually cover a surprising amount of stuff now. We cover Not only do we talk about Gaia, but we do Bolt Action, we do Old World. We cover 3 games every single week, and often we talk about all of those games every single day and things like streams. But there you go. It's good to have those different games to keep the palate nice and cleansed. So amazing. So Medneo, thank you so much for the support, man. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, and dare I say it, a kind sir. Amazing, mate. Holy shit, boys. Holy shit. Death Strike in the first 30 minutes of the stream. My God. My God. I think it's officially popping off. We've also got Q-Tub, my boy. Q-Tub, thank you for the support, bro. 07, sir, a triple vank hammer list for your viewing pleasure in stream discussion. Don't forget to shield your affiliates. Q-Tub, I've already shielded them once. I suppose I can shield them again. Use the affiliate links, you bastards. Buy, consume all the Warhammer. Be financially irresponsible. Buy using my links. Buy. Hopefully that'll work. Reminds me of that Simpson thing when old Simpsons were like, was it Simpsons or Family Guy? I can't remember. I think it was Family Guy actually. But it's like, this is annoying as that time when they banned subliminal advertising. It's just like smoke. Cuter, let's take a look at this, man. So we've got Gaunt's Ghosts, Lemurus Commander. My God, with all of the upgrades. Okay. Talks, Kazakin. Vanquisher, Sentinel, Scions. All executioners on that. So I quite like that. I don't think you need the Scions and Gaunt's Ghosts, though. I don't really think you need both. You could probably get away with one or the other. Also, you probably could get away... I'm not sure I'd bother with the 6-up Feel No Pain on a Rust Commander. I'm just saying, I'm not sure I'd bother with it. So you could probably save a few points there as well. It's a good list overall, though. It's a good list overall. I like it. One thing, though, and I actually chatted... shout out, I don't know if they might have a YouTube channel, actually. If not, they might just be a team of friends. But shout out to the LOL Sheep team, because I met a few of the guys there. I played against them before at tournaments. I met them at the Super Major this weekend. And one of their guys was running a hammer, and he swore by Hellhounds. He had 1 Hellhound in his list. He came away from that tournament saying he wants 3 in his list. He said Hellhounds in hammer are a total sleeper. A total sleeper. He said because when you've got something like a Lehman Russ, that typically when you use smash through with it, it only wants to go 16 inches because it wants the +1 to hit. So you typically struggle with like that justification for move on it. But a Hellhound, because it auto hits with the Flamer and the Inferno Cannon, he was like, I put move on that, and then I can break through and I can go full 19 and just blast something. He said it won in more than one game at the weekend. So big shout out to the LOL Sheep team, and I'm sharing that knowledge with you guys. Hellhounds are looking really good in hammer, and a lot of people are overlooking at the moment, but they're looking like at least one. Yeah, at least one in the list. So take that. So Cuter, you don't necessarily have to get that in there, but I thought I would throw that at you for some food for thought. Otherwise, mate, your list looks fine. It's plenty of tanks. You've got Kazakin, Smash Fuck in there as well with the blasting through. You've got secondary game. You're looking good. You're looking good, mate. You're looking good. So Cuter, thank you for the support, man. And go forth and vank with great confidence. We've got Joe, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the giga chat. Just going to buy Action version 3 largely because of your videos. Almost done. Page my initial 1,000 points of Americans and having a blast. Yes, buy Action, baby. Every one of the dozen people that watches bought Action content on my channel. Just backhandedly throwing shade at the Bot Action crew. I'm teasing you all. No, in all seriousness, the Bot Action videos are actually extremely well supported. I'm very, very, very grateful to the MG Bot Action community, man. Holy fuck. I want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys, but also I want to say a big welcome to Joe. to the bot action community. Version 3, I absolutely love it. It's bot action is one of my favorite palette cleanser games. It's fucking incredible, man. And dude, I would love to see some pictures of the Americans and they're all painted up. Amazing, amazing. Joe, you're a good lad, and welcome to the bot action crew. There we are. Starcat 007. David Gaylord said that he wished he had triple vanquisher. Yes. Oh, oh, oh. Vindication. Big shout out to David Gaylord, who I bumped into at the tournament. It was so busy, I didn't get a chance to talk to him, but we did bump into each other. We said hi in passing, and I actually do want to. I want to touch base. I want to touch base. Also, shout out to Star Captain 007, who got a medal. He won something. He was the best. He won a UKTC. They do what's called Best in Bracket, and he won a Best in Bracket award. So big shout out to him. He was the person who had the highest score with 2 wins and a draw. So he got a very which is 50% win rate, basically a higher score with someone with a 50% win rate. So big shout out to him, and well done. And that was his first ever super major as well. So he went to first super major and came away with some fucking silverware, which is very, very good. So big shout out to Star Captain, man, amazing. We've also got the Whispering Monk. Yes, Whispering Monk, thank you for the 24-month member flex. Xbox, baby, it's finally happened. It's finally happened. 2 years of degeneracy. How much more can I take? Baby, it's not about how much more you can take. It's about how much more you want. And I know you want it. Whispering Monk. My ears need a good clean. Thank you for spotting job for 2 years, you absolute mad bastard. 07, mate. 007. There we go. We've got Waves of Dappen. Waves of Dappen, thank you so much, super chat, bro. Hey, MG, heard someone wanted a horse army advice. Well, I've arrived and left it in stream discussion for whoever asked. Cheers. All right, let's have a look. Let's share this out. Thank you, Waves of Dappen, for the horse advice. So here's my personal horse guide for you. While spamming max horses is fun, the best way I found are these. If you're using Death Riders, take them in groups of 5 rather than 10. They are expensive, but being smaller, they're easier to hide and much more maneuverable. Also allows you to use them to clean screens with their carbines and then frag tips for the rest. Too expensive for units of 10. Also, they are very good action monkeys. They're also very good move blocking screens. In my last 2 games, I trapped World Eaters in their rhinos for a few turns, but surrounding it with cavalry in the back and infantry in the front. Artillery should be placed in squads of 10s as their presence is terrifying to elite armies, which is most of the meta with those metal tips. Keep them in the back and slowly move them up till it's time to go big. But use them as a clean-up cruise because they cannot kill tough units at full strength, but they will kill wounded units easy. So you want to bring firepower to weaken them, then you send the Artillans in to clean up the rest. Dreer is a trap. Don't take him since he will make you want to have a full squad of 10 Death Riders, and his 3 orders will be wasted most time with his bad order range. Make sure to have infantry 2 as screen and command blobs through orders of the horse seeds, which is time for when it's time for them to do their thing. Artillery done right can also be made for horse list because it softens up the enemy, and then the riders can do the rest. One skill, a full 60-man Templar squad with Helbrecht and Artie, with Artie and 1 squad of 10 Rough Riders. I hope this helps. Very helpful. Waiting for it to happen. Thank you so much for the support, man. And just want to say, anyone who wants, I've read that out, of course. Timestamp for that was 43 minutes into the stream. If you want to go back and rewatch that, and if you want to be able to read that and digest it at your own pace, that is in stream discussion in the Mordian Glory Discord right now. There we are. I want to say a big thank you to Lich Finder General. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Eden Mordian, I'd be grateful for a Siege Regiment list review that I've placed for discussion. Still struggling to write outside of Combined. You just got to let go, man. You got to let go. You've just got to let go of Combined Arms. It's a comfy pair of slippers. It's a comfort blanket. But it's making you soft. Making you soft, baby. You got to let go. Challenge to the community. I'm going to an 80-person tournament. There are 2 golden tickets on the line. Tragically, my smooth Penal Legion brain is rattled from studying for the bar exam. I do not know what to bring. The lists are due on Tuesday, 11th of March. Can we generate a community-based list of what I can bring to the fight? The list will be named the Mordian 420th Rifle 69th Penal Legion. I love it. Do not worry if I have the right bits. I do have all the bits needed to make things work in my circumstances. Where I am worried is understanding the new attachments. What I can marshal. Characters. Every named character available. HQ. 3 Cadians, 3 Castellans, 4 command squads, 2 Tempestus commands, 3 commissars, 3 Matan priests, 9 psychers. Nice. 128 Deathcore, 130 Cadians, 60 Catachan, 20 Scions, 20 GW Signs, 80 Scions, 3D printed, 20 Aquilans, 10 Ratlings, 20 Kazakin, 20 Weapon Teams, 12 Ogren, 10 Cavalry. It's fucking like everything, right? Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. Fun Jacob. I'll come back to you. Let's find general. Let me focus on your list. Sorry, it's because it's posted slightly in the slightly different order in Discord. Let's find out. Let's look at your list. Caden Castellan. So this is Sea Regiment. Caden Castellan, Legacy Sidearm, Caden Command Squad, Eager Advance, 2 times Lehman Russ Commander, Plasma Ball Loadout, Ursula Creed, 20 Caden Shock, 10 Caden Shock, 10 Jungle Fighters, 10 Jungle Fighters, 20 Deathcore Krieg, Talks, Kazakin, Vanquisher, Scions. So the first thing is that your list is fine. The problem that you're probably having is that there's 2 problems that you're having. You try and do too much, and you're writing lists, and then before you get a chance to play them, you're talking yourself out of it. You just need to play a game. This is a big problem that I used to have. I used to write lists, and then before I even got a chance to play with the list, a list that I want to play with, before I even got to play the list, I taught myself out of it. And then I never got to actually experience that list. And then, so I was playing in my mind, but I was never playing on the tabletop. Just whether it's good or bad, you're just in that fucking death spiral right now. Just take the list. I'm not going to give you advice, List Fan General. I'm not going to. I'm not going to give you list building advice. I'm not going to tell you to take this out and put that in. Take this out. I'm not going to. The list is fine. From a theory point of view, it's fine. You got Kazakin, you got Vanquishers, you got Secondary Game, you got everything. It's fine. What you need to do is just play a game. You just need to play a game. Because then you will know what works and what doesn't. And that will allow you to inform yourself and inform your lists going forward. So just take the list you've built. You're going to be tempted to rewrite it again. Don't rewrite it again. Don't rewrite it again. Just take the list you built, go and play a game with it. And after you played that game, then start rewriting the list. That's my best advice to you. Because do you know what, man? I was doing exactly the same thing. Recently. The new guard codex, I kept building lists, and I kept like, I can't, I don't know. And then what happened is I just had to build a list to play Simon. I had to. I couldn't not. So I just threw a list together, played it, and went, okay. And ever since then, I've just been. It's just been list building's been fun again. Yeah. This is general. The reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to figure out what I need to buy. Try not to spend a bunch of money. Say, oops, this is bad. Nothing that you have put down there is bad. Any Castellans, command squads, and independent guard officers are always good. Lehman Russes are always good. Infantry is always good. The only thing on that list, which I would say is maybe a modern fad, is the Tauroxes. That's the only thing. So, bearing that in mind, this is not necessarily the best advice, but bearing that in mind, that the Taurox is very hot right now, but there's a very strong chance the Taurox is going to be shit again, because it's been shit for a long time. It's only good right now. The only thing that you might want to bear in mind is that the Chimera is always the Chimera is the staple transport. It's the good all-rounder. That's the only thing. Everything else you've picked in there is good, is good or better than good, historically speaking, and likely for the future. Outside of some crazy shit. Do you know what I mean? Outside of some crazy shit. So, yeah, remember, you can never go wrong. Whenever a new guard codex comes out, people always ask me what units I should buy. I always say to them, don't worry about what's meta right now. The only thing that really, because meta changes, rules change, rules change, but there's models are forever. But if you do need to twist my arm, I always recommend Russes, infantry, and chimeras. If people ever ask me for 3 units that never go out of fashion, Russes, any infantry. Literally, I'm talking from Kazakin and Scions, fucking Katachans, Russes, infantry, and chimeras. There you go. So let's find general. I hope that helps. And I appreciate that obviously if you've not bought the models yet, you need to be making informed decisions. So everything on there is good, apart from the Tauroxes, which are good now, but you might have to be ready to embrace the fact they might get nerfed. If you're worried about getting them nerfed and you're happy to take a bit of a power hit now, but you don't want to, but you want to be insured for the future, go for chimeras instead. There you go, man. Because you could literally drop like 1 unit of Scions out of your list and get and then you'd be able to points wise upgrade the 3 Tauroxes to chimeras. As Saulson Smith said, as soon as the points come, it's back to the chimeras. Yeah, exactly. And I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if it's true, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tauroxes go up to 80 points and chimeras go down to 75. I wouldn't be surprised. All right. Next, we've got Fun Jacob. So Fun Jacob. Basically, I'm going to do a little thing. So Fun Jacob, thank you for the 14 months, by the way. I'm going to do a little thing here. Fun Jacob, thank you so much for 14 months. I love X-Force, baby. Love the community challenge. I've added everyone in the Discord. And I said, community challenge. Who can write Fun Jacob the best list of models above? You've got pretty much everything there. For me, if I was to write you a list, I would go... Kazakin in a Taurox. I'd go for 2 units of Kazakin. I know you've only got 1 Taurox. If you can get another one, I'd go for 2 units of Kazakin and Tauroxes. Or I'd go 2 units of Kazakin, 1 on a Taurox, 1 on a Chimera. And I'd go for... 2 squads of 3 Ogryns in Chimeras. And a squad of Cadians to sticky your home objective. I take Lord Solar. I go Hammer the Emperor, by the way. I take Lord Solar. I'd take a Hellhound. And the rest of it, I'd go tank commanders, any kind of Lehman Russell, Rogue or Dawn, starting with commanders, and just flesh list out. Yeah, so you want like 4 or 5, like you want 4 to 5 main battle tanks, 4 to 5 transports, with Kazakin taking priority. A Lord Solar, sit on your home objective. Don't need the 10 Cadians, and a Hellhound. Not in Siege, in Hammer. In Hammer. Is that, did he say in Siege? He didn't say in Siege. There you go. There you go. That's what I would, that's the rough thing that I would take. All right. Okay, we've got one more super chat here, and then I think we're all caught up. I'll check it on Twitch, gang. Make sure I've not missed anything from those delightful reprobates. No, we're all good. Let's now go over to CJ, my boy. CJ, thank you so much for super chat, man. RTT round 1, Desolation Squad with Plunging Fire kills 10 Cadians and the Lord Solar Blob on home objective. I run up 26 Krieg into 20-inch, and he pops a no-shoot 18-inch. Desolation Squad turn 2 deletes Krieg. CJ, did he tell you he had that stratagem? Did you announce what you were trying to do? Because if you said, I'm going to move up here so I can shoot those guys, and then he didn't say anything, and then when you went to shoot, he went, can't shoot within 18 inches, that's a gotcha. I'm just saying, like, he warned me against his strats. I had to force it, though. Okay, so he didn't gotcha you. Good, because I was about to get angry. I was about to be righteously indignant. I had to force it, though. Tried targeting something else to eat the strat. Oh, what do you mean? Like, you kept shooting other stuff? Yeah. The plunging fire ignores cover. It was insane. Yeah, a lot of people forget about plunging fire, but it's really is a thing. It's a huge thing in WTC. It's a huge thing in WTC because the ruins are so tall. Yeah. CJ, I find there are a lot of units out there which people dismiss, which are, you know, from like yesteryear, like Thunderwolves and shit, which are actually very good. Which are actually still very good. And I think a lot of people dismiss Desolation Squads and stuff, but they shouldn't do. And what's interesting is with Eldar becoming very, very prevalent, we are starting to see more and more of these last year units coming back. I came across, not personally, but I saw across the gaming hall and across my travels in the gaming hall, multiple Marine players fielding Whirlwinds because of Eldar. Because they needed indirect fire to deal with Eldar. Crazy, man. When was the last time we saw a fucking Whirlwind after all of the indirect fire nerfs? But sometimes factions force crazy shit. Sometimes the meta shifts in unpredictable ways. So CJ, I just want to say, you have my condolences. I imagine round 1 was a bit of an uphill battle after that. But hey, lessons learned. And I suppose have to bear that in mind for... Do you know what this... To be honest, man, do you know what this... I think we're in a mech meta. Discussing the podcast. PBC Supremacy. PBCs! I think we're in a mech meta. As someone who ran many, many, many blobs of infantry this weekend, the number one lesson that I came away with was, man, I wish I had tanks. Oh man, I wish I had tanks. I got too used to that cushy tank lifestyle, you know. I used to be pure infantry commander. I used to be a pure infantry commander, boys. After this weekend, I'm like, damn, I wish I had some heavy armor. A chimera, my kingdom for a chimera. Oh. Oh, there we go. Right, we're all caught up on the super chat stuff. I want to say a big thank to all of you guys for your support and for your patience. Now, before we get into the after action report, I need to go to the toilet. So that way I can go to the toilet and then we can just plow. But what I will do is I will get a picture on screen for you guys to get the whistle
Forward,
nice
you
and
dogs,
wet.
to
Should we get game number
victory!
1 picture coming on here? All right, here we go. There we are. Before I say a quick thank to Scully. Scully, my boy! Thank you for the super chat, man. It's good to be back, baby. It's good to be back, baby! Mr. Streams. Dude, you've been missed, man. It's good to have you back. I hope they drop the points on the Aegis wall so that it can be used in Recon. I'm liking the talks and hammer with 2 squads of engineers for a mortal bomb. Dude, they need to drop the Aegis one way or another. Either out of the game or they need to drop its points. But yeah, I totally agree. It's too buku right now. It's too buku. It's a great piece of terrain, though. I kind of wish they would make... I kind of wish that there'd be some fucking terrain maps that used Age Defense Line like terrain so that people can have... Because there's nothing that... L-shaped ruins are fine, but barricades and defensive works and fortifications, they always look better. They conjure things in your mind. So yeah, totally agree. Also, you are 100% correct. Engineers in Tauroxes are fucking lethal. Really, really good. Lemmy Winks, thank you for your 1 month support there, mate. I'll get back to you in a moment when I come back from the toilet. I will be a couple of minutes, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a moment. Here is a picture for your viewing pleasure in the meantime. All right, I'm back. Oh. Let's have a look where we're up to. Oh, okay. So I want to say a big thank you to Lemmy Winks. Thank you so much, man, for the 1 month member flex. Let's have a look here, buddy. Played my first game this weekend. Report in stream discussion. Oh, let's have a look. Lemmy Winks played my first game this weekend. 2v2 with friends. It was myself representing his Imperial Guard and my 3 friends, all disgusting traitors with 1,000 suns, care space from the Warriors. That is a hell of a of a friend group to keep. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Maybe you should go traitor guard. Just complete the trifecta. Started off bad for us, but we stole victory from the jaws of defeat. I stole the mid objective with the big blob and dropped Gaunt's ghost onto the home objective. We wiped out a bunch of cultists. By round 5, I had 5 men left, holding the center objective, stuck in combat with 3 exalted 8-bound models. It was all or nothing at this point. If they get to the fight phase, I'm dead. He takes the points and wins. At the final moment, the Rubrics came in with the steel chair and slapped them silly. Yes! I used a lot of your advice to survive, but most of my 1,000 points were just what I had available to me. It also helped my teammate build his list to fit around mine. Good. He brought the killing stuff, I brought the body. Well, that's the most important bit from doing a team game. That's the most important thing to get right. Having lists that complement each other. I should have taken a lot more photos of my army in action, but I was too sucked into the game. So here's just them photos. Dude, it's better for you to enjoy the game and worry about the photos later. Do you know what I mean? But dude, even though you're siding with dirty traitors, it looks great. It looks good, man. Nice. Cool, man. They're really cool. I remember seeing the in progress pictures of these guys. Yeah. With the camo cloaks and everything. Nice. I like it. They look great. Lemmy Winks, you mad bastard. Thank you so much for support and congratulations on having fun in your first game. Amazing. Amazing. And well done on the victory as well. Victory is assured. All right. Shall we get into this bloody after action report? Eh? All right. So quickly, let me tell you what my list was. So my list was a themed list. It was a pure infantry guard army. So there was nothing that wasn't infantry. I thought about taking sentinels, but I was like, no. I don't care if it's got feet. A sentinel isn't an infantry. So it was a pure infantry guard army. And it consisted of 1 full battalion. So it was 1 battalion consisting of 3 companies. Each company consisted of 3 platoons. You're like, Mordian, what the hell are you talking about? Well, I had a unit of Cadians with a command squad and a Castellan. I had 2 units of 20 Death Corps Krieg. And then I had a unit of Kazakin. And then I times that by 3. So, platoon of Cadians, 2 platoons of Kriegers, little squad of specialists. That was 1 company. Times that by 3. 3 companies. 3 companies equals 1 battalion. So I took to a tournament 1 battalion of guard. That was literally my motivation behind the list. It was, I'm going to take, as near as damn it, a law accurate Imperial Guard battalion to a tournament. And obviously, you know, it's not entirely possible to get that kind of stuff right on the tabletop. Law doesn't always meet lists, but that was near as damn it as I could do. And I topped the list off with 2 5-man squads of Scions during secondaries. The only thing that, the only exception to that was I had, in one of the companies, instead of Acadian Castellan, I had Creed. Turns out Creed's really good. So that was my list. I think it totaled to 239 bodies, give or take. Let's talk about the tournament. It was a big one. In fact, give me a second. I will tell you exactly how many people were there. BCP. 337 people. Yeah. Although there were some people that had dropped. So 328 people. 337 people signed up. 328 people played. So it was a proper, it was a proper super major. Yeah, it was a proper super major. I just want to double check something here. So 328 people. And it was a Shark Tank, boys. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was a Shark Tank. There were just, I mean, just looking around the table, man. Looking at the tables, I didn't see anyone that just wasn't bringing good shit. Like, I've just looked at the person that came, I've just looked at, like, obviously scrolling through the names who was there. I've seen people there that were in, like, were near the bottom of the tournament overall that I know have won, like, local tournaments elsewhere. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was, I think it's the sharkiest super major I've ever been to. Like, it wasn't the usual, like, 10% at the top are great, 10% at the bottom are, like, maybe just, just run whatever the fuck they want, fun list, maybe not as good, try not, not throwing shade. 8% in the middle, bring in, mid-table goodness. I would say it was 75% fucking 75% sweat. There were, I mean, I was looking around the hall. There were many big names in the UK tournament scene. There was so many people wearing, like, sponsored shirts and stuff for, like, for either they were part of international teams or they were running YouTube channels and stuff like that. What can I say? It was sweaty as fuck. But not in a bad way. It was just, we're at this point now in 10th edition where we are well into the second half of the edition, and this is what you see in every edition. I've seen this all through 8th. I've seen this all through 9th. I saw it in 6th and 7th. When you get to the latter half of the edition, a lot of people who are less tournament inclined step away because they're like, I'm a bit burned out, I want to go and do something else. And the people that are still in it are the ones that are in it because it is more tournament inclined. So it was a perfect example of where we are in the meta right now. Very good example of that. Give you an idea of the format, it was UKTC. So it's all so UKTC has its own standard terrain layout. It's all L-shaped ruins essentially, apart from occasionally you have like a strip. So this is still a ruin here, and occasionally we have two L-shaped ruins that get pushed together to make a kind of like W-shaped ruin. But it's all ruins. 3-hour rounds. Everyone play 3 games on the first day, 2 games the second day. And then if you make it to, I think it's like it's either top 8 or top 16, you play up to 3 more games on the second day. So potentially you play 8 games overall. Potentially you play 5 games in one day. with people, with the final happening, the final finishing at midnight. So it's, you know, it's if you're those people that are finishing, that are playing 5 games one day, they're the people that are obviously trying to win the whole thing. But for the like vast overwhelming majority of people, it's you play 5 games, 3 on the first day, 2 on the second day. And that's basically the format. So what was my goal for this tournament? Because it's always, here's something that discussing was it podcast. I got 8th and didn't make it. Oh, Aiden, well done. Well done. So is it not top 8 then? Is it like top 6 or something? Top 4 this time only. Oh, okay. That's crazy. Well, you should have done better, shouldn't you, Aiden? Only 8th. Least you could have done is got 7th.
Reporting for duty, sir.
I was like 150th. Well done, Aiden. Seriously, man. Seriously, well done. Mad Larkin, I always ignore you. I am ignoring you, but not on purpose, man. Let me have a look. What were you saying? Why do I keep ignoring you? Did you wear your Vanguard Tactics jersey? I didn't. Lambast me, Mad Larkin. I just forgot. I was just a bit tired. I was a bit tired. It was any consolation. I did wear a Warhammer themed t-shirt both days. I just forgot the Vanguard Tactics one. They were both Imperial Guard themed t-shirts. All right. Because shit me, I need to spend more time on TTS and abandon my family. Well, now you get it. Now you understand what it takes to get top 4. Now you understand it, right? How dare you have a social life and pets and family? How dare you? What was my goal for this tournament? Because I think it's something that few people actually just take 30 seconds out of their life and just, whether it's 30 seconds on the drive over to the tournament or 30 seconds when you wake up in the morning or when you're signing up for a tournament, it's 30 seconds before you play your first game. You should say to yourself, what is your goal? And your goal might be, I am going to go as hard as possible, win as much as possible. I am going to do the best I possibly can do. That is a very simple goal, and it's absolutely okay. Doesn't need to be complicated. My goal for this tournament was very simple. I had mentally prepared myself to potentially go 0 and 5. I'd mentally prepared myself to do that. I wasn't aiming to lose every game, but I was here to stress test Recon. And so I would play my best, but if there was an opportunity to test something, even if I thought it could potentially cause me to lose a game, I would test it. So can this unit move out here and hold against the clapback? Stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Because it's all well and good having a practice game with Recon. It's all well and good theory crafting Recon. But this was possibly it's going to be one of the few chances. It's possibly the only chance I'm going to get to take a classic pure infantry list at a super major event. So there was that. So that was my goal. Just stress test Recon. Hopefully I could come away with a win on each day. But if I didn't, I that was okay. As long as I came away with valuable lessons learned that I could share with you guys, that was the important thing. The other thing that I wanted to mention is I was aware that my list had big holes in it. I didn't have any indirect fire. And I knew that was going to fuck me. I knew that by not putting in it, I consciously made that decision because I wanted to try something else out. And I was like, I'm not good. I haven't got any indirect fire. I'm playing in UKTC. I know that's going to fuck me. I'm okay with that because I'm going to try something else instead. So what was I trying out instead? I've been running Pure Infantry for a long time. I've been playing Pure Infantry for a long time. But when I first started doing this kind of playstyle, one of the tactics that I used to rely upon was being able to outflank a massive infantry. What I used to call opening up the second front, where basically I would bring on like 60 infantry on a flank and catch the enemy by surprise. And I haven't done, and I used to do this in 6th and 7th edition, but I haven't done, basically haven't done it in 8th and 9th and 10th. And I wanted to force myself to see, can pure infantry work if I basically get pseudo indirect fire via mass strategic reserves? So that was kind of my goals. So 2 goals: stress test Recon, and is there any value in looking back on old tactics and seeing if they adapt to the new meta? So now you know the overall goal that I had for the event. And you know the format of the event, and you know what was in my list. I just want to do a big shout out, David Gayland, my boy. David, great to have you in the stream, mate. For those that don't know, David is one of the 2 people that runs the Fireside podcast. If you've not seen it, go and check them out. Very, very good podcast. Very, very good competitive players. And David was, I think, the only undefeated guard player at Manchester GT. Or was it only undefeated with Mech? David. Either way, very, 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 very impressive stuff, mate. Very impressive. I'm sorry I didn't get. I tried. I know we bumped into each other, and I said I'd come and find you. I'm sorry that I didn't bump into you again. Sorry, man. It's my bad. But I would love, David, to sit down and talk to you about your experience with Mech at Manchester GT. I think it would be really fun. No pressure, obviously, if you're busy, mate, but I think it'd be really fun. And also, it would be kind of cool to swap notes on Recon versus Mech. I think we kind of swap notes on that. All right, but David, great to have you here, man. And we're just about to get into game number 1. There you are. Well, undefeated with 2 draws. Hey, it counts. Hey, it counts. It counts, man. It counts. David, I think it's probably because you were at one end of the hall and I was at the other end. All right. So, game number 1. We need mission stuff. Well, I can tell you what my match it was first. You're going to hear the dun noise from the computer. It's me. It's not you guys on your computer. Whenever when you disconnect the phone, it goes. I don't want people to think, oh, I've got an alert on my computer. No, you haven't, boys. Don't worry. It's on my end. I took some notes here. Okay, so I played a lovely chap called Matt, and the mission was terraform with sweeping engagement and strike and swift action. Yeah. I just want to check something here. Okay, so I was playing against Matt. He had Drukari, and that was a problem because I have Recon, and he is an assault army. So obviously, one of the things you don't want to face with Recon is assault armies. So obviously, first round, I faced an assault army, for fuck's sake. Now, in his list, he had 2 units of Talos. He had 2 Venoms. One had... They both had 5 Witches in. One had a Succubus. One had Lilith Hesperax in. He then had a big unit of Grotesques. He had a Raider with the Court of the Archon. So Cabalites, and some Scourges with Haywire Blasters. Now, for deployment, this picture here is taken. I think it's taken just after. Who went first? I went first. This picture must be taken just after my round 1. So for my deployment, I had 2 blobs of Kriegers down here. So basically one sort of here, one sort of here. I had my
Infantry,
so I had basically.
Mobile infantry
Let me take you through my
the
deployment
man
again.
I am today.
Blob of Kriegers here. Blob of Kriegers with the Commissar here. And then I had Kazakin and Kriegers. Basically, I had in reserve. I had all my infantry on the board with, apart from I had a unit of Cadians, Kriegers, and Kazakin in reserve. So 56 infantry in reserve. I go first, and I don't want to go first, naturally, okay? I've gone tactical objective, my opponent's gone fixed. He picks Call the Horde and Assassinate. I'm going to be honest with you, huge blind spot for me. I hadn't even thought about that. I was like, oh yeah, like, fixed objectives are a thing. So, he took fixed objectives against me, and he took 2 good ones against me. So it came down to, so my turn 1, I draw, I'll take you through the objectives, boys. So I go first. Now, so I won't skip ahead. The reason I don't want first turn is because I want to be able to score at the end of the game. And also I want it to force him to have to come out to me. By going first, me going first, it means that I have to make the first move, which means that he can then get the first blow on me. One thing that I've learned with Horde armies in 10th edition is if you might think that 240 bodies is enough, the reality of the situation is that if you are reckless, you will get tabled. You will get tabled with 240 bodies. The game's hyper lethal. Despite GW's best efforts at the beginning of 10th edition to make things not be hyper lethal, it turns out that through a combination of subtle power creep and people just getting better at the game and building better lists, that actually 10th edition is just as lethal. Just as lethal back in the day. So bodies are not really a stat check. Not in a singles tournament. In a teams tournament, I think it's a different case. But in a singles tournament, bodies aren't a stat check. So turn 1, Turn 1, I drew Cleanse. And so what I did is basically I put 20 Kriegers out here to do Cleanse on this objective. I got a 6-inch on my... I had my other Kriegers here. And I got a 6-inch on my advance. And I was like, fuck it. That's like 15 inches. So I just swung over to... Because I moved them as well. So I swung them over to here with this next blob of Kriegers. And then I had a unit of Kazakin do... Cleanse on this objective. And then I had Recover Assets, which I just binned off at the end of the turn. This unit of Kazakin here, I kind of put them out there as a little bit of like bait, but also because I wanted to, because obviously he's got a lot of stuff that's hidden behind here. So what I wanted to do is to go, oh, look, some Kazakin, and to run out and like fuck them up. And then my job, I can jump out in return and just like blast him. So that was kind of what I was trying to do there. So then we go over. I think I've got a picture of my opponent's one. But look at the time, boys. Like, we had 1 hour 23 minutes each. I did that first turn in like with decision making in like 7 minutes, man. I had no issues with the clock this tournament. No issues at all. Got a couple of action shots for you here. Not particularly good shot for you there. Bit of a close up of where things are after move. And Castellan squad there. And I think that's basically it. My opponent's in the middle of his sort of deployment and movement. Crotch cam. There you go. So this is what the situation looked like at the end of my round 2. I didn't get many pictures of my opponent's round 1. But essentially what happened was my opponent played it very cagey. So his round 1, my opponent literally scored nothing. Didn't go for any like real primary. Just my opponent just played it cagey. He staged. My opponent just staged massively. Does he have the Welsh flag shot on? Yes, I think he was part of Team Wales. So he just staged up, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna try and take some board control then. So it comes over to my turn too, and benefit of hindsight, I probably pushed too early. Lesson learned, but I probably pushed too early. So what happened here is let me just check something here, boys. So what happened here is I pushed a bit too early, but I saw a couple of opportunities to try and do some damage. So basically, I pushed forward with both Kazakhstan squads here and took out the Talos there. I have to admit, I have a blind spot when it comes to Talos. Not a blind spot. What's the opposite of a blind spot? I have an unreasonable fear of Talos because of previous editions. It really turns out that they're not that bad anymore. They're really not that bad. Like, honestly, don't know why I shit myself so much. It's because of, like, I think it's like 8th edition or 9th edition when Talos were literally unkillable. So I see them and I'm like, let's kill the Talos, but actually they're really not that bad anymore. It's because they only come in 2-man squads. I think they used to come in like 6-man squads. 6-man squads. And they used to be like a 5 up feel no pain or 4 up feel no pain or some mad shit. And now it's like 2-man squads. Like, was it like a 6 up infant? 6 up feel no pain or something? It's yeah. Nowhere near as bad as it used to be. So I killed the Talos over here. And I kind of like pushed forward onto a bunch of objectives. But you can see I've kind of like staged up behind. You know, I've got a few platoons ready. I bring in a platoon over here because I'm kind of expecting to get shit on here. And I'm like, bring the platoon here so I can move on. Big mistake here is I didn't come out with my movement trades. I should have just, again, benefit of hindsight. I was being a bit lazy this game. What I should have done is had one unit here. This unit should have still been back here. Or should have been on the objective but 4 inches behind. And this unit here should have just been stringing across. You can see, like, this one unit here easily could have blocked all of this off. So this was wasting 2 squads when I should have, and ending it with no one on the objective, when I should have wasted 1 squad and had some people on the objective. That was a big mistake over there. But that was essentially my turn. Killed some Talos. I'm sure I did some other damage elsewhere, but that was the long and the short of it. Oh, Silence came down and killed 5 Cabalites on the objective there. Although apparently it was, I think it was Sticky, or he had something else on there. All right. So this is end of my turn 3. So we need to do my opponent's turn 2. Opponent's turn 2, predictable things happened. It turns out that 5 witches and a succubus will kill 20 guardsmen. Easily. It turns out that 5 witches and Lilith Hesperax will kill 20 guardsmen very easily. If anything hammered home, the fact that 20-man blobs are not survivable. If anything hammers home the fact that 5 up Feel No Pain was keeping us in the fucking game, it is seeing 6 models only roll about maybe a third of their attacks, maybe half their attacks, and pick up 20 guardsmen with these. Yeah. That was insane. Literally 12 models picked up 40 models, and they probably use half their attacks. Yeah. So that was brutal. And then the Talos sort of floated over here and helped out, but the Talos didn't even get to attack. Madness. And then the Court of the Archon came out and charged both of my Kazakin squads. I have to be honest, I thought the Kazakin, I underestimated the Court of the Archon. I thought that 2 units of Kazakin, which popped take cover on themselves in my opponent's turn, because they can do that, with a 3-up save, would be able to survive Court of the Archon. It turns out that pain tokens say, fuck you. Yeah. Pain tokens say, fuck you. So, Court of the Archon, boosted by pain token, absolutely ripped through 20 Kazakin, which was a bit of a pisser. It also turns out that Court of the Archon being -1 to rune is a real ball ache as well. So basically what happens is the Court of the Archon came in here and just ripped apart 20 Kazakin. Again, I tell you what, that shouldn't have happened. These movement trays speed up your movement, obviously. But they make you very susceptible to losing more models than you should do. I noticed with Tyranids, when I ran my Tyranid Swarm, I noticed it in this game. The movement tray, they shouldn't be called movement trays. They should be called deployment trays. Once you've deployed on them, do not be afraid to move off them. This game got fucked by me not... This game got fucked by me not using movement trays. This game got fucked by me not coming out of movement trays when I should have done. Yeah. So it comes up to my turn 3, and I do okay in my turn 3, to be fair. So to give you an idea of where the points were turn 3, I had cleanse turn 1 for 4. Turn 2, I got 12 on primary and 8 on secondary. And turn 3, I got 4 on primary and I got 8 on secondary again. So like I'm not doing too badly at all. The problem is I'm not terraforming anything. I'm trying to terraform stuff, but I'm dying. I never got the chance to terraform anything. You can't do it like because turn 1 I had cleanse, and you can't cleanse and terraform. Benefit of hindsight, I should have terraformed, not cleansed. Would have made a big difference, but here we are. So my turn 3, I do a decent. I take out about half of the Court of the Archon because the -1 to wound thing, I misjudged it. I kill Uriel, whatever he's called, but he gets back up. And I basically kill the Talos because it's like I kill one goes down to 1 wound, and it dies to some erroneous firepower. I think it dies to a melter mine in like later turns. And I try to kill the I tried to it's like the witches have jumped back in their transport, so I can't get them, unfortunately. So turn 3 is looking good. Turn 3, it's looking very good. I'm not gonna lie. See, we've got some pictures of my opponent's turn 3, but I'm starting to. So the problem is that. So this is before we go to turn 4. Let's talk about the big problem. My reserves had to come in down here. Reserves. Look at that, boys. I had to bring it down, so I wanted to kill this plane. But caught the Archon and these guys hiding behind here, screening me out here. This stuff screening me out here. Talos doing a surprisingly, and Plane and Urian, plus stuff that's hidden behind here, doing a surprisingly good job of screening me out. Turns out, I learned very quickly that the idea of opening up the second front doesn't work in 10th. Why? The boards are too small. With an absolute minimal amount of models, I was screened out. And it's a combination of two factors. Screening out people, it's strategic reserves. Screening out strategic reserves is very easy because it's a small board. And when you can come in, because of all the line of sight blocking terrain, you can't see anything. So the big so it sounds off. So I don't think it's possible to open up the second front now. Which I stuck with it for a couple more games, but I don't think day two I didn't put anything in reserve and I did much better. Literally just put 2 12 signs in reserve. Yeah. Opening up the second front is dead. And it's a shame because it's a really cool tactic and it looks great when you bring them on. But it looks great. It used to look great when I brought on like 60 guys. But opening up the second front doesn't work. You either don't have line of sight or you can't come on anywhere meaningful. Doesn't work as pseudo indirect fire, which is a big problem because I had kind of been relying upon that for my indirect fire. It's a big problem. So let's go to Eldar turn 3. Or whatever the next summary picture is. I'll see what pictures I've got left, to be honest, boys. I took a few action shots here. It's done in turn 4. So turn 3, the grotesques came out. So turn 3, my opponent brought the grotesques out and they smashed the 20-man Krieg blob that was here. And the Court of the Archon smashed the Cadian blob that was here. Half a Court of the Archon killed 25 Cadians. Half. They had some like fire support, don't get me wrong, but still, that was difficult. I really thought I'd be able to hold there. So my turn 4, the Talos is gone, the plane has gone, and you can see I'm actually doing all right. I've managed to husband my guardsmen quite well. The issue is I'm not regrowing anyone. So I've got all these med packs and I'm not regrowing anyone. Why? Because if there's no one left alive in a 20-man blob, you don't get to come back. Very, very difficult. So turn 4, I mop up a lot of stuff, and I've got 20 guardsmen here, 20 guardsmen here, 20 guardsmen here, 20 guardsmen here. So I've got about 80 guardsmen and 10 Kazakin and Scions combined left. So I've got about 90 guardsmen left. Points-wise, again, I do well. I'm doing well on points. So I get 8 on primary, and I get extend battle lines, and I get bring it down because I kill the plane, the Talos, and something else. Must have been a Venom or something. I killed 3 vehicles. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I killed 3 vehicles on turn 4. Which is good. Turn 4 for my opponent. He basically comes flying in and just smashes everything you see here. Comes flying in, smashes a fuckload of stuff. Like Lilith comes in, deletes like Creed's blob essentially. The Court of the Archon deletes these motherfuckers. Oh yeah, no, I killed the Venom. I killed the Venom and the witches inside. That was it. Yeah, I think I grenaded the venom. I don't think of how I did it now. Anyway, that's how I got bring it down. I killed the venom. So we're getting into the final stages of the game now at this point, and the turns are falling into a familiar pattern of I'm marching forward onto objectives, but I can't terraform any of them because nothing that I march onto the objectives is surviving. That's the problem. So I'm doing okay, but this is basically what the game looks like. There are a few models here that, you know, you can see I've got some dead guys here. Not all the models here are completely accurate, but this is a general sense of what the board looks like at the end of the game. But we basically talk out turn 5 because we didn't need to. We had like 10 minutes each left on the clock. The time, by the way, the time here is after me and my opponent have been chatting and I've been taking some pictures. I think we had like 10-20 minutes left on the clock. We just were having a bit of a chat afterwards. So we talk out turn 5 because it's fairly easy to predict. I just draw my cards, my opponent draws his cards, we move the models around, no problem. Now, here's the thing. The game ends and I've got 78 points. 78 points. Let me check something here, boys. Make sure I want to double check I didn't. I'm not doing fuck you guys.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
The game ends and I've got 78 points. And my opponent has 81 points. So I lose by 3 points. But I didn't realize this until day 2. Until I chatted to my mate Will. Death Guard, Will from Discussing Resilient Podcast. My opponent scored 6 points at the end of the game.
You dogs, to victory!
For terraform. Because he went, I'm going to move on to these objectives. I'm going to terraform them. Turns out, can't terraform final turn. So, you get 2 points for each one of those terraforms. So actually, I lost by 3 points. That's the score we submitted. But the reality is, I actually won by 3 points. But we didn't notice at the time. I didn't know that was a thing. My opponent just went, and by the way, I don't know my opponent's first time I played him, but I can tell you right now that was an honest mistake made by both sides. That was an honest mistake made by both sides. That was not. I don't want anyone thinking there was any hanky panky there in any way, shape, or form. There wasn't. So, and in all honesty, it was an incredibly tight game. And if this was WTC scoring, it would have been a draw. So, and my opponent was an amazing sport. I learned loads about Dark Elder because the last 3 times I played Dark Elder 10th, I've had mech. I had mech. So they were like running in and like bouncing off tanks, and this time they were running and butchering like 20 guardsmen. So StarCraft 7, I think half the people there made that mistake. Yeah, I think 50. I agree with StarCraft. I would say 50% of people made that mistake and didn't find out until like turn 2, and then it was like too late to do anything about it. So look, whether it's a win or a loss, it doesn't really matter. The important thing is make sure you know your missions. And I think that was an amazing game, and I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed that game, and it's one of the best games I've had to start off a tournament. So Technically, you know, the score, the record will know I lost that game, but maybe it shouldn't have been a loss, but I'll take the L. You know, I'll take the L. There you go. But and if it was under a different scoring, by the way, I always track the I'm not saying, oh, it was a draw in WTC to like wipe myself off, make myself feel better. As you guys who watch the battle reports know, as you guys don't watch my battle reports know, I always keep a track of the different game scoring systems because some people play WTC, some people play UKTC, some people play GW and all that kind of stuff. So game one, good game. Game one, good game. But unfortunately, so you guys decide. You guys decide what. 1 minute. You guys decide what happened there. But as far as I'm concerned, I had a good game one versus an assault army, and I managed to bring it right down to the wire. There you are. I managed to bring it right down to the wire, and I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Yeah. Star Captain, finally, he's been spamming for 10 minutes. Yeah, but he was spamming stuff that was like relevant. So I wasn't that bothered. But then he was being a knobhead. Fucking hell. It's always, you know what, man? If I may riff for a second. Every single person that's ever come into a live stream and spammed and spammed and spammed and spammed and spammed has been a fucking kid. It's these fucking ADHD, fucking instant gratification, fast food culture riddled kids that come in and just are like, give me attention, give me attention. And then if you don't read like every fucking message out to them, they'll then start posting some shit just to get a reaction. And the reaction is, get fucked. Yeah, it's when we take out the much. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. All right. So that was game number one. Game number one. It was a good game, and lots of lessons learned. A couple of things to mention. I basically played that entire game without a detachment rule. Okay. But occasionally, I did get shot at in that game. And whenever I got shot at, my guardsman felt really durable. Really, really durable. So that was good. The problem that I had in that game, apart from I made some mistakes. So points of reserve was a mistake. Being lazy with movement trades was a mistake. Going too all in was a mistake. Getting the end of the mission point scoring wrong was a mistake. I'll own all those mistakes. Those are all things to pick, to learn for next time. But one thing that I thought would save me, one thing that I thought would help me a lot more in this assault matchup. Here you go, Trooper. One thing that I thought would help me a lot more in the assault matchup would be Tanglefoot and the reactive move. The problem I found was against Eldar, they were so fast that the reactive move didn't really get me far enough away. Because they'd be like 1 inch away and then I'd move and they'd be like 6 inches away. Also, I can't reactive move with everyone. Also, if you're fighting over the mid board, if you reactive move away, you're often moving off objectives. So there was a lot of times I was like, reactive move isn't going to help me here. Reactive move wasn't going to help me. So I found reactive move and Tanglefoot wasn't good in this Dark Elder matchup. And honestly, what I wish I had in that game if I was still running pure infantry, I wish I had some counter punch in melee. I wish I had one of three things. One of three things could have saved my ass. One, melee counter punch. Even if that's Rough Riders with fucking frag tips. Two, something that wouldn't get instantly blended. Whether that's Bulgrins or Chimeras. Four things, actually. Three, I wish I had Overwatch. Very, very few times. And that's... I wished I had Overwatch in, I'd say, 3 out of 5 games. When I say Overwatch, I mean, like, Flamers. I took Katachan. I could have taken 3 20-man Katachan blobs in this army. I didn't appreciate it until now. But that would have covered a huge problem in my list. Multiple times when I could have just been like, 4 Flamers. And then the fourth thing was indirect fire. Something that was something I came to appreciate was that I would have taken a lot less casualties if I'd had a lot more indirect fire, because I wouldn't have had to have the first wave. I wouldn't have had to make the first move every game, and I could have softened the enemy up, so I was taking less casualties as well. So yeah, I think if I was to do this list again, I would go down to maybe 180 infantry over 240. And I would stick in, like, first thing I stick in is 3 Katachan teams with mortars. Second thing I'd stick in would probably be 3 Cajun teams with mortars. That's all I would need. Maybe some fobs. But honestly, probably just 18 mortars. Because there's no point in me being AP -1 with the fobs. So I might as well be AP 0 and get more.
I only have one rule. Everyone fights, no one quits.
There we are. So loads and loads to learn from game 1. Loads and loads to learn from game 1. It was a bad matchup. It was a bad matchup. Because Dark Elder have got the volume. It would have been... I was getting same vibes from that game if I played World Eaters. And we also what World Eaters did to Tyranid Horde, right? I was getting same vibes. But I'm pretty... Like I said, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Basically, that game was very, very close. 3 points in it either way. 3 points in it either way. I either would have won, won by 3 points, or I lost by 3 points. You get the point, Could have been a draw under any other circumstances, under many circumstances. And it was a great game. So yeah, fantastic first game, and straight away learning things about the Recons. All right, shall we catch up on some super chats and then get into game number 2? All right. So I want to say a huge thank you to Godlike Power, RTRT, Mad Larkin, CJ, Marshall Law, Trooper, Cosmic, Anti Williams, Dustin Polos, Butt Mountain, Bob Lowe, and Star Captain. I want to say a big thank you to all of you guys, because you've all done super chats and support, and you've all been waiting patiently for me to get to you. So, starting off, I want to say a big thank you to Godlike Poet. Yes. Godlike Poet, thank you for the tip, mate. Had a quiet weekend, but I'm back into the flow today. Yes, mate. The boys in silver are taking form. Picture team discussion. Also, you don't have to worry about me ever picking up Grey Knights. No way in hell I'm ever painting another one of those banners. Glad to hear you had a good time. I've also got Crucible. Crucible, I've also got you as well. Let's have a look at the pictures, man. They look so good. Mate, they look so good, man. And the truth is that you only have to paint like a banner in the Terminator squads. I faced Grey Knights this tournament and he didn't have a single banner. So I'm just saying, like, maybe if you went down the strike squad route, you could get Grey Knights and not have to paint any banners. There you go. There you go. Dude, they look fantastic. Loving the weapons, the halberds, the hammers, the staves, and yeah, I think Grey Knights are a really cool looking army. Yeah. I think Grey Knights are a really cool looking army. I think they're great. If I was to be a pretentious person, I would paint my Custody silver, my Grey Knights gold. Just to be a knobhead. But no, mate, they've come out fantastically. Good shit, man. Really good. Loving the classic Grey Knight colours. All right. Also want to say a big thank you to Crucible, my boy. Crucible, thank you for the super chat, man. In contrast, my pure tank list went 3-0 undefeated. Hey, Crucible, victory is assured. Well done at the tournament. Well done on going 3-0. I guess some people just can't handle that much armor. I guess so, man. I guess so. Dude, well done on the victories. And thank you for the support. We've also got RT, thank you so much for the 10-month member flex, baby. Posted a couple of work in progress Death Guard if you fancy a gander. Always fancy a gander, mate. Oh, mate, they look so good. Dude, come on. The hobby progress we're seeing tonight, boys. You guys are absolutely smashing it. They look absolutely fucking disgusting, which is exactly how they should look. I love it. So cool. Like, seriously, man, so cool. Proper grime encrusted fucking pink intestines and tentacles everywhere. Looks like rotting, bloated skin. That's what the armor looks like. It's pretty fucking vile, to be honest. I love it. I love it. Well done, RT. You've done a good job there, bro. We've also got Matt Larkin. Thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Matt Larkin, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support. Thank you for not bluing my balls. Ironically, I always blew your balls. Okay. I also want to say a big thank you to Chicken Detonator. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the 100 bits, my man. Thank you for the 100 bits, bro. Glory to the Infantry Guard. Also, finished up some fresh models in stream description for your perusal. Ooh, I bet it's a bit of bot action. Oh, yeah. Shit, son. Let me just get the list up here as well. 1 minute. There we go. Then we can look at the whole thing, right? Which is the best bit. So, polish off a few new Bulgarian troops, taking them to a game later this week, and felt like showing them off. I've got the 2 CV-33 tanks coming in the mail tomorrow, and per the new export rule, the Jagdpanzer 4 can't be one of the mandatory tank choices for the platoon. Ah, that's a shame. You could just count it as a stug, I guess. Dude, that looks cool. I'd have to say, I do love the Jagdpanzer ever since I played it in Company of Heroes 2 when the Oberkommando West got it, and it was really good at like killing tanks, but it had zero like explosive capability, high explosive capability whatsoever. Yeah, man. But bro, they look really cool. They look really cool, man. I like it. I like it a lot, and I think the tank, I would find a way to use that, buddy, because whether it's a Stug or whatever it is, because it's a very cool model that looks great. You've done a good job on it. It would be a shame not to field it. Yeah. I don't think if you played against me and said it's counts as Stug, I wouldn't have an issue with it. All right. What do we got next? Oh, the list. Toon Commander, Infantry, Classic Loadout Infantry, Classic Loadout Infantry, Classic Loadout Infantry, Snipper. I like snipers to be veteran because then they often can win the sniper duel. Light mortar team, machine gun. Mortar. True Commander, anti-tank gun, anti-tank gun. You got the Skoda 37mm, that's cool as fuck. Jagdpanzer, Renault 35. The Renault 35 is so bad. And you know, it can fit in there, can it? Who said it couldn't be taken? Interesting. Maybe it's an maybe is it the all points? I don't think it's the all points now. Interesting. I thought it's here, but I thought you said it could have been taken. I have to reread your message. I like the list, bro. Let me have a look here. Check over on Twitch, gang. I can use it. It's just tank number 3. There you go. Sorry, I couldn't see Twitch chat at the same time I was looking at that stuff, so I apologize. So you're going to be there screaming and chat like, Mordian, stop saying it. Dude, I'm glad you can take it. Let me just double check out. Okay, yeah, so cool. I didn't misread it. You said can in the message. Here's the bus, chicken and potato. Woo! I'm only kidding, man. I'm only kidding, dude. I'm, you know, I can't talk. I can't throw shit, people. I'm always mistyping stuff. I'm glad that you can use it. It would have been a shame not to be able to use it. But stop using the Renault 35. It's absolute dog shit. Oh. All right. What have we got next? CJ, my boy! Thank you for the 15-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Ignore, thank you for the 50 months. X-Force, thanks for supporting the channel for well over a year. Ignore cover versus Recon means you don't get +1 save. This is true. You need to have the benefit of cover to get the +1 save. If you don't have the benefit of cover, you can't get the +1 save. This is CJ, you are absolutely right, and that is exactly how I played it throughout the tournament. Every single one of my opponents thought it did stack, and I said, nope, if I don't have cover, I can't get the second part. And they went, oh. But nope, it's the right way to play it. I can't exactly be like, ooh, they're under a misunderstanding. I will abuse that. Nope. You can't do it. You can't do it. There you go. That's the nature of it. I'm sure I didn't get every rule right. You know, I'm using a new codex, new detachment, but I know I got that bit right, and I played that. If there's any ambiguity, I try and play stuff against me. Tabletop Laboratories, when the guard players go to realize the true power of their characters, all the pewter models that can become actual projectiles when you get mad. You put them in a pillowcase, mate. The police will never figure out the murder weapon. I want to say a big thank you to Martial Law. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. There's a good Steam sale for Command & Conquer. I got remastered and old collection for under $10, just in case you're interested. Unfortunately, Martial Law, I bought both of those when they came out for full price. But I'll check it out anyway. Apparently, there's rumors of Command & Conquer getting some more remasters, which would be good. The reason why for those that don't know, the reason why a lot of the Command & Conquer games are on sale right now and are doing very well right now is on Steam, all of the Steam Workshop support has been released for all. I think is it all of the games? It's nearly all of the games. So I think the only ones where it's not been released for are Tiberian Sun and Red Alert 2. So, but Red Alert 3, Command & Conquer 3, Command & Conquer Generals, Renegade, they've all had Steam Workshop support. So that means now all the mods can go via Steam, which is actually a really, really big deal, because it should mean that things like Command and Conquer Generals will be very, very soon, becoming stable on modern platforms. Because the big problem is that it's an absolute ball ache to get them to run on Windows 10 and Windows 11, because you have to go the old way of like going into like your game files and adding this and using Game Ranger and all that kind of stuff. And now they're on Steam. It'll just be, there'll be Steam Workshop stuff, and you just go on there, subscribe, and it'll download it and fix it. So I think there's a potential for a bit of a Command and Conquer resurgence. They really need to do the remaster of Red Alert 2, and they really need to do the remaster of Tiberian Sun. I think they're the only games they've not done Steam mod support for. If I were a betting man, I think they're remastering them. Apparently, they haven't got the source code, but that is rumor, not fact. And if they said the same thing about Homeworld Cataclysm, and yet GOG got that modern system compatible. So I think there's going to be something for Tiberian Sun. I think it's going to be Red Alert. I think there's going to be something there. I'll just check. I'm sure there was a post about it on the subreddit for Command & Conquer. Yeah, Renegade's good now. Let's have a look. No, there's nothing there. I think that's it, but cool. No. So yeah, it's not yeah, basically, like I said, there's just rumors about source code being lost. The source code for Command & Conquer did go public? Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, the source code is, you can back-end it in source code, but basically it's like just a block of code. It's not organized into lines. That's the issue. But someone with, to be honest, you don't need the source code to make a game. You could. Games get made from the ground up all the time. It would be entirely possible for a game studio to build it from the ground up. And with I imagine with modern tools and off-the-shelf tools and all that kind of stuff, it would be a lot easier to make a game like Command & Conquer Sun now, Tiberian Sun now, than it was back in the day. But Martial Law, thank you for the shout out, man. And well, have fun with the games. I love Command & Conquer Remastered, and I love all the old ones as well. I want to say a big thank you to Trooper number 202. Thank you for the super chat, my man. I put forward the concept of the Veteran Infantry Squad, a 10-man plus a command squad, enough special weapons to pack a punch, and it's big enough to screen. 4 platoons are so squishy now. The problem is, Trooper number 202, is that just swept aside by almost anything in the game. Very, very, very few times did I have a 20-man platoon hold up in any meaningful way. Very few times. I don't like to think it, boys, but I don't like to think it. But burying our heads in the sand won't make anything any better. I don't think you can rely upon just spamming 20-man blobs anymore. I don't think 20-man blobs are dead. But I still think that at the end of the day, having a blob guardsman, it may not be the best choice, but it's not shit. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's a fuck ton of OC. It brings special weapons. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fundamentally not a bad unit. And even though the internet dilutes everything, or puts everything down to it, it's either trash or OP. It's not. I think when running pure infantry, just spamming 20-man blobs doesn't, without the feel no pains, I don't think that's the way. When running recon, I think you need more than just 20-man blobs. I think you'll never go wrong with having a solid infantry corps. And there will always be people that will be able to get more juice out of other options. But I think the 20-man blob has definitely taken a bit of it's taken a big hit. It's no longer the be-all and end-all. It no longer is. From a competitive point of view, I'm not saying mechanized attachment. I'm talking like playstyle. From a competitive point of view, for people who want to be on the cutting edge, I think Mech Guard is the way. For the every man on the street, 20-man blob is still fine. I think it's important to make that distinction. So competitive players probably want to go more elite, more mechanized. Every man on the street, you don't need to rush out and buy all the Taurox and buy all the Chimeras. Your 20-man blob with a command squad will still serve you right. It'll still serve you right. It's just not the meta choice anymore. Yeah. But Trooper, it's a good point. I like the idea of the veteran infantry squad. I like that. It's interesting. Especially with Cadians. Because you could have 3 plasma guns and a melter gun and a plasma pistol. Would I do it with Catachans or... The only issue is that you've got a Voxcaster you're not really using, but that's about it. Also, you got a Voxcaster medic you're not really using. It's tricky. It's tricky. Cosmic Drew, thank you for support, mate. Val completed artillery teams. Thank you for super chat, Cosmic. Cosmic, my boy! Val completed artillery teams at the ready. Picture sent of Val and my tank list. Also email you the tank list for review and full asset list of the narrative game. The club fears the tanks. All right, let's have a look, Cosmic. Let's have a cheeky gander. Hey, looking good. The artillery. You've been busy. You've been very busy, Cosmic. You've been very busy. They look great. Dude, they look really good. Proper Kriegy, man. Mud and blood. Shells and firepower. Proper Krieg artillery teams right there, bro. Holy shit, man. Nice. Nice. I always love it when you use the bits of like sprue and stuff as like concrete and rebar and stuff. That's cool. I like it, mate. Shit. I think, fuck me. Pardon me. I think there's like 4 vanquishers in there. I'm not sure. That looks like a vanquisher to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vanquishers with like tank commanders and stuff. Amazing. Amazing. Cosmic, you mad bastard. You mad bastard, man. Dude, I love it. Let's have a look at this list, eh? Rust Commander, Rust Commander, Rust Commander, Dawn Commander, Exterminator, Punisher, Vanquisher, 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 Battle Tank. What do they have? Vanquisher, the Vanquisher, Demolisher can. Yeah, so it's 5 Vanquishers. And then you've also got a few Space Marines. Adrax, Apothecary, Captain and Terminator, Chaplain, Lieutenant, Tech Marine, Vulcan, Assault Intercessor, Tactical, Impulsor, Rhino, Aggressor, Ballistus, Blade Guard, Eliminator, Eradicator, Gladiator, Hellblaster, Inceptor, Infernus, Outrider, Redemptor, Impulsor, Stern Guard, Terminator, Armager, Breachers, Knight Castellan, Knight Errant, Rogue Trader Entourage, Subductor Squad, Vindicare, and Voidsman. Bro, is that all of your Marines? Holy shit, bro. You got like 5,500 points in Marines. That's like, where's that come from? Where does that come from? Amazing. Dude, I love it. Amazing. I love the tank list, by the way. That gets my dick hard. Very impressed by how many Marines you've accumulated so quickly and got painted so quickly. Really makes you realize how fucking much of a ball like it is to collect guards sometimes. Harder to paint, costs cost less points, so you need more of them. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Thank you, sir, for driving them with Recon Footguard Tournament. I will play better because you got schmacked. Advice is always gold to me. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for support. I'm glad that I've been able to help. Learn from my lessons. Don't be lazy with your movement trays. And remember how point scoring actually works. Remember how point scoring actually works. They're the 2 lessons for that first game. Cosmic Drew, something off with the stream audio? Or is it just me? Is the audio okay for the stream, or is it a bit fucked? Let Cosmic know in case it's because obviously it's on my end. I need to look into it. If it's on Cosmic end, he needs to probably just refresh the stream. Justin Polos, thank you for the super chat, mate. Taking Mech Chaos Space is my first tournament in a few weeks. 5 times team tournament. So 5 people each team. As GW terrain, not you can see, I'm used to what differences should I prepare for? Dustin Polos, the number 1 difference between GW terrain and UKTC terrain is that GW terrain is a lot more open. A lot more open. You will not struggle with firing lanes and shooting stuff. Sure, it's not Planet Bowling Ball, but shooting is important. So I'm not saying you go all gun line, but Guard does well on GW terrain because we shoot the bollocks off people. Guard doesn't do as well on UKTC terrain because we can't see people and our indirect fire has been nerfed so many times I've lost count. So that's the thing you want to prepare for. When building your list, don't go all in on assault. You'll probably get shot to pieces. That's my general advice. That's the number 1 one. There you go. I want to say next big thank you to Butt Mountain. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. My custodians have collected enough dust. I need a palette cleanser from my orcs. Time to sell the Stodies and 3D print the Steel Legion. On the one hand, I've got mixed emotions right now. Butt Mountain. Because on the one hand, I'm like, yes, welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. On the other hand, and also, I hate custodies. But on the other hand, I always tell people not to sell models because you might sell them and then regret it. And then you have to rebuy them back. But I've been selling a few bits off from recently, like my Chaos Army and whatnot. And I haven't regretted that. If you don't need the money, I would sit on the custodies for 6 months. Actually, Butt Mountain, have you been sat on your custodies for 6 months or longer? If so, maybe time. If you sat on them for a year or longer, definitely. But if you think it's only temporary, I wouldn't sell it. Yeah. Kian, I had a Chaos Army for just sat in a pile of shame basically for 5 years. Just sold it off finally. Eddie Machine, Truth sold all my Death Guard like 4 years ago. Now I want them back. Yeah. Lichman don't have to multiple armies. We'll get everything we want. Yeah. But I think it's one of those things where there's nothing wrong with selling an army if you have 2 armies doing the same thing. So if you have, so I had a Chaos Army which I never really got around to painting, and then I had like a huge Death Guard army, and I was like, I've got 2 Chaos Armies, I don't need both. So the reason I haven't missed my Chaos is because I still have my Death Guard. That's the difference. Yeah. But man, there's some things to think about. Bob Lowe, thank you for the 20. By the way, but sell them if you're like, no, I know myself and I'm not going to miss them. I can go in. That's fine. But just check yourself first. And then if you're totally okay with it, get rid. Bob Lowe, thank you so much for 24 months, Bob, my boy! Double X Force! More than approved. Yes, baby. Thank you so much for 2 years. Bob, how time flies. How time flies. After 4 years, I've actually started painting my nids. It's never been done. Literally. Oh, man. Dude, I love that. When you finally get to, like, when you finally get round to that project. Yeah. When you finally get round to that project, right? Yeah, man. 100%. Bob Lowe, thank you so much for the support, dude. And good luck with the nids. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. Big thank you to Star Captain 007. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Star Captain, my boy. Dude, you're an absolute hero, mate. Thank you so much for your support. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for the extra squad, man. And I hope you're not doing this because I made that joke at the weekend. You know the one. Dude, thank you, bro. Amazing. We've also got Charles, my boy. Charles coming in with the Giga Chat. Me and my teammates held a mock RTT this weekend in prep for an upcoming GT. 12 Sentinel Recon gang went 3-0. Ranking time, but with Chicken Walkers. Charles, I think I only 479, but because you fucking... I know why. I know why. I love it, Star Captain. Charles, I think 12 Sentinels and Recon is actually very competitive. Because they're durable enough where if someone comes flying in, they might not completely decimate them. Like, I think those Dark Elder might have struggled to completely diddle the Sentinels every single time. Armor Sentinels. Maybe not, though. The problem is I want 12 Sentinels in 4 squads of 3, not 6 squads of 2. But I have the Sentinels. I should probably try them out. Yeah. Dude, well done on the support. Well done on practicing as well for the RTT. And for the GT, I should say. And mate, I've got 12 Sentinels. I've got no excuse not to try it myself. Thank you for the heads up. Maybe that'll be my next tournament list. Maybe. I want to say, seriously, maybe, like, if not the very next one, it's on the list. Because I've been saying I'm going to do 12 Sentinels. I'm saying I'm going to do max Sentinels for a while. Now is the time. Brandon Ledford, thank you for the Giga Chat. Ooh. Doing Imperial Agents with my Arcturian Assault Division. Inquisitor Lock presented for showcase. Post and description. Dude, let's have a look. Let's have a look, mate. Love a bit of hobby progress here. Make sure I'm not missing one. No, we're all good. Dude, it looks great. Looks great. That's a really cool model. And I like the color scheme you've gone for. I like the red and black. Gold trim. That he feels like an Inquisitor. Do you know what I mean? Like he oozes fucking Inquisition. It's cool as fuck, man. I like that. I like that a lot. Excellent work, Brandon. And look forward to seeing more. I like that. I look forward to seeing more. All right. We've got Boss Grand. Boss Grand, thank you for the Giga Chat. Recently finished by Hellhound. Pictures for discussion. All done brushwork. Don't have an airbrush yet. I don't have an airbrush either, to be fair. I don't have an airbrush either. Wow. I agree with the reactions here, man. So clean. Wow. Considering it's not done with an airbrush, that has come out so nice. The red barrels really do like make it. Do you know what I mean? They really do add that extra level. Oh, I love it, man. Ah, damn it, that's cool as fuck. The Hellhound is a cool model, isn't it? When the new Hellhound, this version came out, I was like, no, I like the old one with the big tanks on the side. I do think maybe I like the new one now. I do think I like the new one. The old one's cool, but I think I like the new one. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's very cool. Excellent work. Very clean. Very, very high quality paint job. Just the right amount of weathering. Very good choice of colors. Very good choice. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. There we are. We've also got Craig, my boy. Craig, thank you so much for the super chat. 9 times 15 vet squads is 135 men and an eyes call the horde fixed. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. Come on, one second. Very, one minute. So what we're looking at, 120 times 9. That is 1,080 points. Now, I've got a couple of ways you could go with this, but 1 minute. I'm just saying. You could take that plus 3 Kazakim plus 3 10-man squads of Scions plus 2 Scion command squads. Can't quite afford the third one because Scions are 130, right? Command squads are 70 or 75. So maybe you just take the 2 Giga Blobs and we figure something else out. But that's 135 plus another 60 plus another 10. 70. 205 models. All All pretty fucking elite. Really? Recon 2.0. Craig, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. Shit. All right. Do you know what you could do? I know what I'd do, man. I know what I'd do. I know what I'd do. 1 minute. Ah. So close. It's so far. You could get 3 mortars in there, but you can't quite afford the officer support for them. You could get 2 mortars and officers, that's different. One minute. No, I'm being stupid, right? No, I'm not. Very interesting. Recon 2, Craig, Recon 2.0 might just have been cooked up. Very interesting. And then we've got the Talzon! Talzon, thank you for the 11 months, mate. Nearly X-Force. First paint to models in months in stream discussion. Well, if you made the effort to paint them, I should make the effort to look at them. Let's have a look. Dude, it might have taken months. It was worth the wait. I love your desert theme guard, bro. I fucking love it. Every time they come up, I get a fucking big, old, stonking erection. Mate. Dude. Why you stop paying, man? They look awesome. They look so good. I love the color palette, man. I love it. Tal, I want more. I don't care that much pressure on you. I want more. I want to see it. They look good. And they make me happy. They do, man. Seriously. Thank you for support, bro. Looking forward to seeing more whenever you get the chance to paint. There we are. Let's check Twitch gang. We don't want to leave anyone behind. We got Azuth. Azuth, thank you for the 100 bits, baby. Any playing using agents for more invulnerable access versus assault? Subductors, Deathwatch, and Grey Knights can all access 4++ without asking for orders. Yes. There is definitely some mileage in Recon plus allies. Definitely. It depends on the tournament, but I think having the ability to, I mean, it sounds crazy, but going like, it sounds crazy, but going 3 squads of Bulgrim, 2 squads of Deathwatch, and a squad of fucking Grey Knights probably come in at what, like 1,200 points, roughly. But it's a hell of a lot of combat, a hell of a lot of durability. Here's my thing, right? I keep going, Recon lesson here, boys. I keep thinking you want to go more elite with guard, 20-man blobs, struggling a little bit, this kind of stuff, right? But Eldar are here. I chatted to many Eldar people this weekend. And they absolutely were just cutting down elite lists. Cutting them down. Cutting them down. I don't know if going elite in an Eldar meta is the right call. I just don't, man. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know. So, Subductors is a very interesting option, though. Because how much is Subductors points? Like 100 points? 100 points for 10 dudes with an invulnerable save? And a bit of melee? Are they only one attack each, though? If there were 2 attacks each, and they could hit on 3s. If there were 2 attacks each and hit on 4s, or 1 attack each and hit on 3s, it'd be different. But if it's 1 attack each hit on 4s, I'm like... You're going to beat the shit out of Guardsmen, but no one's going to struggle to do that. Do you know what I mean? Ah, there we go. All right. All right. Shall we get to game number 2? Get to game number 2. Because we're not getting through these games very quickly. Oh man. I think a lot of people say Grey Knights as allies are shit. I think a lot of people say that. I'm not totally convinced. So, thank you to all of you guys for your support. Give me a quick look here, boys. All right. Game number 2. Good to go. Game number 2 is versus Tyranids. But in a stark role reversal, put it this way. On the one hand, on one side of the board, there was an endless swarm of soulless, emotionless killing machines. And on the other side of the board was the Tyranids. There was definitely a bit of role reversal here, with the Tyranids feeling outswarmed by the Guard. So let's go here. Mission. Purge the foe. Not a great one for me. I have a lot of, well, not bad, I suppose, but not great. But purge the foe. Crucible of battle, smoke and mirrors. That was the mission. That was the layout. You can actually see the general situation here as well. They give you this little book, which is very good. Sorry, I didn't beat up any 12-year-olds, actually. Not this time. Tyranid opponent had in his list Tyrannofex, 2 Tyrannofexes, which were... It was quite amusing seeing a Tyrannofex like kill 2 guys from a Krieg blob, and then for me to just put 2 guys back in because it's D3+1. I don't know what that medic was doing to heal those guys after they got hit by a fucking impaler cannon, but apparently only the finest medics are in the Deathcore Krieg. So we had 2 Tyrannofexes, big Norn bastard, big blob of Zonothropes. The Zonothropes I was worried about because they get blast, so it's like a lot of blast. Neurolictor bastard, giant blob of Gene Stealers, couple of blobs of Gargoyles, giant Biovore Saturn Home Objective, giant blob of Tyrant Guard, like 6 Tyrant Guard, and of Tyrant Guard with a Hive Tyrant. So that was kind of cool. I think my opponent was an Invasion Fleet. Actually, I don't know. Was he in Vanguard? No, he was in Synaptic. He was in the Synaptic detachment. It didn't really come up very much, to be honest. That's why I forgot about it. My deployment, 20 Kriegers, 20 Cadians. Oh, well, Krieg blob, Cadian blob, Kazakin, Scions in reserve. Because remember, day 1, I kept putting stuff in reserve. Deployment, Kazakin down here. Creed blob down here. Cadians, sorry, Kriegers here. And then we've got Cadians here. And then just a fucking ton of Deathcore. 1, 2, 3 blobs and Kazakin. My plan, this is Main Street. In my head, I nicknamed this Main Street. My plan was to send... Well, frankly, my plan was to send 60 Deathcore of Krieg, 10 Kazakin, and 26 Cadians close on 100 models down Main Street to take one objective. Because I didn't really need to hold... I only needed to hold 2 and contest 1 in the middle. So that was kind of the plan. Who went first? I think the Tyranids went first this time. They did. So my opponent was a lovely chap called Simon. Got on with him very, very well. Didn't have a bad opponent this event. So, lovely chap called Simon. And he went first. I wonder if I've got a picture of turn 1. Let's have a look. A few close-ups of deployment here, boys, for your perusal and viewing pleasure. Most of turn 1? Was that turn 2? Gotta be turn 2. Yeah. So this is beginning of turn 3. Another Krieg blob here. Let me just get my bearings. I think this has to be turn 2, right? Yeah, because there's 2 Krieg blobs here, and the emissary came out turn 2. Yeah, so this is start turn 2. I don't remember taking any. It's the gargoyles, wasn't it? Yeah, that was it. Okay, so Tyranid turn 1 basically consisted of my opponent pushing everything forward. And he had a unit of Gene Stealers move up to here. I then reactive moved. So I was I was 10.1 inches away. I react. Let me just check something. Let me check something. One minute, boys. I was right. I had a moment of doubt. But I was right. So, what happened was the Gene Stealers came up to about here. My Deathcore of Krieg blob was within 12 inches of Creed. Once per battle round, you can do a free stratagem. So what I did was, I went, that unit's going to reactive move for free. So I then moved 10.1 inches away. And then in my opponent's charge phase, I spent 1 CP and went Tanglefoot Grenade. So he couldn't physically make the charge because I was over 12 inches away. I said, well, I was 10.1 away with -2. So he could declare the charge, but he couldn't, like, make it in. Maybe I was like 11 inches away. You guys get the point. He couldn't make the charge. So then it came over to my turn 1. And I blasted the fucking Gene Stealers off the board. Like, fucking absolutely blasted. Oh, one other thing. His gargoyles came down here. Shot up my... I think I got shot by a couple of different units. But yeah, I think I got... Because my Kazakin were like here, right? Because they scouted forward. So the gargoyles and some I feel like the gargoyles and maybe like the Tyrannofex from here, like shot down where the Kazakin were, like here. And so I lost 5 Kazakin. I didn't roll particularly well. So I lost 5 Kazakin down here. And then the gargoyles jumped back behind the ruins there. So that was my opponent's turn 1. My turn 1, I, like I said, then moved back forward, blasted the piss out of the Gene Stealers. They all fucking died. So that was a good example of Tanglefoot plus reactive move working really, really well together. And this was sort of the big difference between the Tyranids and the Eldar, was the Eldar were all fast all the way, whereas the Tyranids had a few fast units, but that was about it. My turn 1 was pretty simple. Kill the Tyranids. And one thing, when those Gene Stealers went down, it was a huge deal because my opponent doesn't have a lot of units with a lot of volume. They have a lot of volume. And being able to basically kill them for free was great. My opponent did know about the reactive move and the Tanglefoot stratagem. There was no gotchas involved. I want to make sure that's clear. He just went for a big fucking charge. Do you know what I mean? He just went for it. I think he should have maybe staged it up, but he went for an early push. Fair play. My turn 1, kill the Gene Stealers. I don't think I did a lot more in my turn 1. I couldn't see the gargoyles particularly well. And so I think all that happened is I went duty and honor on this squad here. And then I was able to get 10 OC on the objective, which was more OC than my opponent. So he didn't hold more objectives than me, because he would have held 1, 2, 3, because the Northern Emissary came out as well. So he would have held 1, 2, 3. So I put 10 OC on here, so he didn't hold that one. So he held, at the beginning of his turn, he held 1 objective, but not more objectives than me, which is important for Purge. I actually, obviously he didn't get a kill on turn 1. I did get a kill on turn 1. So I'm kind of fucking with my opponent's Purge right from the beginning. Opponent's turn. So this is basically the end of what round 1 looked like. Then we go to turn 2. Let's have a look. So this is what the situation looks like at the end of turn 2. So in my opponent's turn 2, the gargoyles come forward once again. This time they shoot the Kazakin and they charge the Kazakin, but my opponent just rolls like shit, and he kills like 2 people overall. The Norn Emissary sits on the main objective here. The Tyrannofex sits there, but you can see there's a big death blob moving up. So my opponent now stages. It comes over to my turn 2, and I basically bring in the reserve Cadian blob. I could have opened. I bring the reserve Cadian blob here, but I keep the Kriegers still in reserve, and I keep the Scions in reserve. Again, look, I could have opened up the big second front, but there's a Neurolictor behind here, stopping me from bringing stuff in. If that Neurolictor was dead, I definitely would have opened up the second front down here, because then I could have consistently held more than my opponent. I could have held 1, 2, 3. But this is what I'm talking about with trying to do the big reserve wave in. Just can't get line of sight on anything. It's annoying. 20-man blobs are hard to bring in, especially on smaller boards. So I just brought these guys in to deal with the gargoyles there, because I didn't think 20 Kriegers without orders could do it, but I was pretty certain 26 Cadians could, and they just smashed the fuck out of them. Kazakin fell back to here. I move block, so big move block. You can see I'm being a lot less lazy with my movement trays now, so lesson learned for the first game. So big move block here. I kill the Neurolictor here. because the Kazakin had melter mined it, and then these guys came on the corner and shot the piss out of it. Get some close-up pictures there. So this is the end of round 3. So Tyranid turn 3, Guard turn 3. Okay, which is that's why there's a lot of stuff that's missing. So Tyranid round 3, the Norn Emissary and the big mega death blob of Tyrant Guard hit that front line and just the unit that was like blocking here, hit that front line and just obliterate it. Oh, 20 guards aren't going to hold up to that shit. The Tyrannofex comes in and starts like tying up all these guys here as well. Also, you can notice there's quite a few Cadians which are now dead. That was because the Zonothropes blasted them. But here's the thing. He's using Synaptic. Here's the thing. I'm Recon. And I had cover. So I'm on a 3-up save. And also, I had a free stratagem from Creed. And I had Courageous Diversion. Free stratagem from Creed. Go to ground. So you get the benefit of cover. And you get a 6 vulnerable save. So because I had the benefit of cover, Recon Part 2 kicked in. So go to ground, and I did it for free. The go to ground was really big. So I was on a 3-up save with the benefit of cover versus like Zonothropes, which like I think it's like AP2 on their blast. So I was on a 4-up save. Even with the billion shots that he fired, I didn't lose the whole blob. And that shows the power of Recon. This any other scenario, this unit of fucking Zonothropes would have fisted me. Fisted me. You know how we say blobs of guardsmen can't hold against anything, they just die? Blobs of guardsmen are supremely durable in Recon against shooting. The problem is that we're in a very the problem is that this tournament was a very assault meta, and we're generally in a very assaulty meta. So then it comes over to my turn, and obviously I bring my other unit of Kriegers in here. Scions come in here, and basically you can see this big fucking blob. There's like 20 Kriegers, 20 Cadians. Another unit of Kazakin coming here. There's like, there must be I mean, 20, that's 100, 120, 140 infantry here, roughly, right now. Amazing. And it took every single model in my army to kill the Norn Emissary. So basically, I had area denial. I really needed area denial. So I fired everything I had into the Norn Emissary. My opponent, I kid you not, out of 9 saves, 9 4-up saves from melter guns, he made all 9 of them. It literally came down to the hot shot lasguns of the 2. Sorry, not even hot shot lasguns. It came down to the lasguns of this Krieg blob. It was on like 1 wound left. I fired like 12 lasgun shots at it. My opponent failed 1 save. He'd already used a CP reroll. He had like a 4-up or 5-up feel no pain, and he failed it. It came down to the very last lasgun bolt. It was very close. It was very, very, very close. The infantry ordnance rifle, baby. To be fair, at this point, it had been hit by a dozen melter guns, a dozen plasma guns. It had been hit by grenades. It had been hit by plasma pistols. It had been hit by hundreds of lasgun shots. Big shout out to Creed's blob here, who threw grenades and then thanks to Creed had first rank fire and take aim. And so these 3 plasma guns put out 9 shots each. I'm just like, that was really cool. But yeah, it was very, very, very close. But to be fair, my opponent was rolling really hot. It probably shouldn't have taken quite that much damage. Probably shouldn't. Attack shots, but hey, all that for 2 victory points. The main thing actually was at this point, I'm not only killing more than my opponent, because you know my opponent's not killing my opponent's like killing like 1 blob, and I'm killing like 2 units a turn, because it's also got me the kill more. So I got the kill more, and I got the hold more. Also, I think the big thing is it did balance out because my opponent failed like every save on the Tyrannofex. Like, I kid you not. I fell back from the Tyrannofex, and I hit it with 2 melter mines. I got 6 mortal wounds on it from the melter mines, and then I rolled quite hot, and was able to kill the Tyrannofex with 2 squads of Kazakin, and he blanked one of the melter gun shots as well. The problem is that I had 4 melter guns in melter range, and I got 3 wounds through. I got 3 5s, which was quite lucky. And then he blanked one of the melter guns, and and then 2 went through, and I was able to I still get the melter damage from the blank, so he took 2 wounds from that, and then he just got fisted by the other melter guns basically. And I think it was I think it wasn't the last shot that could have been possible, but it was the last shot that was necessary. Sarge, Kazakin plasma pistol, overcharged, bang, hit it in the eye, fucking killed it. Yeah. So a couple of epic moments. A cheeky Krieg Lasbolt taking down a Norn emissary, and a well-placed Kazakin shot killing the Tyrannofex. But I think I really want to shout something out here. I was really enjoying double orders on the Kazakin. I didn't use move that much, just occasionally to get an angle. But the ability to have Creed's blob would take aim and first rank fire, and then to have 2 units of Kazakin also would take aim and first rank fire was invaluable. And one thing I just want to say is, over the course of this tournament, my Kazakin were by far the best performing infantry unit in my army. The Kriegers were just bodies and a bit of firepower. The Kazakin were snapping necks and cashing checks every single game. Every single game. Now, to be honest, at the end of turn 3, my opponent is he's very, very low on assets. He's very low. He's got 2 big death balls, and that's about it. And he just can't quite do the damage that he wants to do. So this is the end of round 4. You can see, Creed's blob has been, mostly wiped out and broken apart. But and he even charged me. He had to charge me with Zonothropes to pick up a few extra kills. You know what I mean? But basically what happens is he just doesn't have the OC. So in his turn, he blasts you can see these guys are blasted, but the medics are alive. He blasts these guys. He's like, this platoon is still going and all that. So he comes down here, he blasts the shit out of these platoons. But my turn 4, I blast the piss out of his Tyrant Guard. Tyrant Guard aren't that tough. There's like, you know, from a bunch of just fucking infantry dudes, I killed basically 3. I think there's like 1 on a wound. Do you know what I mean? So I killed basically 4 of 6. And again, I am able to hold more objectives than my opponent. It's quite close because my opponent's doing very, very well on his secondaries, but it's coming down to the Tyranids don't quite have the volume of fire to kill more than 1 blob a turn, which is really what you need to do. And then as they're losing models, they're losing even that ability. So then when it comes to like my turn, this squad got killed down to just the 2 medics, and then I brought 3 guys back, and it was 2 melter guns and a plasma gun. Do you know what I mean? So we can sort of, you know, oh, and also, you know, these guys were like, they're not that much OC. So, you know, I don't know. I think my opponent holds, I don't think it matters actually. Because I was holding the, I did that thing and I could like deny my opponent the OC because I've got like 5 OC on there, but I'm not sure if I denied that to him or not. But it didn't matter because I held this one sticky. Cadian sticky objectives is actually really good. What I found, shout out to Cadians, lesson learned with Cadians, guys, actually really good because I stickied. I started off with so much on the board that nobody deep struck anything in against me or put anything in reserve. So then I just sticky my objective and moved off. If my opponents had put things in reserve, I would have had to leave a blob back there the entire game. But because I had never had to worry about my objective being taken away from me, I just stickied and then walked off. So actually, Cadian sticky was good. It only stickied the home, but it meant that I had a frontline blob able to crack on. Yeah. But after turn 3, turn 4, the game was essentially over. Cool moment of Creed versus the Hive Tyrant. And I think that is essentially the final shot of the game where my opponent, final shot of the game where basically after my opponent finally kills me off this, finally secures the middle, and I just go move, roll big 6 on the advance, and yeet myself onto my opponent's home objective, so I still hold more at the end of the game. My opponent was like, for fuck's sake, I finally got you down to 2 objectives, and you still have 3 objectives. I'm like, move, baby. Just like turn 4, turn 5, just ran over here. Yeah. So final shot of the game, the southern flank got literally wiped out to a man. I'm pretty certain these guys are dead. But Main Street did its job. And it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because it looked like this was where things were strongest. But as it turned out, this was literally all a big distraction. I must have sent, I'd say, a full company. So that's 86 models. No, plus Creed. I'd say over 100 models went into just distracting and just holding and disrupting these 2 points. And then the rest of my army basically barreled down here, took this, and then started shooting into here and then moved on to here at the end. Yeah. There you go. And that was the end of the game. And it was a victory. It was a full-blown victory. We didn't fuck the scoring up at the end. It was a proper victory. It wasn't a huge victory. It was 88-72. But the big difference came in. My opponent went Call the Horde and Engage. He didn't go Assassinate. Now, some of you might think he should have gone Assassinate, but because obviously I lost a lot of characters by the end. But you have to understand, I know if my opponent's got Assassinate or not. And so what happened is, if my opponent picks Assassinate, I just keep my command blobs. Not back. I just screen. Because he's not got enough shooting for me to worry about. So he went for engage, and we ended up doing equal on secondaries, 28 to 30. So he still got more secondaries than me. The big difference is I maxed primary, and he didn't. And a big part of that was basically he just couldn't get more than kill one, hold one. Yeah, and I consistently every turn killed at least one and held at least one, and either I held more or I killed more each turn. Yeah. So here's game 3. Game 3. I'll get to game 3 in a moment, but man. Great game, great opponent, tons of fun. Don't get me wrong. I'll get to game 3 in a moment. Honestly, man. I was honestly. All right, we've got some super chats coming here. Let's catch up on those, boys. Let's catch up. Let me see where I'm up to as well. So, first I want to say a big thank you to Towson. Towson. Oh no, sorry, Towson. I've already done you. Lower Decks. Thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Sir, the sewers are dark, dank, and humid. A rotten egg smell dominates the area, and there's a distinct lack of beauty. A typical night in Croydon. Lower Decks, I'm just checking to see if you've put, like, you know, I think it's just no. Dude, I love it, man. I love it. Honestly, I kept having, they had a food van with curry at the tournament, and I kept farting a lot. It smelled like rotten eggs near me. You might not have actually been in Croydon. You might just have been at the Manchester GT near my table. Lower Decks. You've gone into the sewers. I'm sure everything will be fine. Fine. Only concern, though, flamers with all of that potential methane gas around. Could that be potentially somewhat hazardous? Or could it present a unique opportunity? Why go down into the sewers when you could just cleanse them with fire? Stick your flamer down a manhole and just staying. Food for thought. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Trooper number 2102. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thoughts and notes on veteran squads in stream discussion. Let's see. Food for thought on veteran infantry squads, all within the context of siege regiment. A 15-man blob is easier to hide than 25-man blob. True. Fury's Fusilier still gets pretty much the same amount of juice for the squeeze when it comes to 3 plasma guns, 2 plasma pistols, and a melter gun. Within my list, I originally only had 2 25-man blobs that weren't flexible enough. I functionally had 4 units of infantry, 2 Bolgan blocks, 2 platoons. The veteran squad fetches only a little bit more in price than the 2 25-mans. 4, it forces my opponent to split fire more. Too long didn't read. The infantry core of my army will now be 2 6-man Bolgan squads and 3 50-man veteran squads. I plan on running further tests of this. Dude, I think it's a really interesting idea. The 15-man veteran squad is a really interesting idea. Easier to hide. You know what? Because they are veterans. Because they're like pseudo Kazakin. It's like an old veteran squad. I want to check something. Bear with. I'll try something. Okay. Okay, 1 minute. Quite interesting. So 60 plus 39 is basically 100 points. 105 points. And then, okay, so 105 points. So, what I was checking was the old 8th edition codex. I just want to check something here as well. I think they did end up going up to, I think the veteran squads did end up going up to 70 points though. They were the same, weren't they? Yeah. All right. Basically, I was checking veteran squads, historical veteran squads. So in basically up until sort of 8th / very, very late, basically 9th edition. Up until 9th edition, we had a unit called Veterans. Veterans were a 10-man squad that the sergeant could take a plasma pistol, power sword, like we can now. And you could have, it's a 10-man squad where you can have 3 special weapons. Now, what I was just looking at was how much those veteran squads used to cost. And it looks like, if I remember correctly, I think they were they were basically 100 to 120 points. Because if you just took the base codex points, but I do believe they got changed over the course of 8th and 9th, where they were like 70 points a model, 70 points a squad. But basically, it was like 70 points for the base squad, plus about 10 points for the special weapons, plus then you had like plasma pistol and stuff like that. So they used to come in, roughly by 10th edition standards, these guys would be between 100 and 120 points. They didn't have orders though, but they did hit on ballistic skill 3+. That was the big thing. These new veteran squads are very, very similar, because in the, let's say, Cadian command squad, in the Cadian squad, you get a melta gun and a plasma gun. In the Cadian command squad, you get 2 more plasma guns. So actually, that's more special weapons. And you get a plasma pistol. And you get 5 more bodies. So these are basically the same point. The 10-man Cadian squad plus a command squad is basically the old veteran squad returned. You guys asked for veteran squads. Trooper number 2102 has answered that prayer. He's answered it. And it works on multiple formats. You could take, and you want them to be troops again. They are basically troops because you could do it with Kazakin, not Kazakin, Kriegers, and with Cadians. Because Kriegers, you get a plasma gun, a melter gun, and a plasma gun. But then you get 3 plasma pistols. 1 on the sergeant, 1 on the Lord Commissar, 1 on the Cadet Commissar. So it's the same number of shots between a 10-man between both squads. It's so cool. And a 10-man squad plus a command squad is 130 points. So to be fair, I would say that these veterans are a little bit more expensive. The reason they're a little bit more expensive is because I think back in the day, people basically used to... I think veteran squads came in to about... I don't know, I've got it in my head. They came into about 100 points. Came to about 100 points. So they're a little bit more, but you're getting more special weapons. And to be fair... If you took 6 squads of the old veterans and it cost you, let's say, 600 points, how many points would it cost you to get? What's the equivalent? How many is it? Is that going to be like 5 of these new veteran style squads? Roughly. Yeah, I think 660 is about right because you've got like the plasma pistols and other bits and bobs. So, that would be 6 times. If we include plasma pistols, that would be 4 times 6, 24. With these new ones, if we count plasma pistols, it's 3 in the command squad and 2 in the main squad, so it's 5. So it's 25. Literally the same. Disadvantage, of course, is can't fit them in transports. Old veterans could fit inside transport. But the boards were bigger. Boards were bigger. And it was a different game back then. All about killing stuff. Don't really need transports. They're good, don't get me wrong. You don't need transports. Trooper number 2102. I think I might have sent into the black ships, mate. You fucking... The guard Gestel Field by you has just conjured veteran squads back into the game. How interesting. How interesting. All right. Syriade, you're not losing 2 meld of 2 grenade launchers because the Canadian command squad can take 2 plasma guns. You don't need to take any grenade launchers in this scenario. You don't need to. Trooper, that's very interesting, man. If only we had a... If we could mechanize that. Referring to Krieg, I don't think so. Because you take plasma gun, plasma pistol, and then in the main squad you take plasma pistol, plasma gun, melter gun. But you can run 9 now, points allowed. You have supplements. Yeah, 9 would probably be going too far. And it's important, by the way, it's important to note that those old veterans, they may have come with ballistic skill 3+, but they did not actually come with orders. But orders back then gave you like reroll 1s to hit, so it probably balances out in the wash. Syriade, do you need the Vox? Syriade, like, trust me, bro. You don't need to be taking grenade launchers. You don't need to be taking grenade launchers. It's when building Krieg squads, it's just one plasma pistol, one plasma gun, one melter gun. And then in the command squad, you have the Vox. In the command squad for the Kriegers, it's Vox, Banner Guy, Weird Alchemist Guy, Lord Commissar, Plasma Gun Guy, Cadet Commissar. Yeah. You can take, you can fit the transport to Krieg command squad with a 500 squad. Yeah, but then we just fucking missing the whole. Then we're not getting enough special weapons, I don't think. And you're losing Scout. Flamer. Yeah, plasma pistol. You'd end up with 3 plasma pistols, a plasma gun, and a flamer. Might not be so bad with Legacy Sidearm. Might not be so bad with Legacy Sidearm. The point is, guys, you could take 5 of these things and then take 3 Kazakin squads as well. Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. You do get grenades in mine, that's true. That's true. Very interesting. Recon 2.0 is feeling extremely spicy right now. Extremely spicy. Mark Batchelor, thank you for the super chat, mate. After action Recon game in stream discussion. Initial screen got minced against Orcs with a Recon coming today. Lost 190-ish of 242 infantrymen. Yeah, I can believe it, man. I think the score would have been close, but we messed up scoring and lost track on turn 3. Only a friendly game anyway. It's fair enough then. Ursula Creed plus Cadian Command Squad plus 20 Cadians. Cadian Command Squad plus 20 Cadians. Cadian Command Squad plus 20 Cadians. Katachan Command Squad plus Psyker. With survival gear. I like that. Plus 20 Katachans. I like that a lot. 20 Katachans. 100 Death Gore Krieg. Amazing. Katachan Mortars, Katachan Mortars, Katachan Mortars. 10 Ratlings, 10 Equivalents. What was helpful? Initial screen. 20 Katachans plus a command squad plus a Psyker with Scout using Courageous Diversion. This did great. Pushed up and held out the shooting from 6 Orc units. Ended up getting smashed in melee, but saved everything behind it. Yeah, I wished I had something like that in my army. Yeah. Crack shots was useful, perhaps overkill against Orc characters, but it did what I wanted it to. I hardly lost any mental shooting. Nearly all my losses were caused by melee. The mortars were essential. They hammered the back lines with my guard shot at the front. 3 squads of guardsmen can concentrate fire and kill units in front of them well. The list can't kill vehicles, but vehicles can't kill this list. Great point. I left 3 squads to hold an objective against 2 buggies and 2 walking machines. They couldn't kill us, whilst we killed 2 buggies and held the objective. I found this when I played my son's Tyranids. Their big bugs didn't have the volume, their small units couldn't survive. Great. Yeah, I'd say, Mark, my experience reflects that hugely. I lost nothing to shooting all fucking tournament. But I lost fucking everything in melee all the time. Yeah. I think the screens, man. Screens. That's what you need. And I think Katachans are Katachans are very, very good at that. Just being like, you will never get this, you will never get this. It's very good. Yeah, my experience reflects your experience. I struggled against vehicles. This is why I'm thinking 1 or 2 big blobs of screens. Sentinels with lance cannons? Really think Sentinels with lance cannons are going to be quite important. Yeah, I really do. Mark, my experience led me to believe that 120 infantry with sentinels and indirect fire would have been better. Because I could have had enough screening to fuck them up a bit. Whilst my sentinels actually did damage to vehicles. Which here's the thing, if you can kill stuff, you take less damage in return. That's why Eldar are so powerful. Because they're, in theory, very fragile, but they're not because everyone's dead. Everyone in the enemy army is dead. Yeah. I did Orcs could advance and charge in the war. Never played them before, and it fucked me. I mean, that's a lesson learned right there. Yeah, that's a lesson learned. But yeah, I was... dude, you think 200... Do you not think 242 men is like... It feels like an infinite number, and then you can lose like 100 in a turn. It is a true fact that running 200 plus models is not in any way, shape, or form, not even on the same fucking planet, a guarantee against getting tabled. If you're not careful, you will get tabled. You have, with 242 bodies, you have to play cagey. You can't squander the lives of your men. Yeah, I was exactly the same with my 239, bro. Exactly the same. I want to say next a big thank you to Fun Jacob. Fun Jacob, thanks for the super chat, bro. What's this, man? So many lists. Keep them coming, you degenerates. Well, this is from the community challenge. I love it. I love it. Big shout out to the community for coming back to you with some ideas. Honestly, you're probably going to get so many. Just pick the one that you think is going to be the most fun. If it's a team event, get some input from your teammates. But yeah, so many lists. I love it. Hey, you called upon the community, man. You called upon the community. Let's check Twitch gang. Let's check Twitch gang. I think we've got Chicken Detonator coming in here. I want to say a huge thank you to Chicken Detonator. Thank you for 100 bits, baby. Thank you, bro. All right. Meme list for review, sir. All right. Love a good meme list. Let's have a look. A true German horde army. All right. 23 dice. Bro, 1 minute. Let me do this so I can keep an eye on Twitch chat at the same time. 23 dice. Okay. Command, everything's an experience, right? Yeah. Platoon commander with 5 blokes. Amazing. And then inexperienced Feld Gendarmerie squad. Straff battalion. Everyone's shirkers. Panzerschreck, light mortar. Big officer squad. Same again. Straff battalion. Feld Gendarmerie. Panzerschreck, light mortar. And then again. But this time without the light mortars. Wow. That's 10, 20, 90 shirkers. 3 Panzerschrecks. Plus 15 officers. 15 officer squads. So 105. So many. That must be like 120 infantry. That's so many, man. I love it. I love it. Shit, man. Yeah, that's cool. I like that Chicken Detonator. That's hard. I think I want to say 147 dudes in total. Chicken Detonator. I think it will absolutely shatter because you'll shirker yourself into oblivion. You take 4 pins and you die. Unless those foul gendarmerie guys stop that, you'll take 4 pins and a squad dies. And people will do that very, very easily. Yeah. But it is quite fun. It is quite fun. All right. Last, I want to say big thank you to last for now. I want to say big thank you to Craig. Craig, thanks for super chat. My Recon 2.0 list suggestion in stream discussion. Let's have a look. My idea of the Veterans Recons is pretty much all the units have Master Vox but don't really need them. Putting Ursula, Creed, and Kaling Stone in the Commissar allows you to get orders to the mortars even at long range. Yes. I agree. And get orders to Rough Riders, because the only order you really need to give the Rough Riders is fixed bayonets. The commissar works for that. Very interesting. You have your bodies, you have your scouting elite, you have indirect, and you have counterpunch with Rough Riders. Then you get 2 5-man stands for secondaries. Okay, let's have a look. Koenig of Dellen, command squad, command squad, command squad, Katachan command squad, command squad, command squad, commissar, Creed command squad, command squad, command squad, Ursula Creed. 10 Cadians, 10 Cadians, 10 Cadians, 30 Catachan Fires, 30 Kriegers, 15 Rough Riders, 9 Catachan Mortars, 2 Kazakin, 2 Scions. I like it. I like it. I do. I do like that list. I like that list. I might not go full send on the veteran infantry. I think 5 or 6 is enough. I'd go 5 or 6 veteran squads, 30 Kazakim. Then I'd start thinking about adding other bits in. Maybe some sentinels, maybe some Rough Riders, maybe some artillery. Yeah, I think veterans. I think the veteran squad's such a cool concept. I'm definitely 100% going to make a video about this. Definitely. Veteran squads return. 100%, man. Mordian, you could go Plasma, Grenade, and Vox in the Krieg units according to the Warhammer app. Not sure I'd bother. Mad Larkin, it's an interesting idea, but I think I'd rather go Melter. Always Melter. Yeah. It's a good point. It's a good point. But I think I'd rather go Melter. Craig, I like it. I like it. Recon 2.0. I love the idea that we're on Recon 2.0. I think traditional Blob Guard doesn't work, but I think veteran Recon Guard does. Veteran being, we're looking at Scions, we're looking at Kazakin, we're looking at these new veteran squads. Veteran Recon Guard is Recon 2.0. Yeah, for sure. I like it, Craig. I like it a lot. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. 3rd giga chat. So it's getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here. We have stripped back unnecessary gear and push on. I think we are under the nightclub district as the water is full of flushed white powder. Hashtag Croydon, hashtag nose candy. I honestly thought you were going to say, well, all I'm going to say is it might be something else that's white when you go into the local brothel. Oh my god. Lower Decks, I love it, man. Keep your the only responsible thing to do is to keep all of your men away from the flushed warp dust. Naturally, you're going to have to gather it all up, and they're going to have to give it all to you so you can make sure that it is disposed of. Naturally, of course. That's the only responsible thing. Just makes sense. I love it, mate. I love it. So, strip back to the unnecessary gear. I'm guessing it's flamers and cod pieces then. Flamers, cod pieces, helmets, and rebreathers, right? I guess that's the that's what we're cut back to. Amazing. Lower Decks, amazing. All right, double checking Twitch gang here. Yeah, chain dog rule negates shirk considerable. Okay, that changes things a little bit then. That does change things. That solves the big problem, right? You're not going to get shirked to death. Okay. Okay. Shall we go to game number 3? Now, I'm aware we're getting a little short on time because we're 3 hours 46 minutes in and we've not covered 3, 4, 5 games 3, 4, 5. So to be honest, I'm going to do a fairly quick summary of game number 3 because this was quite possibly the worst. Lovely matchup, by the way. Lovely matchup. Let me make sure I've got it. I'm terrible with names, boys. I do apologize. Mattis was a fan of the channel. Watched the video, so we knew who I was, and we had a good chat about everything. So, again, I can't stress enough. Every opponent was lovely. This was the worst matchup I think I've ever had in 10th edition. This took me back to like 7th edition times when it was kind of over before it began. I was playing against Thunderwolf spam. I know. What year is it? Thunderwolf spam in the year of our Lord 2025. I honestly had to do a double take. Couldn't believe it. I even joked at Matt. So when you do realize it's 2025, Thunderwolf spam isn't a thing anymore. And he went, "Oh, it's a thing, man." So let me explain to you why this was basically over before it began. Firstly, my opponent has an assault army. So already I'm starting off on the back foot. Secondly, my opponent has the volume of attacks necessary. He can kill a 20-man blob. Each one of his Thunderwolf units has got like 2 leaders attached to it. So there's like Logan on Battle Slay plus Thunderwolves plus like a Battle Wolf leader of some kind in each blob. Then he had 2 bricks of Wolfen. So he's got the volume. He's got the 4 invulnerable save, which are, very swingy. And he's got the speed because he can advance and charge with the whole army. So it's a volume list, plus it's an assault list. Plus, he's actually really durable. Unlike Dark Elder, who died to a stiff breeze, this guy's really, really durable. So there's 3 things there. Then you've got the fact that it's 6 objectives in the middle. And so he can park 1 unit of Thunderwolves and they can cover 2 objectives. Okay. So it's not like I can even like screen him out from objectives. There's like so many objectives in the middle of the board. And then on top of all of this, he has 3 surge moves and 3 surge moves and a reactive move. So if I move within 9 inches of him, he will reactive move. So this puts me in a very difficult position because I have to, and he's very, very fast, and most of his stuff can go through walls apart from, all the wolf can go through walls. So let me just lay out the scenario here. I want to move block him, but if I move block him, with a big blob, if I move block him, then he can react. If I don't make it all the way, he can reactive move. And then each one of those Thunderwolf blobs can surge move if I shoot them. So I could move block him, shoot any of them. One of them does a surge move into one of my blobs and kills them all. So I can't really screen him out. And I can't get too close to him. It's very... Now, I'm sure if I played this matchup 10 times, I am sure by the 10th time, I might be able to get a win. Might. But because there's the whole argument of, well, you could surge, you know, they can only surge move once per battle. And you could set up multiple lines of them, of guys. But the issue is that if I set, so here's the issue. If I go, okay, I'm going to create one line of guardsmen and then another line of guardsmen behind, two 20-man blobs of Kriegers, shall we say. The problem is that but remember, if it's the only units he's presenting to me are his Thunderwolves, if I don't shoot them, I'm not doing any damage. So what happens is but if I do shoot them, he will surge move into me and kill the front line. And then I've not move blocked him. Because then in his turn, he can break through to the second line and kill that. And it's just, yeah. It's just, like I said, I'm sure if I had enough practice against this, I might be able to get to the point where it's like, you know, the weird fucked up thing. The weird fucked up thing is maybe I don't fire a shot all game. You know what I mean? Like maybe I don't fire a shot most of the game. Maybe all I do is move 40 guards in front of him. Don't shoot. Move 40 guards in front of him. Don't shoot. Move 40 guards in front of him. Don't shoot. Maybe. But the problem is, his Wolfen have guns. So he's got 10 Wolfen with 10d6 plus blast shots. Now, I am very resilient to shooting, but even that is going to do something to me. So yeah, basically, the way to win, but the problem is he has got units which fly as well, so he can fly over the top of like screens and stuff. But don't forget, you can't, but don't forget, if you line up a squad of guardsmen and then have another unit directly behind, if he charges the front line of guardsmen with Thunderwolves and kills them, he can consolidate into the next line. So you could say maybe you run a line of guardsmen up and then have the next line over 4 inches behind. You could do that, but I think the reality of the scenario is you've also got the problem is the reality of the scenario is you basically have to do this tactic here, right? I wonder if I can edit this picture. 1 minute. I don't know if I can. Used to be able to draw lines and stuff. Okay, I'll see what will this let me edit it? I've never used it before. Can I make a line? Okay. Is it going to work? Yeah. So the problem is I basically have to have a line of guardsmen like that. All right. So let's be a little bit more accurate with it. It's more like, yeah, so I have to be It doesn't even work, man. It doesn't even work. I have to have a line of guardsmen that literally goes... like that. Turn 1. You can't do it. It's not enough move. It's not enough move. I can't get over to here. And the problem you've also got to take into account is consolidation. Or more like from this angle. Because remember, if you can't consolidate into an objective, if you can't consolidate into a unit, you can consolidate onto an objective. So what could happen is I set up my line of guardsmen here. My opponent kills them, but because he's charged, he still gets to activate. So this is what happens. The first squad charges in, easily kills 20 guardsmen. Then the next squad gets to activate. They get to pile in 3 inches. And then at the end, they get to consolidate. And they'll be able to get into objective range. So you don't slow them down. On this particular setup, because of this objective here and this objective here, you don't slow them down. You might say, but Mordian, they can only come at you down here and down here, right? No, because they've got flying units here and here, and also 5-inch vertical engagement range on these ruins. So if you've got a line of guardsmen down here, they could go on top of here and then charge you and fight you down, can't they? Because 5-inch engagement range down. So even if you're on the bottom floor and they're here, they can still get you. It's just not really feasible. It's just not really feasible. And like I said, and you've got and like I said, the big issue, if I may use, let's use purple. The big issue is you've got to get a line of guardsmen from here to here and over to here. Because what was the mission? The mission was take and hold. It was like hold 3 objectives. Do you know what I mean? It's taken hold. You only have to hold 3 objectives a turn, and there's fucking 4 of them in the middle. It's mad. It's mad. So like I said, I reckon with enough practice, maybe you could do something. Maybe there's an idea where you just try and like gum the works up as best as you can. But remember, if you're like, okay, well, Mordian, have 2 lines behind so that they just bump into the next line straight away. You get to the point of if someone's charged, they could, even if the unit they charged has died, they can pile in and attack a unit they didn't charge. So that's why the second line has to be 4 inches behind. At that point, you have the issue of you're giving 4 inches of ground a turn, essentially. It's like I said, it's a very, very, very hard matchup. There is precisely, in my opinion, one thing that can make this 60-40. Still in your opponent's favor. Going second. If you go second in this game, you can take your 40, you can take your blobs, throw them out. You just go, I'm losing 40 guys a turn every turn. I'm losing 40 guys a turn every turn. And behind it, you just have, if we use purple to represent our guys, behind it, so you've got like your lines that are getting mashed every turn. And behind it, you've just got like line. No, let's use red. We've been doing that. So you sort of have this 4-inch gap. Have the 4-inch gap. And like 4-inch gap. Like 4-inch gap. You know, maybe you struggled to get the 4-inch gap at some point. But basically, you just have these lines of infantry just sitting on all the objectives. And all you're doing is denying your opponent primary. And you can kill the Wolfen. The moment the Wolfen pop out, you can shoot them. But you do that. And then you basically deny your opponent primary for as long as possible. And then turn 5, you jump on this with as much OC as you can and get 15 points. Is it 15? Yeah. But guess what, boys? I didn't go first. So yeah, I'm not going to go through what happened turn by turn, but this game was basically over before it began. Let me just open the pictures again. So I lost that one. But I'll take you through the pictures just so you can see that I didn't actually get completely butt-fucked. So I'll take you through the pictures. So I didn't get completely butt-fucked. You'll see. That's my opponent. Look at my opponent's army, man. It's just mad shit. So, oh, I did get turn 2. I did get turn 2, actually. So, actually made it a lot more close than you thought. So I did get turn 2. Amazing. So but turn 2, actually going second kind of has its own problems, because your opponent gets it's such a tough one, because turn 2 you get to score at the end, but then your opponent gets to move out first, so you can't keep them off the objectives. Yeah, that's the problem, man. That's the problem. Yeah. So turn 1, my opponent's there. Turn 2, I didn't take any pictures of my turn 1. So turn 1, basically what happened is I kept moving Guardsmen forward, not backwards. So I tried to slow him down with basically a blob of Kriegers extending out like this every turn, so that he can. Oh, also he can rapid ingress in turn 1. Or something mad. Maybe that's him. Maybe not. Anyway, so I kept putting 20 Kriegers forward. So this is turn 2. So turn 1, my opponent comes forward. My turn 1, I just feed him I feed him 20 Kriegers. This is turn 2. This is the end of turn 2, isn't it? Yeah. The end of turn 2. So my turn, this is definitely turn 2. So turn 1, my opponent comes forward. My turn 1, I put 20 Kriegers in the way. My opponent's turn 2, 20 Kriegers die. Intercessors over here. These guys come in here. These guys rapid ingress. I'm sure they rapid ingress turn 1, you know. I'm sure they did. And then they charged my screen here. They all died. My turn 2, I bring on reserves, and I fuck up the scouts here. I fuck up some assault marines here, but don't kill them. And I fuck up some of the jump pack dudes here. I think I fuck up some Wolfen as well, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, there you go. End of my turn 2. So that's my opponent's turn 2, so it's end of my turn 2. Fuck up the Wolfen that are here. Scions coming in, doing... When did I get containment? When did I get containment? That'll tell me when that is. Turn 2. So yeah, this is the end of my turn 2. Containment. Another line of Kriegers ready here. Fucked up the Wolfen there. Opponent turn. End of opponent turn 3. He's broken through the screen here. He's bringing Thunderwolves down here. The Kazakhstan unfortunately have died there. I think this is turn 3 for me. Turn 3 for me. Pretty much all the Thunderwolves here have been dealt with, but these ones are over here and these ones are over here. Was that the end? No, that's the end of. Sorry, I'm getting. They didn't take as many pictures of this game. So this is my opponent's turn 2. This is my opponent's turn 3. This is the end of my turn 3. Starting to kill stuff here. Managed to get rid of the surge. I managed to get rid of the surge moves turn 3, which is good. But at that point, I'd lost a lot of assets. This is end of my opponent's turn 4. You can see all of these motherfuckers are dead. And then in turn 5, my opponent basically butchers these guardsmen here with these Thunderwolves. And butchers the remaining guardsmen over here. And my turn 5, I managed to get onto 3 objectives and get 15 points. So this end score was 74-90. And I got 40 points on primary. My opponent got 45 points on primary. The biggest difference actually came down to secondaries. I did keep drawing quite shit secondaries. Like turn 1, sabotage, mark for death, containment. Are you taking the... Because I redrew objective. Turn... Fucking... Turn 4. So I turned too late. No prisoners and behind enemy lines. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was just... Give me a fucking... Do you know what I mean? Couldn't do shit at that point. How did this do against others in the tournament? Oh, he played into... I think he had an awful game versus Custodes turn 2. Yeah, I think he played into... Or was it World Eaters? He played into fights first? Game 1, he played Admech, I think. Game 1, he played a shooting army and fucked them up. Game 2, he played a combat army, which had fights first and got crushed. It was either Custodes or World Eaters, something like that. And then Game 3 played me. Yeah. 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 So, at the end of the game, if you look, at the end of the game, I'm not tabled. And I just want to say something here. This is exactly the kind of list that could have very, very easily tabled me. Think about it. 5 mega assault unit. If I had been brash, if I had been reckless, I would have been tabled turn 3, I reckon. Because let's go back to where my opponent was turn 3. Look at that, boys. This is end of... This is my opponent's turn... I'm pretty certain this is my opponent's turn 2. This is my opponent's turn 2. I'm wolf jailed. This is the end of my opponent's turn 3. I'm killing them. I'm killing them. It was very difficult. But the only reason I didn't get tabled was because I husbanded my resources. And you don't get any... You don't get any points for having models alive at the end of the game. I know that. You can lose 95% of your models and win a game. But what was going through my mind was, this is an incredibly shite matchup. And if it was a team tournament, what could I get out of this? So because I knew this matchup was basically over before it began. My thoughts going through my head were, if it was a team tournament, what could Recon get in this scenario? Because remember, it was all about stress testing Recon. It was all about lessons learned. By the way, my opponent played this perfectly. I don't think he made any mistakes all game. Very, very good player. I lost this game. My opponent won this game. There was no, oh, I fucked up or anything like that. It was very much a deserved win by opponent. No excuses. But if this was a team tournament, it would have been 74-90. Now that is a 16 point difference. That is a 13-7. That's a 13-7 in a team tournament. That's a very good thing to know. If I ever take this again with Recon 2.0, that's a very good thing to know. Big question here is, what would have helped me? What could have changed this? What could have swung it? I'm not sure tanks would have helped me here. I'm not sure tanks would have helped me here. Although they do have a lot more. Tanks do have a lot of firepower. Honestly, possibly the humble rattlings. Humble rattlings would have been good. Yeah, definitely. Rattlings would have been good. Maybe this is where you need to be like, I need to find points for even just 10 rattlings. Even just, then if my opponent goes first, it doesn't help me. Because I've got to stay 9 inches away from his deployment zone, which is here. No, not even rattlings fucking help me, boys. Not even rattlings help me, because if I infiltrate here, yeah, no, not even rattlings would help me here. Because rattlings don't have scout, do they? They've got infiltrate, but not scout. I think a Scion Gigablob would... I'll tell you what. I think my opponent faced Bridgehead round 2 and got deleted. So what happened is, if we look at this picture here, my opponent basically did the same thing in round 2 is what he said. And Bridgehead, turn 1, dropped down 15 Scions and just deleted a unit. Because they can do that. I think he dropped down 2 units because he had 15 on the board and then he had 30 in reserve and he went second. The Scion player went second, so he used the strat to go into reserve with 2 units and then dropped 2 blobs down and went bang, bang and killed them. Bridgehead would have smoked this. Easily. Easily. What could Recon do to beat this? Maybe Bulgrins? Maybe Bulgrins. What I really felt in this matchup was I didn't have a brick wall. I had piles of bodies, but I didn't have a brick wall. So there's that. Indirect fire would have been a big help because my opponent was like hiding his wolfen and shit. So yeah, indirect fire would have helped. Borgins probably would have helped. Tanks might have had the firepower to just delete things. Yeah. I feel like my biggest issue in this matchup was I struggled with force concentration. I basically struggled with force concentration. All right. Let's get to game number. Get to the next game. So, day 2. We'll get to day 2 in a moment. We have got a super chat coming in here. 2 super chats coming in here. I want to say a big thank you to the Talzan. Talzan, thank you for super chat, bro. Recon 2.0 solution in stream discussion. All right, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. My solution to Recon. It took me a second to get this. I was like, what the fuck? Bridgehead. You're right. You're right. Yeah. In that matchup, you're right. In that matchup, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Yep. When you're right, you're right. That was pretty. It took me a second to get that, man. It took me a second. I love it. Trooper number 2102, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. I know I keep spamming. Dude, spam away. We're all hyped about the veteran squads, man. Spam away. I know I keep spamming, but a veteran Catachan squad brings 3 flamers, a heavy flamer, a plasma gun, a plasma pistol, and a melt gun, all with assault for 130 points. That's if you go for the heavy flamer, right? You go grenade launcher instead. You go grenade launcher. You don't need Master Vox. You don't need the banner. You don't need Master Vox. You don't need the banner. You don't need the medic because the presumption is you're going to die. And I think I would take a grenade launcher over an extra flamer. I think I'd go heavy flamer, grenade launcher, plasma gun, melter gun, plasma pistol. With scout. With scout. Yeah. Scout's huge. Also, don't forget, Creed can double order. Kazakin can all have double orders, right? Can Scion Squad still have double orders? I think they can. Hmm. Is it insanity? Is it insanity to suggest 15-man foot slogging Scion squads with a command rod so that they can get double orders? Hmm. Or is it better? Deep strike. Hmm. it's food for thought, right? Because Kazakin plus Castellans. Or Kazakin. Well, Kazakin plus Castellans could be quite interesting. Hmm. Hmm. It's you could have 7 units with double orders. Three Scion, 3 Kazakin, Creed's unit. 7 units double orders. I really noticed double orders. Creed's squad absolutely swept everything before it. It really did. Between just being like, between first rank fire and take aim, which combined, plus 3 plasma guns, a plasma. I could have had 4 plasma guns as well, but 3 plasma guns, a plasma pistol, 2 melter guns, grenades often, and Creeds, duty and honor pistols. All right. Trooper, very interesting. I see everything. The scales have fallen from my eyes. Do 15-man cycles with Nork and a sidekick added delete an entire flank by themselves? Problem is, that's an unbelievably expensive unit. Because it's like 210 points plus 60 plus 60. So is that the most? Is that 330 points? Bruh, nah, no fun. That's too expensive. It's too much. It's too buku. It's an interesting idea, but it's too buku. Trooper, yeah, I like the Catachan veterans. That's a cool idea. Lower decks, thank you for the Giga Chad. Sir, the air is a thick haze. We advance slowly. 3 heavily armed men, semi-naked, picking our way through refuse and shit. Hashtag Croydon Saturday night. Wait, there's only 3 of you? Lower decks, I thought it was you, Jenkins, the Dean Martin bot, and the rest of the Penal Legion. Only 3 of you. Well, I just hope that no one is wearing the red. No one who's a fan of Star Trek is wearing the red codpiece, because they ain't coming back. Lower decks, holy shit, man. Yeah. I just thought you had like a squad of Penal Legion troopers with you, man. Damn. Well, good luck. And don't be afraid to set the Dean Martin bot to Sugar Watkins mode before you bug out if you need to. All right, I want to say next big thank you to Anthony Williams. Thank you for the super chat, man. 2 or 4 Lemurs is completed. I had fun with them. First one is Andy Warhol's Revenge. Second is A Pale Horse. C-Stream discussion. All right, man. Let's have a look here. Oh my god. It's so bright. I need some sunglasses to see it. I gotta shade my eyes. That's mad, bro. The blue and orange actually looks really good. Do you know what it reminds me of? Iron Brew. Iron Brew, good for you. I like it. That's cool, the Pale Horseman. Dude, very, 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 very cool. Loving all the conversions and loving the paint scheme on both. And loving the names as well, man. Brilliant. Holy shit. Anthony Williams, very, very unique, very inspired. Very inspired, man. And Double Vanquisher. I love it. I love it, man. Also, I want to say, well done on the speed paints. I always struggle with speed paints on tanks, but they've come out really nice. I'm presuming the speed paints. Anyway, correct me if I'm wrong, but they've come out really nice. Anti Williams, excellent work. Banking cans of iron brew hostiles. So I always regretted when I did the Great Mordian Restoration project the first time. I always regretted not doing it in iron brew colors because iron brew is my favorite drink, and the Mordian Iron Guard Iron Brew. I'd be call them the Mordian IRN Iron. Is like Iron Brew Mordian Iron Guard. Maybe with the Greater Mordian, I could correct that. And after seeing Anthony Williams's models and seeing the blue and orange next to each other, what colours were they, Anthony? Seriously, what colours were they? I might copy. What colours were they? Because that orange and that blue go. I could have iron brew flags on everything, Scotch flags and everything. It's possible. I get sponsored by Iron Brew. Come on, Iron Brew. You know you want to do it. Just saying. Same. All right. Let's get into the next game. So, day number 2 rolls around, and I'm currently on Sand Golem and High Lord. Sand Golem for the orange. High Lord for the blue, I'm guessing. All right, interesting. Thank you. Appreciate it. So day number 1. Technically, I'm on 2 losses and 1 win, but obviously, game 1 was a bit fucked because it was fucked up the scoring at the end of the game. But you know, still going into day 2, I'm like, I would like a win, but if I keep facing us all the time, it's not much I can do. So naturally, day 2, first matchup is against Grey Knights. And I think, okay. They've got, like, combat, and it's AP2, so it's going to kill me. But all of their shooting is, like, storm balls, right? Wrong. The Immolate, my opponent had an Immolator. That strips cover. He had 2 Dread Knights. Both of their weapons ignore cover. A Flamer and a Gatling. He then had 15 Purifiers. So, the vast majority of my opponent's shooting ignores cover. He's basically an assault army with ignores cover shooting. The pain! The pain! Why, Satan? Why? Oh my god. Give us a second. I've not missed any support coming from Twitch, gang. No, we're good. We're good. Yeah. Just so but the good news is I have 2 advantages on my side now. 2 advantages. The first advantage is I play against Grey Knights a lot. So I have a good idea of their damage output. Second thing is I'm no longer putting anything in reserve except for 2 squads of Scions. After day 1, I had given up on the big flank. The second front. I'd given up on that. And let me tell you, it made a big difference. Having those extra having those extra 60 bodies on the board from the get-go made a big difference. And with the benefit of hindsight now, I am convinced that game 1, which should have been a win, but game 1 would have definitely been a win. If I'd had bodies on the ground from the get-go. And I don't think it would have made a big difference in game 3, to be fair. But I was like, when I stopped putting things in reserve, things started going. Games started feeling a lot easier just having all of the bodies to go at the beginning. Mission was Burden of Trust. Deployment, search and destroy. Prepared positions was the stratagem. Was the twist. Who went first? I think I went first. So I went first, which wasn't great in this game because obviously that means my opponent could do uppy downy turn 1. Deployment wise, just look at it. Look at it, it's beautiful. Kazakin up front. Krieger's behind. Cadian's behind that. Do you know what's interesting? When I built this list, I had this idea in mind for this deployment. Turns out this was the better deployment. See, it's this thing. Day 1, I could apply all. Day 2, I could apply all the lessons from day 1. If I'd had a bunch of practice games, I reckon I could have done better this tournament. This was a blind test of Recon. That's my opponent's deployment. Just everything hidden here, ready to jump up and down as and when needed. He also had 10 of the guys that don't need line of sight to shoot if something else can see you. I think they're called like Purgation Squad, something very cool. Not seen those before. So, turn 1. Scout move onto here. Move and advance up to here. Move. The Kazakhstan told themselves to take cover. Move. Plus a big 5-inch advance. Push these guardsmen out to here. Kazakhstan move to here. Containment, which is why I didn't. Sorry, did I advance? Yeah, no, just the containment with the Kazakhstan because they just went 15 inches off their own backs. They didn't need to advance. So containment goes over to my opponent's turn 1, which of course he can go up, and in my opponent's reinforce, and it's the great thing about Scrambler Field. You do it in your opponent's reinforcement step. They don't know where it is. They've got to do all of their other movement. And then you get to decide when to scrambler field. And I scrambler fielded here. So that really fucked my opponent's plans up. 12-inch no deep strike bubble literally covered like this. It was so good. My opponent picked his models up and put them back down. Apart from one squad. He picked up like 2 or 3 units. And 2 of them went back down here. And 1 of them went elsewhere, as we'll see. So good. So good. So, turn 1 for my opponent. And this is the end of my turn 2. This is the end of my turn 2. So turn 1 for my opponent, he brutalizes the Kazakin up here, but you can see they do survive. And he brutalizes the Kazakin and the Deathcore here because Crow's squad comes down. But the thing is that because I just moved and advanced and got a 6 here, I had been able to put I'd put take cover on this unit, and my thinking was, if I don't get a big advance, I'll just stay back here, and the Kazakin will just basically screen out. If I get a big advance and I can hop to this ruin, I'll do it. So I put take cover on, got the big 6 in the advance. Fortunately, jumped them over to here, and then my Kazakin obviously had moved 15 inches to here. My opponent comes down with Crow's squad, but both of these units have got take cover on them. So even though a lot of the firepower, so I think is it the Purging Flame? I think it ignores cover. So the Flamers ignore cover. I think Purging Flame ignores cover, but I can't remember. But even so, they're all like AP1 attacks, basically. So I'm on like a 4-up save on the Kazakin, a 5-up save on the Guardsman. Because of the take cover order. Some of it might be AP2, but I had a save on everyone against all of his firepower. And so he did all of this damage to the Kazakin with the Flamers. And he did all of this damage with Purging Flame. But it wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? It was fine. It was fine. You know, I lost 10 from this squad. And I lost like 7 from this squad. I'll take that. And then, yeah, I lost the 20 Kriegers here, but I expected to lose the 20 Kriegers here. I expected to lose them. So it comes over to my turn. And the big thing was that big thing was he didn't wipe me off these objectives. So he did take that one off me, to be fair, because of he did take that one off me because of he had strike marines that were able to out OC me. So only 3 Kazakin on there. He matched my OC, but I was able to hold this one, which meant I got 4 points. Very, very good. You know, I got 4 points, which is always good to get a bit of primary lead. So yeah, that wasn't so bad. So it comes over to turn. I think, I'm missing. This is end of turn 3. End of turn 3. So we're missing all of turn 2. I do apologize. So let me take you through what happened turn 2. Basically, turn 2, this is my this is my turn 2. This is my turn 2. I don't have my opponent's turn 2. So my turn 2, I bring another wave of infantry over here, and I bring another wave of infantry over here. But you can see, look at the now that I've got everyone on the board, look how much more effectively I'm able to stage my blobs. It makes such a difference having everyone on the board from the get-go. Fuck putting things in strategic reserve, because I can throw out 20 guardsmen a turn in relative places. And also I can have enough left over to make it really hard for him to actually score at the end of the game, because I can just be like 40 OC, 40 OC, 40 OC, if not more. So I bring another blob over to here. I regrow some guys here onto the objective, which is nice. And I move over to here. I melter mine these guys. I kill a marine from here, kill a marine from here. And then with my shooting, what happens is I actually kill 4 marines from this big 10-man purifier squad here. And I kill 4 marines from here, and I kill a marine from here. So I don't do a lot of damage my turn 2. But the problem is what my opponent does. Well, not the problem for me. The problem for my opponent is my opponent goes for it turn 2. Personally, I think that was a mistake. So I scramble a field with this squad here, which really fucks him up again. Because now that these guys are pushed out here, big deep strike to now bubble here. Big deep strike. So 9 inches coming off here, 9 inches coming off here, 9 inches coming off here, 12 inches coming off here. And then these guys, there's no way he can deep strike in here. So he's basically stuck picking up and putting down around here. So my opponent decides to go for it turn 2. I think that was a mistake because I think he should have gone turn 3. Turn 2, look, I don't really have that much exposed. I've got a blob here that's poking its ass out. And I've got a blob here. And I've got some Kazakhstan here. But, you know, what is that like? Even if he picks it all up, it's like 50 dudes. 20, 23, 2. 45 dudes. Now, in any other list, losing 45 models would be a big deal. But in my army, I can lose 45 dudes. In fact, I can lose 40 men a turn, every turn, and still have 45 left at the end of the game. I still have 40 left at the end of the game. I didn't lose 40 turn 1. I lost like 20. Fair, like I lost like 30 turn 1. So even if I lose, you know, everyone here, I'm still on track to manage my casualties. And this is the big thing when you're running a horde list. You've got to manage casualties. What I said earlier was if you just yeet everyone out, everyone dies because it's 10th edition and it's hyper lethal. So you've got to husband your casualties. So this is what was the end result of turn 3. This is the end of my turn 3. So in my opponent's turn 2, he did kill them. And he did kill some of that blob, but not everyone. And then he killed the remnants of this blob, and he killed the remnants of the Kazakhstan. Problem is, he tried to charge me with Crow's squad, and I went Tanglefoot Grenade, making it a 10-inch charge, and he failed it with a reroll. And then he charged him with 5 jumpy dudes, because the jumpy dudes, there's a rhino here, right? So or here or something. So basically, the jumpy dudes moved out like 3 inches from the rhino, then jumped 12 inches, then made a 7-inch charge. But it's like, it's 5 guys with swords, no buffs. There's like 5 attack. It's like 15 attacks. One of them's got a big gun, so it's like 12 sword attacks. Like 8 hits, 6 dead guardsmen. So he didn't wipe out the blob that he wanted to wipe out. And every time he wasn't wiping one of my blobs out, I was regrowing. And he didn't quite have the firepower to wipe out a blob. Like, he didn't quite have the firepower to wipe out 2 blobs. So I must have regrown, I'd say about 10 dudes. I'd say between 5 and 10 dudes a turn every turn. Now, over the course of 5 turns, that's essentially, I've regrown between 20 and 30 people. I've regrown between 20 and 30 people. So I've basically gone, I've had an extra blob of guys. I had like pseudo reinforcements. But it's even better because they're regrowing onto objectives. So it's like I can get more OC going. I'm not coming on from the side. I'm regrowing in the heart of the battle. But the problem is my opponent, to kill everything here and to do what he did over here, he had to expose the 5 jumpy dudes here. He had to expose Crow's squad. And he had to expose the Purifying squad here. And he had to expose the Strike Marines here. And he also had a squad of, I think that was it. It was 4 5-man squads he exposed. And, well, 10-man squad, 5-man squad, 5-man squad, 5-man squad, 5-man squad. Because he had the Strike Marines here, then he had 2 there's Jumpy Dude unit on this objective, Purifying Flame unit back here, the 5-man one. And I picked all of that up. Apart from 1 Marine down here. and like Crow and 2 guys. So when my turn 3 had settled, my opponent had Tech Marine and a Rhino, 2 Nemesis Dread Knights, and an Immolator with 5 sisters inside it. So yeah, turn 3 was the turning point. I even charged those 2 guys. I even charged them and fisted them, one of them to death with Strachan, who was Acadian Castellan in this game. Strachan still, the legacy of Strachan lives on. He did Fisted Marine. But yeah, that was the biggie. That was the biggie. So turn 3 for my opponent, you can see he gives it a good go, but he doesn't quite wipe a blob out up here because the Knights have got hammers. The Dread Knights have both got hammers. So he doesn't quite wipe a blob out here. So he doesn't take me off this objective. It's just, yeah, he's just fucked, basically. Just hasn't got the volume. Just hasn't got the volume. And so, you know, Crow, and he went assassin. That was it. He went Cull and Assassinate, and he only killed 2 characters. He only killed the 2 characters down here because I just didn't feed. I didn't feed the Cadian blobs. This is what I said. If someone takes Assassinate against me, unless they've got the volume to table me, I don't feed them the Cadian blobs. Nobody. I don't think anyone maxed Assassinate against me who took it as a fixed. It's a trap. He only got 8 points for Assassinate. Whose dice tray? It's not my dice tray. I don't know why. I don't know what that dice tray is, by the way. I hope it's not anything insulting. So yeah, this was basically, and that was basically the end. So what happened is my opponent's turn 4, Crow manages to get into the my opponent's turn 4, I'll show you. Crow gets in here and picks up 1 Assassinate, picks up both Assassinates, and then my opponent's turn 5, and then most of the shit dies, and then my opponent's turn 5, he basically teleports everything over to here and grabs that objective at the end. But this is what my opponent has left at the end of the game. That's it. Because all the little 5, because he has to bring his other 5-man squads forward to try and get a bit more firepower going, try and get more objective play going. The Rhino died. Creed's blob went on a rampage. Creed's blob went on a rampage. Creed's blob wiped out 5 jumpy dudes, Rhino, Tech Marine, and 5 of the Purgation guys over the course of 2 shooting phases. Went 2 units. Just absolutely went ham. And then all the other little bits of shooting, and the Cadian squads with the Castellan did so well. Yeah, my opponent. And what happened is because my opponent had lost so much volume of fire, he had to start splitting, like to try it. So he had like 2 Dread Knights that in the same turn on the random number of shots rolled like a 3 and a 4 because they're 2d6. And if he had like, but he was kind of forced to do that because he was like, I need to try and kill 2 blobs. So the Gatlings kind of did their jobs, but the Flamers let him down. Yeah. So this is what my opponent had at the end of the game. He just literally teleported everything left he had onto this objective here. He put it this way. I'm very proud of how the game went. I did win it. 68-60. I won it on primary. And the thing that made the difference was my opponent on round 3, well, round 5, only got 2 secondaries. Only got 2 primaries. He didn't get all 3. Now that's really big because normally it's a given that you get the 3 primaries. Also, I think he guarded last turn, but I don't think you can guard last turn. Someone correct me on that. Can you guard last turn? Oh, and I missed out on 2 points. I should have guarded. I should have had guard on my home. Yeah. I actually didn't get enough points in that last game. Again, fucking losing, almost losing games. So I didn't give. I forgot to put down my primary for round for round 5. So actually, the final score, I should have had 74 points. 74 points to 60 because I didn't. I held one objective in my turn 5. And I also guarded that objective. So it was actually 74-60. So it was a decent win. Yeah. Fucking hell, boys. I was so tired this tournament. Yeah. It was the fact that I could have lost a second game because of fucking not putting my points in properly. Jesus, man. My opponent did get guard last turn, which is fine. I forgot to score primary turn 5. Should have got 6 more points. So, fortunately, I didn't cost him the game. Fucking hell. But it ended up being 74-60. That was what the real score should have been. So I won, which is good. Lesson. You all know what I think my biggest advantage here? I know how to play against Grey Knights because of Salty Simon. Also, I think the biggest advantage I had here was I was now very familiar with Recon. Before this, I'd only played one game with Recon, the one on Battle Report. So I'd kind of gone. I thought that was a practice game, but to be honest, that I had gone into it a bit blind. I was getting very confident with Recon now. And the big thing was applying. So day 1 was learning lessons. Day 2 was applying lessons. And I applied. I personally think I played much better day 2. Because on day 2, my on day 2, I was screening better. I was husbanding my resources better. I had a better idea of what my units could handle and what they couldn't handle. Yeah. It was a good this game was a good example of that. Let's get to game number 5. So game 5. I'll double check I've not had anything on Twitch. I've not had any more support from YouTube. Let's see if I've got anything on Twitch. No? Okay. So last game, boys. Last game. A moment then. I couldn't remember what I was doing. Game 5. So far, I have faced precisely one. So far, I have not faced a single shooting army. I have faced Dark Elder with fuck all shooting, all melee. I faced Tyranids, which were one big Zonothrope shooty squad and a couple of Tyrannofexes. Everything else was melee. I faced Thunderwolves, all melee. And I faced Grey Knights, which were 50% melee and 50% shooting, but 90% of that shooting was ignoring cover. So at this point, I really felt like I was owed. I really felt like I was owed a shooting army. So naturally, I played into Legions of Excess Slanesh, which had precisely 3 guns in the entire army, pure melee. So we're in an assault mare. Oh God almighty, fucking hell. We're in a fucking... I want a stress test. I want a stress test. But this was it. This was the culmination of everything that I had learned. This was time to put everything into practice. The mission was Scorched Earth. Deployment was the diagonal one across the middle. The twist didn't matter. The twist didn't matter. I got first turn. My opponent's list are 3 big bitches, one's being Shalaxi, 3 units of Fiends, 2 units of Demonettes, 1 unit of Nurglings, 1 unit of Corn Dogs. Turn 1, I move, and get a 6 in advance with a unit of Kriegsmen. They start off here. They string all the way out like this. My other blobs are 4 inches away from possibly where anything could... Because obviously this guy's not 4 inches from here, but this guy is over 4 inches. They couldn't consolidate in there. 4 inches away. That's my turn 1. Oh, the Kazakin absolutely... Did my opponent go first? 1 minute. My opponent might have gone first. I don't know. Let me check. I don't think he did, though. I went first. No. Wait. I went first. That was my turn 1. That was it. I tell you what, boys, I fucking wish I had. God damn it, I wish I had mortars right now. God damn it. I could have been shelling these guys to kingdom come. I could have shelled. If there's one thing I've learned from this fucking detachment, you need indirect fire. You need it. You needs it. Nothing went in reserve again apart from... I put 20 guys in reserve. I put 20... No, maybe 20 guys. I think it was 20 Kriegers, 20 Cadians, and 10 Scions went in reserve. But the Cajuns went in reserve not with the idea of opening up a second front. The Cajuns went in reserve with the idea of I was going to just bring them in as a second wave down here, essentially. So this is where I look at the end of turn 1. I've scout moved up to here. I moved up to here. Everything's just moving forward. Big human wave. Turn 1 for my opponent. And this is the end of my opponent's turn 1 as well. He literally just moves up to here. And up to here. I think he then sends it's like a unit of corn. Let me see where the next picture is. Yes. he does. Oh yeah, there was some dude who had Praetorians. That was kind of cool. If I turn this. So yeah, there was a dude playing on the next. I'll tell you, I know who he is. One of my mates on the table next to me was playing with Praetorians, and these were converted Krieg heavy weapons. He's put flamer barrels on the end. That's just to show you my opponent's deployment. I'm not sure what that picture's in aid of, to be honest. Yes. So my opponent's turn. What happens in my opponent's turn? Turn 1, he moves Shalaxi up here. He moves 2 Keeper Secrets here, and he brings the Corn Dogs round here, and he charges the Krieg blob that was here. The Corn Dogs don't do that much damage, though. They don't do that much damage, surprisingly. I don't know if my opponent fucks his attacks or whatever, but he kills, like... It's like a break. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was it. He kills like 9 Kriegers. He kills like 9 Kriegers. But in my turn 2, what happens is they regrow like 4 guys. So I just like regrow onto the objective and just like screen out a bit. My turn 2, I kill the Kazakin. Actually move back, and the Krieg blob moves forward, and you can see we've got a 20-man blob here. These dice are the break. We've got most of a 20-man blob here. 4-inch. I know I've got a reactive move. 4-inch so that these guys can move forward and close the gap. Based on that, 4-inch move, 4 inches behind. Second line of Kriegers here. So I'm sitting on two objectives constantly, and the big thing is I'm constantly denying my opponent his primary as well, because I get to move on to this objective in my turn 2 because I've gone first. So when it comes to his turn 2, he doesn't have enough OC here, because Shlaxi's like 5 and I've got like 6 OC on there. So my opponent's turn 2, the Demonettes. So this is what basically the game looks like at the end of my we rapid ingressed the Demonettes down here. My opponent's turn 2 should be like this. So to be at the end of my opponent's turn 2, what's the end of turn? It might be the end of my turn 3. It's the end of turn 3. So my opponent's turn 2, the Demonettes come in here, absolutely bat. The Demonettes, Shalaxi, and 2 of these motherfuckers come in against the front 2 blobs, obliterate them. 40 guardsmen, bang, gone. So it comes over to my turn 3. My turn 3, the Krieg blob that was here moves and advances, but doesn't move, and I put take cover on them because I think I want to do a little test. Can I survive these 2 if I've got take cover? Because they've got like only 10 attacks each in combat, and their shooting isn't that good. So I do that there, and then this blob comes up to here, and you can see the break in the unit. We've got a blob here, break with the dice here. I was doing that to help my opponent out. Blob here. I know that Shalaxi can't pile into this squad because of this little bit of ruined wall here. It's because she can't land on the ruined wall. Very, very useful. She can walk over it, but she can't land on it. So that's where. So I move up like this, and then I basically absolutely blat the Demonettes here, and I get Shalaxi down to 4 wounds. I should have killed Shalaxi. My opponent made a lot of 4-up saves against a lot of melter guns. If one more melter gun, I think like we're talking like he passed 8 out of 9 melter gun saves, similar to what happened with that bloody Norn emissary. So my opponent made a lot of saves at a critical juncture. If he hadn't made those 4-ups, Shalaxi would have died. Shalaxi not dying made it kind of tricky. So what happens is my opponent's turn 3 comes along. Hopefully I've got a picture here. I think this is turn 4. So my opponent's turn 3. Yeah, it's turn 4. So we don't have a picture of my opponent's turn 3. So we'll go back. So turn 3, these 20 guardsmen mostly die, although I think some of them survive. These 20 guardsmen all die. The guys behind her don't get piled into. I think the fiends are here, yeah. So my turn 4, this is the end of turn 4. So what happens is I draw marked for death. And he goes fiends, like plague bearers. And I'm like, or fiends, keeper of secrets. And I'm like, there's a unit of fiends hiding behind here. And I'm like, so the Kazakh can come round here. And I'm like, he's gonna pass the wounds off onto another unit. But I forgot that he'd marked for death this one. So I go, okay, I'm gonna shoot you, you're gonna pass the wounds off. And he goes, I'll do it onto like one fiend guy. And I was like, why wouldn't you do it? I asked him at the end of the game, why didn't you do it on the 3-man squad? He went, because they were both marked for death. I went, oh, of course. So he couldn't pass it off over to there. So it turns out that 10 Kazakhin with first rank fire and take aim and grenades absolutely brutalize 3 fiends. Absolutely brutalize them. So yeah, they died. That got me marked for death, which you very rarely get marked for death. So I was kind of happy for that. And then basically what happens is this is my opponent's turn 4, and I get behind enemy lines. I can't get behind enemy lines. I'm like, oh, I'll charge these Kriegers, and if I get a long enough charge, I can get around the back because behind enemy lines is here, and the Kriegers move up to here. So I get the charge, and I get a 10 or 11. Easily enough to... Even my opponent's like, yeah, I don't even measure, I just sling them in. So easily enough to get round. Now, at the end of my turn 4, something important happens. We've been using the chess clock, and at the end of my turn 4, I actually end up with like 1 minute. I think like 1 minute, or I might even time out on turn 4. Now, here's the thing. Technically, I had timed out. First time. I think I'll let myself off. It was round fucking 5. I was round fucking 5. But here's the very important thing. We hadn't really been using the clock very well. And what I mean by that is my opponent is meant to roll his saves on the clock, on his time. And we hadn't done that. Also, there had been a number of times when pretty much after round 1, I think, literally after round 1, when my opponent made contact with a unit of Kriegers, I basically just picked them up. Because after round 1, I was like, I have seen and I know the durability of my units. Also, I'm having a very, very nice game with my opponent. We did set the tone at the beginning of the game, and I was like, this clock is here to show that I'm not like using like 2 hours out of 2.5. And he went, yep, absolutely, mate. Not a problem at all. So, you know, I could have made my opponent roll all of his dice out. And to be honest, I know what happens when I do that, because we learned this from the Tyranid thing. And I said I wasn't going to weaponize the clock again this time. So I've just been picking models up rather than making my opponent roll all the dice. Also, there was 2 times when my opponent had flicked the clock when it was his turn, and I went, I'm going to think about doing a reactive move, and he flicked the clock over to me, and I hadn't realized. And then when I said, okay, I've done my move now, and it didn't get flicked back. And that's through and I want to make something clear. That's through no one's fault. That's through no one's fault. It was just, we're both very tired round 5. So technically I timed out turn 4. But my opponent said to me, don't worry about it. And I said, are you sure? And he went, don't worry about it. So what happened is we did my opponent's turn 4. We go to my turn 5, and I'm like, I'll literally do. He said, we got like 50. My opponent's got like 15 minutes, 20 minutes left on the clock. 15 minutes left on the 10 to 15 minutes left on the clock. And I say, if I could just have one of your minutes to do my turn 5, that would be great. And I'll just tell you I'll just tell you what I need to do. We don't need to do the models. And he went, yeah, that's fine. And I went, turn 5, I'm going to move. I'm going to burn this objective here. I'm going to hold these 2 objectives, and I'm going to burn this one at the start of my turn 5, so it completes at the end of the turn. And the opponent went, yeah, that's fine. And then I said, and I draw my objectives, and I draw engage on all fronts and secure no man's land. And I say, I'm going to chuck these Kriegers on here. I can go to control this objective, no problem. Secure no man's land, small engage. I said, I won't even. I could have got big engage, boys. I could have got big engage, but I was like, I don't, I was like, because all I need to do was move these guys over here. But I went, I won't be greedy, mate. I'll just go for small engage because I'm using one of yours, and I'm not going to fuck around with all that. And he went, yep, that's fine. My opponent does, and I say, if you want, mate, you can just tell me what you're going to do your turn 5. My opponent turn 5 says, well, I'm going to burn an objective. I'm going to hold, score at the end. I'm going to clear these guys off. I'm going to hold these 2, burn this one in the middle. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And he goes, and he draws storm hostile objective from no prisoners. And he goes, I think I can, obviously because I'm holding this one. He goes, I stormed that one. I go, yep. And he goes, and no prisoners should be pretty easy. I'm like, yep. You could I said, I'll just, you can kill the 10 Kazakin, kill these guys here, and you can kill the 20 guardsmen like there. That's your, that would get you max no prisoners. And we go, yeah, there we go. And so we scored the end. So that was, we basically just did a talk turn 5. We had the time. We finished the game with 10 minutes left on the clock. Now, what happened was at the end of the game, the score was 86 to me and 80 to my opponent. And I could see. So you know what? My opponent was unbelievably sporting. He was very sympathetic to the fact it was round 5, and I was very, very tired. Due to some extenuating circumstances, I'd only got 4 hours sleep on the Friday, and then another 4 hours sleep on the Saturday. And so I was definitely slowing down turn 5. I was definitely slowing down round 5. So I said to my opponent, you know what, mate? This was a really good game. And I couldn't have got those extra points without one of your minutes. And I said to him, you know what? Even though we weren't super good with the clock, I think it would be, technically I timed out. And you gave me one of your minutes. And so, tell you what, mate. Let's just call it a draw. And so we don't fuck over anyone else, I'll have 80 points. And my opponent was like, because I could tell you what, I could tell my opponent was a little down in the mouth that he'd lost the game. And I could tell that he was a bit like, I don't know how to put this, but, he went, well, he went, oh, well, the clock and everything. And I went, exactly, mate. I said, exactly. I said, look, I couldn't have done turn 5 without you giving me a minute. And he went, yeah. He went, so I said, let's call it a draw. And, I could say he was a little down in the mouth because obviously it'd been a really close game. If I hadn't had turn 5, he probably would have won it. And I was like, I don't want to fuck anyone over. I've had a great game. So we'll call it a draw. Like I said, I probably would have had the time. If I'd made my opponent, if we'd made my opponent roll all of his saves, and we probably would have, and my opponent probably would have timed out, or at least had the same. We probably would have both timed out round 4, to be honest. And I was ahead round. I think it was pretty equal round 4. if I'd made my opponent roll all the dice out. But at the end of the day, it was 0 on the clock for me. He technically had time. It's been a great game. No one is going to win. No, look, guys, no one's going to win fucking a podium. No one's going home with any silverware. No one's going home with anything. So I literally, in the interest of being like, having a good game, in the interest of having a good game and recognizing there's a fellow human being on the other side of the fucking table who has been extremely understanding, extremely sporting with me, extremely understanding on me being a little tired. I was like, call it a draw and I'll come down to 80 points. That was it. Because at the end of the day, guys, for me, the wins and losses that go down on the record don't matter. I don't care if Manchester GT records me at 0-5. I don't care. It doesn't matter. What mattered for me in this game was stress testing my list. And what mattered for me in this was playing against stuff I hadn't normally played. And what mattered for me, so not this tournament, what mattered for me was having good games. I've been to plenty of tournaments. I've won plenty of games. I've said this many times before. Winning a game at the expense of the person on the other side of the table is not my bag. I'd rather have a good game and have a good interaction with the other person. That's what matters to me now. So there you go. There you go. So the reason people might be saying, well, why are you going on about it then, Mordian? Because what I want to highlight is there's an element of sportsmanship, and this I think was a good example, if I may say so, a good example of sportsmanship on both sides. My opponent had been very sporting towards me, so it's only right that I'm sporting back towards him. It's only right that we do this in a way that, in the grand scheme of things, is sporting as well. Because if I give my opponent 6 extra points to bring him up to 86, that might mean he's higher in the placings, so I'll bring my score down. So it's an example of sporting here, but we also want to show off what the true result of this list into Demons is. So that's why it's important to highlight everything, the raw score. My list beats the Demons, and what the actual score was. Because a lot of people, you've got 40k is a social game. It's not a video game. And there's two very important parts to it. There's the social side of it. There's the sporting side of it. And that's the first part. And the second part is the actual score. So the actual score turns out Recon beats Slanesh Demons. Social part of it is it's a really fun matchup. It's a really, really fun matchup. So there you go. So that's why I wanted to. I know it might sound like I'm going on about it, but hopefully it makes sense what I'm saying here. Yeah. There you go. And I can tell you in the bottom of my heart right now, if I tell you what is important actually to highlight here. I tell you what is important to note here. One of the reasons I was very tired was because of the mental load of running the list. Obviously, losing a lot of sleep and being very stressed, like I said, for extenuating circumstances. But one of the things we talk about with competitive lists is the mental load. If something can win 5 games, but your brain has turned to soup by the end of it, and something can win 5 games and you get to the end of the tournament and you're relatively refreshed, then the list that's easier to run is the better list. And one of the big things that I would say that I noticed about running Recon, and noticed about running 200 Guardsmen, is in comparison to running something like Hammer of the Emperor, there's so much more going on in this list. This is like the AdMech lists. This is like the AdMech of Guard. You can win with AdMech. It just takes more effort to do so than running Eldar, for example. There you go. Chaos, what is the obsession with sporting? It seems to be heavily emphasized by GW. I mean, I mean, Chaos, there's so many ways you can answer that question. I guess for me personally, I have had many games against dickheads. And one of my favorite things about 40k is that there seems to be less and less dickheads in it. And the reason why I love the 40k competitive community versus competitive community in other games is that that playing for intended is a given. Not doing gotchas is a given. Take backs and just being understanding is a given. And a lot of people assume that is the same in other games. And I will tell you right now, it is not. I had a really good chat with my brother, Scholar Progenium, and he no live spot action. He doesn't really do 40k anymore. He's still got his armies and he's tempted to come back in, but he doesn't really do 40k anymore. He plays bot action. He plays it very competitively. And when he and I had a really good conversation weekend about the competitive nature of bot action, and we both agreed that there are a lot of people in the it's not everyone, but it's significant. It's a small but not tiny majority, a small yet not tiny amount of people in the bolt action competitive community who play like old 7th edition 40k players. Gotchas. Not telling you things about their list and then fucking you over with them. Not telling you that units haven't got recce and then recceing. Do you know what I mean? So you cannot take it for granted. And that's why when people do this dickish behavior in 40k, I always rant and rave about it. And that's why, and I think it's different. And I think again, this is going to sound kind of like I'm wanking myself off and big-headed, but I don't mean it in that way. So bear with me, okay? I am someone who used to care about every single game and care about every single win. And in the last 3 years, basically since I've been doing this full time, especially in the last 6 months, especially in the last year, but after 2 decades of playing this game, playing tabletop games, it's really been a very rapid evolution that's happened over the last, I'd say, 12 to 18 months. I really don't give a shit about having to claw every single win. And the reason for that is because I've played so many games and I have won plenty of games. I've lost plenty, I've won plenty. But my ego doesn't need stroking to fucking nickel and dime someone out of a win. And to nickel, and I'm happy to give up a win in the name of having a good game. One of the things, if any of you watched the narrative game that I did with Simon, where I used a CP reroll on a Valkyrie so I could win the game. I mean, it almost ruined the game for me, and I was the one that did it. So it's one of those things where I would rather have a good game and give up a win, or try something out and give up a win, and have a good experience with a good person on the other side of the table, because I don't really feel like I have much to prove anymore. But if you are a new player, it's very, very natural to really, really want to win, especially if you're coming off a losing streak. Especially. So I want to be clear, I'm not the best player in the world. And this attitude that I've got would make a lot of very competitive players snort with derision. They'd be like, no, that's what separates you. And I've actually had very frank, but really productive, and I don't hold any ill will, and I haven't taken any insult from it. But I actually have had conversations with competitive players where they're like, honestly, Tim, that's why you'll never win like a super major. And I'm like, I know, and I know that, but that's a decision that I've made, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. It's just me the most important. For me, I know I could win probably more games. I've won plenty of tournaments. Do you know what I mean? I've even won Best Painted. So for me, and like I said, I went to this tournament expecting 0 and 5, and I came away with technically 2-1-2. You know what I mean? Technically 2-1-2. But you know, reality is, I actually, in terms of if this wasn't a tournament and if I hadn't fucked up that first score, I would have come away 4-1. Would have come away 4-1. But so that's so lesson. So going back to and on that note, going back to the individual games, I think that Mass Infantry Guard in Recon does beat Dark Elder. You just need to not be lazy with the movement trays. I think that it beats Hybrid Tyranids because they don't have the volume on their shooting, and Tyranids just don't have the volume, full stop. It can't beat Wolfstar. 99 out of 100 games, it can't beat Wolfstar. Once every so often, you'll get lucky. It beats Grey Knights because they don't have the volume. And it can beat Slanesh Demons because if they have the big bitches, they don't have the number of models to get this. And honestly, the Demonettes and the Fiends have the volume, but they're fragile. The big bitches don't have the volume to kill a 20-man blob. That's the thing. That's the thing. So Legions of it, and I faced 4 games where I basically didn't have a detachment rule. And yeah, I faced 5 really 5 I'd say 3 games where I didn't have a detachment rule. Dark Elder, Slash Demons, and Thunderwolves. 2 games where I had a partial detachment rule. I'd say 30% I had a detachment rule. Despite that, I actually found Pure Infantry Recon to be it's a very tough matchup, but a very good match. It's a very tough matchup, but a doable matchup into assault armies. The big thing that fucks assault armies is the reactive move and the Tanglefoot grenades. I use that every single turn. Every single turn. So Recon isn't completely fucked. Isn't completely fucked into assault armies. It's just that your stratagems become your detachment rule, essentially. But the big lesson learned here is we're just in the wrong meta for Recon. We're just in the wrong meta. And the big question that I am left with is how does Guard deal with this meta? Because there are a lot. How does Guard deal with a very assault heavy meta? I think, and if I may, that's the question. If I may pose one crit, so we've had a couple of lessons learned, a question that's posed, fourth observation, a criticism. I think 40k has become so obsessed with shooting armies, blowing people off the board, that we've actually entered a meta where assault armies are overpowered now. We've entered a meta where melee, in a game based on futuristic combat, we've entered a meta where swords beat guns. And I was looking across many different tables, and I was looking across, chatting to many different people, and the general consensus was 40k is a melee game. On the majority of boards you're going to play on, UKTC, WTC, I think ITC as well, but I'm not sure about that, so don't quote me. Assault is king. We've become so obsessed with Planet Bowling Ball, we've actually got to the point where assault armies... Because the one problem that assault armies had, the one counter shooting armies had to assault armies was indirect fire. And that's gone. That's gone. But by taking it away, assault armies have become too prevalent. Yeah. Hard agree. Melee is the primary murder method now. Yep. Yep. But not to labour the point, because I don't think repeat myself, because I know what I'm like. Looking on the other side of the table, what armies did I get to play against? Let's talk about the armies I played against for a second, and then I'm going to get to super chats from Fun Jake and Squiggle to Sean Hinklesworth, and anything on Twitch as well. Dark Elder, very meta. They're not a 5-0 faction, but there were plenty of Dark Elder players around, and Dark Elder are really good. So Dark Elder, very fast, very assault heavy, very meta. I was very impressed by Dark Elder. Tyranids. I think Tyranids are in a difficult place. Maybe it's just a good matchup for Guard. But I can't remember the last time that I, lost hard Tyranids. I think Tyranids are not in a great place now. Space Wolves. Pleasantly surprised by how good they were. The internet may have moved on from Wolf Jail, but ironically, that might have made it more powerful. I think Wolf Jail is a sleeper now. I think it has retreated to the shadows, but Wolf Jail is still very viable. I want to see how my round 3 opponent did. I'm gonna find out on BCP. I know his name. How did he end up? He went 3-2. 3-2. Wolf Jail is not dead. Not dead at all. Grey Knights. Not in a great place. I think they still struggle in some areas. I think they struggle with durability. It's not hard to pick up 5 Strike Marines. I think their damage output has got better. I think their damage output has got a lot better. But I think they really struggle with durability. Even with a 2-up save, a Marine is just a Marine. And a Plasma Gun will get the job done. Slaanesh Demons. I found Slaanesh Demons to be a fascinating army to play against. The big bitches are tough. The big bitches are tough, but they don't do a lot of damage. The little stuff does a lot of damage, but isn't tough. So you can take both units to cover each other's weaknesses, but as crazy as it sounds, and I don't know the Slaanesh roster well enough here. I think I need more games against Slaanesh, but my first impressions of it was that I personally felt like my opponent would have done a lot better if he didn't have the 3 big bastards. And he had lots of what I would call like... But I'm going to call them titty darts. If he had a lot of bullet nips. Bullet nips, titty darts, chat, come up with a name for it. Basically, units that trade. Cheap units that trade. Just go 10 demonettes out there. They slaughter everything in front of them and then they die. Fiends out there. They slaughter everything and then they die. That's what was my just throwing. It's kind of like it's like what I'm doing with guard, but instead of being on like a defensive sort of shooting attitude, it's I'm throwing out waves, I'm husbanding my resources, but I'm doing it on the offense, not the defensive. There we go. All right, Evil Greg, give me 5-10 minutes and I'll get to your questions, mate. Don't worry. I've got some super chats to catch up on first, mate, and then I've got you. So lots and lots and lots of lessons learned, and I just want to say, mission accomplished. Wins and remember, wins and losses for this event didn't matter. What mattered was learning Recon, stress testing Recon, and learning the new meta. Because remember, guys, this is the first big tournament that I've been to in 2025. First super major I've been to, not the first GT I've been to, but the first super major I've been to in about 6 months. First GT I've been to in about 3 months. So it was very, very, and you guys know I like to do things based on experience, not theorycraft. So really, the meta has changed a lot in the last 6 months. Very, very assault orientated. Shooting is if I was to sum up the current 40k meta, shooting is so last year. There you are. All right. Super chats, Evil Greg questions, bed. So I want to say a big thank you to Fun Jacob. Fun Jacob, thank you for the super chat. 07 back at you, you beautiful bastard. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar. Thank you, mate. We also want to say a huge thank you to Squiggle and Sean. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Squiggle and Sean, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. 10 boingy boys bouncing into battle. I don't mean to alarm you, Squiggle and Sean, but I think, I have to double check, I think I've got an Old World tournament this Sunday. And I think it's going to be with Orcs and Goblins. think it's going to be pure goblins. Let's double check. I think it's going to be pure goblins. Yes. All right. I also want to say a big thank you to Hinglesworth. Thank you for the 12 and the flex exports, baby. Yes, mate. Thanks for supporting the channel for a full year. 07, and thank you for your patience. Mordian list review for an RTT this weekend. All right, let me have a look. Mordian heading to an RTT this weekend, doing a Hammer of the Emperor Army. This is my list. Got any tips for my selections and running the list? Also, how was your GT? It was okay. It went 2-1-2 officially, but probably should have gone 4-1. But you know what? I'm not going to say that because I don't want to be that guy like, I should have gone 4-1. I went 2-1-2. That was the score that I got. There you go. Had a bit of hindsight, 4-1. That's the way of looking at it. Lemur's Commander, 250, 265, 250. Rogue Dawn Commander. Because of Indomitable Steed. Rogue Dawn Commander. No enhancement. Tech Priest, 10. Caden Shot, 10. Caden Shot, 10. Caden Shot, 10. Kazakin, 10. Kazakin, 10. Kazakin. 5 Defensive Scions. Exterminator, Vanquisher, Scout Sentinel. 6 Torok. 5? 5 Toroxes. Oh, sorry. 10 Cadians, 2 lots of catch hats. I like it. Scions, deep striking for secondaries. Scout Sentinels, first turn, cheap secondaries. Also, can just do secondaries in general. Double Vanquisher, good. Back that up with an Exterminator to support the Rogue Dawn Commander and Lemur's Commander, and we're looking good. Honestly, man, I love that list. Honestly, man, I really, really like that list. I really like it. I think you've got 5 tanks. I think you've got 5 transports. I think you've got 60 infantry in total. I think you've got secondary game. You don't need indirect fire because you've got breakthroughs. You can go. I like it. Mad idea. Mad idea. Feel free to dismiss this. But you could swap 10 Catachan Jungle Fighters and a Taurox for a Hellhound. The reason why I suggest this, I was chatting to a very good player that I know who ran Hammer, and he said he thinks that Hellhounds are unbelievable in it. Current meta, elite infantry. The current meta is infantry. Trading infantry. And Hellhounds can go, they don't need the +1 to hit from take aim. They can just go move, and then go 19 inches, shoot stuff. So it might be worth considering one of those when you need them that can just go fucking full send. Might be worth considering one of those. Also, no, you can't do that. That's the only thing I would say. That's the only thing I'd say. If you make no changes, I think the list is very good. Very, very good. That's the only thing I would consider. And it wouldn't make the list better. It would just be basically a side grade, not an upgrade or a downgrade. There you go. Literally, food for thought. Hellhounds does spend the CPU advanced shooting hammer? Of course, Mad Larkin. Of course. Of course. But the point is it can go the 19 versus the 16 that a lot of other tanks feel like they want to do. Yeah. Next, so Hinglesworth, hope that helps. Good luck. I think you've got a very solid list there, mate. I want to say a big thank you to Waiting for Something to Happen. Oh, waiting to happen. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Hey MG, curious for the game 3 with Wolves. You think Death Rise and Tillers would have helped? Bit late in the stream. Cheers. Dude, no worries about being late in the stream. Don't worry, there will be summary after action report will be out on Saturday. You don't have to watch the full 6-hour stream. You can watch that and get all the details. I'll be covering that then. I'll probably be recording that on Wednesday. If not tomorrow, to be honest. Anyway. Would Death Riders? No. No. Rough Riders? The issue is the 4-up save, the 4-pin vulnerable save. Let's say you take 10 Death Riders. Let's say you charge them into a unit of air cavalry. You hit on 2s. Take with fixed bayonets. You drop 1. Yeah, no, drop 1. Drop 2. Let's say you drop 1. You wound on 2s because you strength 9 with lance. Drop another 1. 8 wounds. You're being very generous. 8 wounds. I think you could. I think you might. I think it's more like 7 wounds, but we'll say 8 wounds. You might get 4 through. Opponent, but 4-up save the Trixie. The worst possible time your opponent might just make 6. I think it's entirely in the round's possibility between maybe you drop 3, maybe your opponent, you do 7 wounds, your opponent rolls 4 out of 7, 4 plus invulnerables. You get 3 through. Now the issue then comes down to damage. Melter Lancers are just a straight D6 damage, right? So you have to roll on the high side of average every single time to kill 3 Thunderwolves. High side. The actual average is 3.5. So on average, it will take 2 to kill 1. So if you're lucky, you'll kill 2 to 3. I think if you're lucky, you kill 2. I think you kill 2. And then the Thunderwolves hit back and you're fucked and you're dead. You're so dead. It's not even fucking, you know, then. Roll a 1 or 2 and essentially a lost shot. Exactly. Roll a 1 or a 2. That's it. So yeah. No. I don't think they're the answer. Not on their own. We have one thing, but no, wait for it to happen. Don't dismiss it. One thing that is worth considering is that rarely would you be in a situation where this would be an isolated fight. The reality is that what would happen is you would throw grenades. The reality of the situation is that you would shoot them first, not with the Rough Rider, but with some kind of tank. So the answer to this is, can you send 10 Rough Riders into Thunderwolf Cavalry? Let's say a squad of like 3 with 2 characters attached. The answer is no. Could you send the same could you send the same unit of Death Riders, of Rough Riders, into maybe what's left over after you've twatted them with a Rogel Dawn? Yes. We have to remember in the Guard, that's Mad Larkin, you know, credit where credit due. He reminded me of this last week. It's never one-on-one in the Guard. We tee one unit up for another unit to finish them off. So, yes, wait for it to happen, but not on their own. There you go. Mad Larkin, no for real, you turn the damage into 1, you have 4% pain. Yeah, because a lot of Thunderwolf stuff is damaged too, isn't it? All the hammers are damaged too. All of the yeah, it all becomes damage 1 essentially. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Bulgrin saves you from Thunderwolves. Big time. Big time. Problem is, Borgren are 222 smeg points, and they don't get orders anymore. Borgren should be 220 points with orders, or 180 without orders. They shouldn't be 220 without orders. It's silly. Very silly. I think Ogren are a really good choice. I think Ogren is a really good choice. Because of the AP2. 6 Ogren might do some work. Ogren, I think, could blast the fuck out of Thunderwolves and then charge in afterwards. And might kill a few. Might kill one. Yeah. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Silent Warrior. Thank you for the 32 with member flex. Yeah, baby. Double X-Force, more improved. Nearly triple X-Force, man. Nearly. Almost 3 years. Glad you've been successful. Silent Warrior, thank you so much for your support. And I have only been able to do this for the 3 years, the nearly 3 years that I have been doing it for, thanks to you and thanks to people like you. It's just, I feel like I'm sounding very aggressive. Forgive my tone of voice. I'm just a bit tired. I'm being serious. I couldn't have done it without you. All the channel members, all the patrons, all people that join the live streams, all the people that do super chats. I couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you, mate. This one's to you. I kept being like, it's thanks to you. I didn't mean it that way, man. I just felt like I realized my tone of voice sounded completely off. I noticed it the first time. I was like, I'll get away with that and sound nice in the second half. And I sounded even more aggressive in the second half. I'm sorry, Silent Warrior. Jesus Christ. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, I sounded cranky when actually I was genuinely very grateful. Trooper number 202, thank you for the Giga Chat. What are some applications of Vetch squads you can think of in each attachment? Does the role profile of Vetch change from the regular counterparts? I think you use them the same as Kazakin. They're pseudo Kazakin for all intents and purposes. Not quite as good, but more Kazakin have got 2 melter guns, 2 plasma guns, and a plasma pistol. They also have melter mine, which is very close, but is like D3 extra mortal wounds on top of that. Veteran squad that we've talked about has got 3 plasma guns and a melter gun, so matches to Kazakin in that way, and then has plasma pistol. So really, the issue with veteran squads is they're basically Kazakin that costs a bit more, but the advantage is that they've got more OC, which is important for snatching objectives. They won't have the durability to hold, but it's important for snatching objectives. And they've got a few more bodies, which again doesn't really matter because they're all going to die anyway. So the reason before you would take a veteran squad, you would take a Kazakin squad. Because the Kazakin squad can do everything the veteran squad can do, but better save, which doesn't really matter, and can order itself. Although to be fair, you know, Cadians would be sticky, Kriegers would no, actually, you know what? Kriegers would hit on 2s as well, wouldn't they, if they took a casualty? Yeah. So, and you know, scouts help the Catachan versions. So basically, the way of thinking of them is they're 20 points more, they're Kazakin that are 20 points more expensive. And there's various nuances between the squads, but that's basically it. So you'd go for Kazakin squads first, then you'd go for veteran squads second. There you go. All right, let's have a look at Twitch gang here. We have had Avionic Sphinx. Avionic Sphinx, thank you so much for the 10 months, baby. Thank you for 10 months, man. Thank you so much. 10 months, baby. Let's go. Testing out all the attachments. So far, it's combined Recon Hammer are the way to go. I'm Bridgehead, of course. But Avionic Sphinx, totally agree. I think combined is just a good all-rounder. Can't go wrong with a good old-fashioned combined detachment. Who doesn't love lethal, they? Who doesn't love lethals? Also, Hammer is obviously, I feel, the better option, best option. Recon is good, but I think Recon is good in teams when you can have more control over your matchups. And Bridgehead is Bridgehead. Avox Sphinx, you've raised an interesting question here. Last thing before Evil Greg, are you still here? If he's not, then I'll message him because he's a mate in real life. But if he is, I can talk to him now about his question. But Avox Sphinx, you've raised an interesting point there. You've triggered an interesting thought. What if I took the exact same list? Bind arms. Let's go back through my games. Game 1. I now have lethal hits. This would have been very useful versus the Grotesques and the Court of the Archon. I think that would have made a big difference. Game number 2 versus the Tyranids. I killed the Norn Emissary anyway. Recon didn't help me kill it though. Combined arms would have helped me kill it with. Against the Tyranids, I would have been hit by the Gene Stealers.
You heard me.
And that could have cost me the game. So game 2, combined arms would have helped me a bit, but what I think got me ahead of that game was killing the Gene Stealers, and I only was able to do that because I was able to tangle foot and react move, then tangle foot. Game number 3, in all honesty, it would have made a huge difference in game number 3 because I would have had lethal hits against all of those Thunderwolves, and I would have felt way more confident in them. Game number 3, I think I win it. I don't think I can win game number 3 in fucking with Recon, but I think I can win it with combined. God. Yeah, I would have basically made a line, let the Thunderwolves hit the first line, just stayed quite far back, and then just fucking, because I go surge move once, as long as I'm about 6 inches, I can just, I would have hammered them. Yeah, so it would have helped game number 3. Game number 4 versus the Grey Knights. Being able to keep them back with the 12-inch deep stretch now was very helpful. And I didn't have any issue killing them infantry anyway, so it wouldn't have helped. Game number 5. I didn't struggle to kill this. Didn't need lethals. So the answer is, it would have cost me a game. It would have won me a game, and it would have made 0 impact in. It would have been a side grade in 3 games. So overall, it doesn't move the needle too much. It just makes it slightly different. What is a good matchup versus what is a bad matchup. There you go. I'd want it against fucking World Eaters though. Probably anyway. Evil Greg, my boy! Evil Greg, thank you so much for the super chat. Greg, you didn't need to super chat, but I appreciate the support, bro. Still here, don't worry, I don't sleep. I as well. It's yeah, I should, but I don't. So, your question, Greg, let me scroll back up. I believe it was interested in 40k. What's a good faction to get started with? Is there a faction army you would recommend for a new player to 40k? I mean, naturally, I would tell you to collect the Imperial Guard, because the Imperial Guard are the Emperor's true finest. In his name. So, I know, Greg, that you are more of a competitive player. I know this because you brought 4 fucking nebs to a bolt action tournament. So I know what kind of man you are. So bearing that in mind, if I was to give, and I'm going to get a lot of people angry with me in chat for saying this, but if you are a competitive player and you want an army that has been historically very competitive and has been an army which is very cheesy and does have a learning curve to it, but once you learn, you're good, you know. And I also know you're a good player, and I know you would put the time in to be a good player as well. I think you should collect Eldar. I want to make something clear. Eldar are not a beginner faction. Plenty of people pick Eldar up, and even when Eldar are very overpowered, they get absolutely fucked. Because Eldar, to paraphrase something that chat once said, Eldar are the IQ stat check. So if you are a good, you don't have to be like a great player. If you are a good player, like basically, if you're not a bad player, do you know what I mean? If you are a good player, you will go very, very far with Eldar. It's kind of like in Harry Potter when he's got the sorting hat on. It's like, you could do well with Eldar. It's all here. You could be great with, you know, do you know what I mean? It's like the sorting hat that is whispering into Harry's ears. I think Eldar, they're the not to hammer the point, not to repeat myself. Eldar are the competitive players' army, and historically, we're talking going back to 2nd edition, over 35 years of Warhammer 40k. Eldar are a very powerful faction. When they're at their worst, they still tend to be middle of the road, not trash tier. And when they're at their best, unstoppable. Good things about Eldar as well. Relatively cheap because they're a very elite army. So 40k is expensive, but I believe, Greg, you do 3D print stuff. If you 3D print Eldar aren't a problem. They're not a problem at all. And to be honest, even if you don't 3D print, they're thrice as expensive a bot action, half as expensive as most 40k armies. Bot action obviously is a very, very good price. 40k is about twice the cost of bot action, generally speaking, if not 3 times the cost. But you don't need that. I'm maybe exaggerating a little bit, but yeah. Evil Greg, Eldar, not even considered that. Was looking more rule of cool. Necrons, Neds, Chaos, Space things, but I have no idea. Rule of cool. Necrons, I'll give you a breakdown each one. Necrons have a wide variety of play styles, both traditional ones and ones that, you know, new ones that are always forming. Very easy to paint. Literally, we're talking a can of GW's Iron Breaker will get you most of the way, and then an airbrush of Norn Oil, or even not Norn Oil, and even not even airbrush, just brushing it on Norn Oil gets you 90% of the way there. Easy to paint, look good. Easy to paint and look good whilst being easy to paint. Variety of play styles. You can go masses of infantry, or you can go hyper elite. You can have a slow moving wall of death. You can have units that are teleporting all over the place. Nids. Nids are cool, but they've not really been overpowered for 10 years at this point. So sometimes they've been trash. Sometimes they've been genuinely trash. Sometimes they've been very good. Rarely have they been broken. Rule of cool wise and collection wise, large variety of playstyles. Everything from swarms of tiny bugs to going pure big bugs. Literally, you have like 12 models. They call it Nidzilla. Generally quite easy to paint. Look fantastic with speed paints because speed paints generally can look very organic and Nids are organic. So yeah, piece of piss to paint. Variety of playstyles, not the most powerful faction. Chaos. Wow. Oh, so the best bit about Chaos is that infinite number of playstyles. So there's basically 5 different Chaos factions. There is generic Chaos, and then you've got World Eaters, which are the pure melee brute force Cornate. You play OS, so World Eaters are worship Corn. You've got Death Guard, which do Nurgle. You've got Emperor Children, which are Slanesh, and you've got Thousand Suns, which is Zinch. So there's basically, you can start off with basic Chaos and then start branching out, and each one of those has their own, very similar to AOS playstyle. Corn, choppy as fuck. Slanesh, fast and choppy as fuck. Nurgle, generally quite tough and also surprisingly good in melee. Thousand Suns, really good at shooting. So Chaos is once you, the great thing about Chaos is you can I know people who only play Chaos but they actually have 5 armies because they can play, each army will scratch a different itch for them. Yeah. Out of all of those, out of the 5 Chaos armies, I actually would recommend Death Guard. I think Death Guard is the best beginner Chaos army. They're just generically very solid all round. They're not broken. They're not broken, and rarely are they broken. But they're not trash, and rarely are they trash. I would describe Death Guard as a perennial 4-1 faction at a GT, and very within the realms of possibility winning a local RTT. That World Eaters are very one-dimensional. If you like melee, you go World Eaters. If you don't like melee, if you're even remotely interested in shooting, don't bother with World Eaters. They're very, very one-dimensional. Emperor's Children are looking very one-dimensional. Basically, they're 2 brands of melee. Do you like pink melee or do you like red melee? Because Emperor's Children are fast as fuck and chop people to bits, and World Eaters are fast as fuck and chop people to bits. It's literally which god do you prefer? Thousand Suns are shooting, but they're a bit pigeonholed into shooting. They're not great at melee, and I can't remember a time when Thousand Suns haven't relied upon having Magnus, which is their demon Primarch. It's either you take Magnus or you lose games, and that's been true for many years. Generic Chaos has the widest variety of playstyles, but also you tend to find waxes and wanes a lot. You know, it's greater highs, greater lows. Death Guard is just very consistent. Sometimes Chaos Space Marines will be on top of the world. Sometimes Chaos Space Marines will be bottom of the bucket. Regular Marines, I personally don't find regular Marines particularly inspiring. However, I find the specialized Marine chapters very I find them very interesting. Black Templars, if you want to run hordes of Marines, literally like 100 Space Marines armed with power fists and chainswords, run them across the board, and either you win or you don't. And if you like the idea of going full fucking Crusader in space, Black Templars. I think Black Templars win Rule of Cool for Marines. Just they have the best looking Marine models by far. Second behind Black Templars are Blood Angels. Very, very cool. Johnny loves Blood Angels. After that, Dark Angels are probably the best Marine chap to collect, though, because they do a bit of everything, and they're good at doing a bit of everything. So to boil this all down, summarize, because I've thrown a lot at you. If you were to go Chaos, I'd recommend Death Guard. If you were to go, because I think they're very cool. If you had to twist my arm, pick any one of those factions. Out of everything I've said, if I had to pick one, I'd say go Death Guard. If you're interested in the Rule of Cool. If you're interested in purely competitive, or if you know yourself you're going to go down being more competitive, I would say Eldar. See what chat says, though. There you go. So Evil Greg, I know I threw a lot at you, but in summary, if you had to twist my arm and pick one faction out of the ones that you suggested that were good for beginners and solid enough to hold their own in the competitive environment, but not the best competitively, I would say Death Guard. If you want the most, like I said, if you want the most fucking unbelievably ruthless competitive army, and you know in your heart of hearts, if you want the 4 Neb equivalent in 40k, collect Eldar. literally, man, that's it. If yeah, to put this in more action terms, if you want, the 2 lists that, when we were at the last bot action tournament and you had 4 Nebs and I had Max Veteran Fallschirmjäger, if you wanted your list at that tournament, you'd go Eldar. If you wanted my list, where I went where I didn't smash anyone, but I went basically 2-1. I went 2 wins and a draw. You'd go Death Guard. There you go. That's kind of to put it in those terms. Put it in those terms. Evil Greg, thank you, mate, for the super chat. Legend, nice one. I'm sorry if I went on a bit there, but I was trying to give you the complete picture, but with a very succinct summary at the end. There you are. All right. Oh, last thing with Death Guard and Eldar. Eldar right now, the models, Eldar are very powerful at the moment, so it might be hard to come across the models. But generally, talking long term, Eldar are a venerable faction which have a good second-hand market and decent 3D prints. Death Guard, probably the most common Chaos army out there. You can get second-hand models for Death Guard relatively cheap off things like eBay, trade groups, stuff like that. And also fantastic 3D printing options as well. There you go. All right. I want to say next, I've got 2 bits of support coming here. Don't worry, Wallari, I've not missed you. I want to say a big thank you to Jimmy Dean. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you, bro, for the super chat. So, like I said, thank you for what you do. Hey, Jimmy Dean. Amazing, man. Thank you so much for your support, bro. Thank you for coming in with the super chat, and thank you for the kind words. That's your first super chat as well. Jimmy Dean. Hey Mordian, new 40k and Gal player here. Been wanting to play 40k for 20 years, but now have a lifestyle conducive. I've been watching your vids most days. It's been great onboarding. Thank you. Like I said, thank you for what you do. Jimmy Dean. Thank you, mate. Welcome to 40k. I hope you choose guard, but if you don't, I don't blame you. But if you do, I'll love you. There you go. There you go, man. Dude, thanks for the support and thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it, man. I'm glad that you've been finding the content useful and good to have you in the community, man. Amazing. And last thing I'm going to say before going to bed, last but certainly not least, I want to say a huge, mega, bunker busting thank you to the man, the myth, the legend, Mario, my boy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Well, Mario, thank you so much for the 50 gifted membership, baby. Holy shit, man. Mario, the Death Strike. The Death Strike gifted membership. Or I'll say the thing. I'll say the thing. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area, getting them on the 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. We get you. Valario's Wildcats, man. Holy shit. Valario, from the bottom of my heart, bro, thank you for support. And thank you for the 50 memberships, man. It's honestly, it always fucking blows me away, bro. Oh, fucking hell. I also want to say thank you for your patience, because I know that took me about sort of 10 minutes to get to you there, man. So I do apologize. But thank you so much for the incredible support. And thank you for another company. And thank you for just being an absolute fucking hero. And most importantly, not only thank you for supporting the channel, but thank you for supporting the community. Because gifted memberships, they just boost the community. They support the community. They support the Discord. All of that great shit. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for more than doing your part. There we go. There you go. We've also got Lutz in here. Lutz joining at the twilight of the stream, but still good to have you here, man. Lutz, Death Guard are a good beginner army also, because you basically can't go wrong painting them. Literally possible to make them look not Nurgle. Exactly. I think Death Guard, I'm looking forward to. I'm probably going to end up. Well, I say that. I've got quite a large pile of shame. Thank you to Valario. But I was thinking of redoing my Death Guard army, because I wasn't I mean, it's okay, but it's done in traditional paints. I want to do things. Yeah. Cosmic Sons to the Penal Legion. They don't collect guard. Actually. Looks like we choose guard, but if you don't, you can see the door. You can see the door to the way out over there. Ah! Oh my god, I love it. Right. You alien bastards. You traitorous bastards. Ned Stark's bastard. Gentlemen, time to wrap this bad boy up. I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys who joined the stream tonight. It's took us a bit longer to get through the games. That's partly because it was a super major, so there was 5 rounds. Partly because I'm quite tired, and partly because I was trying to share as much information as possible. But I hope that you found this stream informative. If you've joined partway through and you're like, fucking, I don't want to go back and watch a 6.5-hour stream, don't worry. On Saturday, there will be, or Saturday or Sunday, this weekend, there will be not only the army list overview video, but also there will be the traditional after action report, which should come in about an hour and a half. So if you want to watch a video, the much more condensed version but I still have all of the relevant information in, that comes out on the weekend. Normally, I know you guys wait 2 weeks for that. It's only going to be a few days, not even a full week. So don't worry, you can catch it all then. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone that did join today's stream. A huge thank you to everyone that liked the stream. Huge thank you to everyone that followed the stream. Huge thank you to Twitch gang. Huge thank you to YouTube gang. Of course, I want to say massive thank you to every single one of you crazy, beautiful sons of bitches that came in with the super chats, that came with the amazing support. We had loads of people come in with gifted memberships, with super chats, with bits, with Twitch subs. It's been a fantastic stream, and I just want to say a massive thank you to all of you guys for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Few shout outs. I want to say, of course, a big shout out to Valario, who came in with the 50 gifted membership. A lot of fucking memberships. Big thank you to Valario for the 50. Thank you to the whole company. And a massive thank you to Med Neo, who came in with the Death Strike. Fucking Death Strike chat. Absolutely incredible. Medneo, thank you so much for the Death Strike, bro. And thank you for the incredible support. Also, special shout out to Trooper number 2102, who came in with many super chats tonight and also came up with the very interesting idea of the pseudo veteran squads. Very, very cool. But gentlemen, I think that's it. I think that is it. We need an outro song. What are we thinking? What do I normally play for the outro song? It's kind of been mixing it up recently. Tell you what. Very obscure. But in honor of, because I've got a place in that I can play on Twitch and on YouTube. In honor of martial law reminding me about Command & Conquer Generals not only being on Command & Conquer not only being on sale right now, also getting full mod support and the rumors of remastered, some more remastered Red Alert and like Command & Conquer games coming in. We're gonna have a Command & Conquer song players out, and also it's video game music, so we can play it without getting copyright struck, which is good. All right, gentlemen, thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing your part. And of course, as always, see you guys next time.